Bro is literally grinding his life away, sweating buckets without a single break. Because right now, our boy is stuck as a complete trash tier 1-star unit. You only get 2 exit tickets from this crazy server, either getting absolutely clapped by mobs or getting melted down as upgrade material for somebody else. Total fodder energy right here. His attack power and defense are absolute garbage, while everything else completely bottomed out. +0, ultimate moves to save him. Getting dealt the worst hand possible means my dude literally has to hustle like crazy just to keep breathing in this insane reality. Swinging his weapon until his bones ache, he refuses to be average desperate to outplay all the other low-tier losers, so he does not end up as literal dog meat. Crazy plot twist though, back in the day our guy was actually the god-tier player, clicking the sacrifice buttons, totally dominating the leaderboards, like a true sweat. Han Seojin is his actual government name, and somehow bro got completely isekai'd into a totally RNG-based nightmare. The server goes by the title Pick Me Up, where the entire win condition is just speedrunning your way up to floor 100 of a massive spire. Pulling that off takes massive brain power, heavy resource farming, and an ungodly amount of level grinding. He was just your regular everyday tryhard, rolling the gacha mechanics where units rank anywhere from 1 all the way up to 7 shiny stars. Rarity literally dictates how overpowered you get, but even after swiping his credit card for thousands of bucks, my guy could never pull anything past a 5-star. Talk about cooked luck. Then rumors dropped about a brand new raid supposedly hiding some mythical item drop that could forcibly upgrade his best unit, straight up to 7 stars. An absolute steal of a deal, right? But there is a massive catch, because permadeath is permanently turned on here. If your units get wiped, they are gone forever. So our boy big brains it and dispatches a scouting party first. Needing that sweet intel on the raid zone, he drops a squad of 5 maxed out 5-star units. Yet somehow these absolute tanks immediately start shaking in their boots. The second they load into the map, he was actually no. My man totally brushes off their panic. Debuff completely hyperfixated on scanning the boss fight mechanics, forcing them to W key deeper into the darkness, until out of nowhere, this shadowy demon spawns in and completely speedruns, wiping his whole multi-million-dollar squad. The mob stat screen literally says, level 999, having my dude totally shook, assuming the devs accidentally left a massive glitch in the system, staring at his monitor, completely stun-locked the creepy villain. Actually deadass looks through the glass, cracking a psychopathic grin and whispering that it finally caught him. Instantly, his vision goes completely pitch black, flashing straight into a fresh character creation screen, where some random dude types in the username anytang, booting up the beginner guide, immediately moving so insanely fast. My guy cannot even process it before literally waking up, surrounded by raging flames in a destroyed village. An entire army of green mobs is tearing the place apart. And when a random low-level gremlin aggroes straight toward him, despite feeling completely out of it, our boy realizes this is not VR anymore, sidestepping the strike, clean swinging back to secure the elimination, successfully surviving the sweatiest beginner stage ever. Loading into the main lobby area, he knows super well. A massive pop-up tells his new owner they just unlocked a free extra gacha roll, 0 premium currency required. A massive flashy animation goes off, dropping a super rare 4-star unit right into the middle of the room. Watching her spawn makes his brain absolutely spin, questioning if he just got dragged into the digital world. Dropping her lore, she says her name is Shay Lethastery, a full metal tank before the noob player forcibly groups them into a duo queue, launching them straight into another hostile dungeon instance, totally flexing her massive rarity advantage. The armored chick absolutely hard carries, making our meek look like literal dead weight. Getting outshined is hardly his doing, but things are getting super sketchy right now because the last objective is a mandatory unit fusion. Han completely realizes he is cooked if he lets this play out, when out of nowhere, a glowing admin NPC pops up, commanding him to enter the sacrifice chamber. But when he accidentally drops her real name, the pixie gets totally shook and demands his identity. Dropping his player tag sends her aggressively scrolling through the server logs, only to find 0 data matching his physical avatar. Panicking over this massive back-end error, she starts absolutely losing her mind, though the countdown timer has already locked them in, forcing him into the glowing circle. Regardless, our poor guy gets completely manhandled into the melting pot, and the animation sequence triggers. This entire mechanic exists purely to buff up a main unit by feeding it, another effectively deleting someone from the database forever. Whichever unit you click survives, leaving our MC sweating bullets, especially since he is paired up with a mega valuable 4-star tank, who in their right mind would keep him absolutely nobody. Yet somehow, this absolute bronze tier player actually clicks the 1-star trash unit, feeding the elite girl instead, leaving Han utterly mind-blown over the most brain-dead gaming decision ever. But instantly after, he spawns inside this weird holding cell, surrounded by random dudes, every single one of them completely clueless about the map they are on. Exactly like our very own totally lost protagonist. Mid-panic attack over their situation, a miniature glowing admin zooms over, dropping the news that their owner just unlocked the spatial portal, tearing a massive hole right through the space-time continuum, basically spelling out an incoming boss fight, making the whole squad freak out and demand answers, prompting the glowing chick to drop her lore, declaring herself the ultimate server mod, telling these low-level scrubs to fall in line unless they want to get permanently banned, completely brushing off her red flags. This washed-up soldier dude stomps over, demanding to know if she dragged their avatars into this lobby, giving him absolutely zero answers. Dude draws his blade trying to act tough, but this tiny winged NPC just smirks like a psycho, chopping his head off instantly. Bro got sent straight back to the lobby. A pop-up text drops on the UI, revealing his actual cause of elimination. Supposedly this absolute bot, no, bro, literally rage quit from anxiety. The whole squad is utterly shook right now, seeing that instant ban, giving our little floating guide the perfect chance to say, "Do not even test me again, chat." Dropping the tutorial dialogue, whoever is controlling their accounts starts throwing them into a queue. Squad 1 drops in 5. Total noobs completely clueless about the meta, basically forced to play along, having literally zero alternative following whatever the tiny guide demands. Right before crossing the portal threshold, our boy Han steps up, flexing that main character energy, asking the guide who wouldn't want to speedrun, right? He demands the account owner hook them up with gear, pointing out they are basically level 1, fresh spawns. Rushing that dungeon completely naked is literally griefing, since their team already threw a 2-star unit. They gotta stop feeding the enemy. Little wing girl realizes our boy is cooking, flashing a menu screen at the sky, letting the big boss scroll through the armory. Catching Han spitting facts, some random NPC asks if he secretly read the patch notes, but our boy plays it totally cool, claiming his memory is basically wiped, acting like it has been years, making the crimson-haired waifu super suspicious, wondering if he is doing a new game plus run. Our boy orders everyone to loot up fast because the raid boss music is starting, sending the whole lobby into a massive panic attack. Literally nobody here has ever thrown hands. Yet he somehow rallies the squad, getting them to equip starter tier loot, creeping nervously toward the dungeon entrance. Realizing the previously eliminated 2-star dude literally vanished from the map, the guide starts raging, screaming at them to ready up, leaving the squad completely terrified, pushing through the loading screen individually while Crimson Girl keeps her eyes glued to our boy, spotting his absolute trash tier wooden block, tossing a million questions at him, trying to figure out the raid mechanics, but bro keeps dodging her interrogation entirely. What is he hiding? Telling her to just lock in focus purely on wiping the mobs waiting on the other side. And suddenly, his personal HUD starts glitching out, spamming multiple elimination alerts, verifying those exact teammates got fully wiped. Catching his totally flabbergasted expression, she tries finding out the tea, but he immediately tells her to zip it. Little Guide is actually fuming right now, watching the squad throw so hard, aggressively queuing up the next roster. Making the cut this time, our boy and Crimson Girl drop into the same lobby alongside some super ancient boomer. Grandpa starts crying about his joints, begging to skip the match. Tiny Guide almost hits him with the instant ban, but the waifu literally drags him out of the danger zone, saving his account. Crossing the threshold reveals a massive shrine. The shrine functioning as the main server terminal, beaming their avatars straight to stage 1. Lock in chat. Our boy screams at the squad because things are about to get incredibly sweaty, spawning onto a massive grassy biome. Pulling aggro, immediately staring down, an entire mob of ugly green monsters. Can they even win this? 3 randoms literally soil themselves, sprinting in the opposite direction, triggering a cowardice debuff on their screen, tanking a 30% stat drop. While everything else spiked sadly for them, the devs put a massive invisible barrier right there. Crimson Waifu instantly clocks the trap, figuring out they are totally boxed in, asking our boy if farming the mobs clears the zone. Getting the green light from him, The duo form up playing to their classes. She handles the sniper duty while he rushes the front lines with his basic loadout. Acting like a total sweat, our boy was, wait, no. He has actually never touched grass or fought, ever screaming at the girl to keep her crosshairs on. The green dudes, warning her, this is life or death, assuming the top player completely fumbled the gotcha pull, totally ruining the fusion mechanic. Maybe the guy behind the screen is just incredibly mid. Either way, dodging the ban wave feels amazing. Meanwhile, his duo tries rezzing a downed teammate. Our boy immediately starts barking orders, demanding she ignore the dead weight, solely targeting the remaining enemies. A random green mob perfectly times a heavy bite on his shoulder, getting absolutely flattened by a brutal shield bash immediately after. Completely clueless about his spawn location, knowing it definitely involves that max, level 999 void entity, the one staring straight into his soul earlier. Grinding through an absolutely miserable encounter, they finally clear the entire wave, sweeping the green mobs. Waifu stresses over his missing HP, but he brushes it off, promising the lobby auto-heal will fix him up. Playing this specific title means absolutely zero hands-on combat, literally forcing the units to carry the whole match, yet it remains super hyped. Who wouldn't want to play God from the Sky, right? Our boy used to grind this heavily, but he wasn't just some casual, he was literally the 5th-ranked global beast holding the legendary tag, Loki. The dust settles and the stage clears out. This chick actually levels up and the loot drops. Suddenly our boy gets crowned. He is MVP, the absolute carry of that entire run. That first tutorial was an absolute bloodbath, leaving just our MC and the redhead breathing fast forward a bit. Our boy starts clocking his brand new reality. Whining like a noob literally fixes nothing, so instead of throwing a tantrum, he locks in completely deadpan. The dude finally realizes he got violently isekai'd into some weird mobile gacha. The server is literally called Pick Me Up, and he got spawned as a garbage tier 1-star unit in this universe. Characters only meet 2 awful ends: getting packed up by monsters during raids, or getting recycled as fodder for better units if the player thinks they are mid. Realizing he is completely cooked. If he stays weak, the fear of getting turned into upgrade material actually lights a massive fire under him. Total absolute grind fest. Dude starts sweating it out with an insane workout. Being a literal trash tier drop means his base stats are horrible, and leveling up takes forever. He literally cannot afford to AFK for even a split second. Even after grinding through the early levels, he just keeps sweating. Honestly, who actually grinds this hard in early game? The brutal torture gives him total army flashbacks. He figures staying alive means getting totally swole and having insane mental fortitude. This fantasy server is honestly just another war zone to him. Right as he finishes repping out some push-ups, the archer chick totally rolls up to his spot, wondering why he is trying to get shredded. He literally just looks at her and says he is trying to farm enough XP to wipe out bosses. She completely opens up about reading the room, spending the whole night doing mental gymnastics about their totally cursed RNG, figuring out there is no logout button here. Malding is utterly pointless, and staying breathing is the only win condition. She grabs her weapon, dropping some lore that her dad was an actual hunter, which totally explains her massive range damage output and just a flex on him. She absolutely snipes the bullseye right in the dome, leaving Han totally shook by her insane aimbot mechanics. Popping open her UI, he spots she is actually sitting at level 2, rocking that starter ranged combat package, already spending those sweet 4 ability points from that previous raid, with everything else totally spiked up. Her mental fortitude is off the charts, along with an exclusive passive plus. Bouncing back from seeing total carnage, that fast is absolutely wild. Honestly, most casuals would be, actually, no. They would be completely broken by that. Respecting her grind, he agrees to carry her. She reaches out her hand, basically mentioning her dad preached about having a stacked party. And after pausing for a quick second, our MC locks on the handshake and alert pops up, proving she is totally stoked to squat up fast forward, and he summons that little winged guide. She spawns and instantly looking incredibly salty and claiming she is swamped with work. Our guy totally roasts her, rapid spawn rate, pointing out how fast she pulled up for a supposedly booked NPC. She completely rages and says she is done doing developer Q and A. Throwing out a total curveball, he asks, can anybody else peep this floating UI chilling right above her hair? The little helper totally lags out for a solid second, before trying to play it off like she lacks the required brain cells. Her hovering profile blatantly flexes massive endgame digits, and when he calls her out on it, she just blames server lag. Her horrible acting totally flops, confirming his massive brain theory that he is the only unit with admin vision. Bro asks what happens if the main player uninstalls the app, causing the fairy to absolutely lose it, and tell him to literally pray that never happens. Her total freakout completely leaks, massive lore drops, and when he probes about different time zones between servers, she goes completely nuclear, taking her absolute meltdown as a solid yes. He sarcastically drops a thank you, making her even more tilted while our MC stays frosty. Dude already figured out this NPC cannot dish out damage unless provoked first. He learns everything, making the big brain play to reverse engineer this weird reality step by step. Failing to catch on means getting completely deleted or turned into XP juice later on when the bow user asks what the actual heck that conversation was. He drops the heavy truth that clearing all 100 floors of this dungeon is their only ticket out. The mysterious player basically micromanages them using the guide. And flopping a raid means a permanent game over making the chick realize that they are absolutely locked in for massive waves of combat. He nods and says, that explains his insane sweaty grind set, adding that the god player is definitely going to pull more units soon. Their entire survival hinges on some random whale they never even met. Honestly, who gives a random player that much power? By now, our boy basically hacked the tutorial mechanics. Grub and basic survival gear miraculously respawn at server reset and manifesting random junk. In a drawer totally works except for actual combat gear, specifically overpowered stuff, like literal firearms are completely blacklisted from spawning. Plus he figured out that doing push-ups does absolutely nothing for your overall XP. Sweating only buffs your underlying mechanics and endurance bar, and pretty soon the main player is going to tier list everyone based on 3 specific traits, breaking it down into mental fortitude abilities and raw physical bulk. Our boy knows he goes hardest in the gym category, so he completely redlines his stats, grinding for 3 whole days without touching grass. When the mysterious whale finally logs back online, our MC is totally ready to flex, since our boy finally bagged some fresh abilities after grinding his soul out. The player watching from above pulls the gotcha lever, dropping 3 brand new garbage tier rookies into the mix to max out their 5-man squad. These fresh spawns are absolutely losing their minds right off the bat. I mean, are they actually crying, completely shook, and heavily denying that they actually have to throw hands with following the God Gamer's orders that Little Winged Guide swings the portal wide open. But these absolute noobs decide to throw a massive tantrum, so she literally bashes their brains in and yeets their unconscious bodies straight into the void, dumping the whole crew right onto level 2, which is basically a giant kill room, where everything breathing needs to get staring down level 4 mutts and level 3 green dudes has these newbies trembling so hard that the game literally nerfs their base numbers from pure terror alone. Bow Girl is visibly sweating bullets too, but the MC snaps her out of that lag spike and assigns her all the green mobs, claiming the doggy aggro for himself. Honestly, those 3 extra weights are just standing there, completely frozen like, do they think this is a cutscene forcing a pair of those rabid beasts dive bomb him, but he catches the impact perfectly with his board and swings back for a heavy trade. His starting blade is pure mid, so the beast actually tanks it. Actually no, our boy completely ignores the weapon gap and just brutally cleaves the thing in 2. Anyway, out of nowhere, his spider sense tingles as a second furball launches towards his back, making him instantly pivot to tank the strike before winding up another slash. This mob actually has some decent AI and bounces back to dodge, but the MC catches it, stuck in the jumping animation, rushing its hitbox and deleting it mid-air. Burning through all that stamina leaves our guy completely dripping in sweat, turning around right away to peep his teammates' progress, only to find her totally dominating those 2 green runts, turning both of them into literal pincushions with her nasty projectile. He casually mentions she should probably chill out, since those mobs are way past the respawn screen, right as a massive system pop-up flashing that Victory Royale text across the sky, feeding them fat stacks of XP for a rank up, while crowning our MC the undisputed hard carry of the run. Skipping the loot drop phase entirely, the server forcefully teleports the entire squad back to the main waiting room, when all of a sudden, another text box demands that they gear up for round 3, causing the actual floorboards to start vibrating like crazy, making Bow Girl completely lose her mind, trying to figure out the current meta. So He breaks down the fast travel mechanic, skipping straight to floor 3, taking a long, hard look at those 3 useless background characters, questioning if the God Gamer is actually trolling by dragging naked level 1s into a high-tier death trap. Like, what is the logic there? But right as the Doom posting hits its peak, the Overseer literally unplugs their connection and goes AFK, giving our guy a massive sigh of relief that the speedrun is paused. Right on cue, the tiny winged helper spawns into the room, whining endlessly about her total lack of sleep, prompting the MC to calculate that sure, floor 3 is next. But since the boss man is touching grass in real life, and the server clock here ticks way faster than reality, they practically just scored a 72-hour break to grind before the guy boots up his PC again. Opening his profile page, he realizes he just hit level 6, noticing his damage output got buffed hard while everything else spiked like crazy, making his actual body feel totally overpowered. Stashing his gear back into his inventory, he catches the fresh meat screaming at his duo, partner desperately begging for some lore dump on why they are forced to do combat, crying about the map layout while our MC connects the dots. That wait a second every single low rarity pull in this universe is basically just an NPC civilian who has never touched a blade. Suddenly, it makes total sense why the premium units treat them like actual garbage, because the moment a raid boss drops, these common tier players just start crying, whereas the heavy hitters are instantly locked in and ready for the smoke, giving him flashbacks to that premium night girl who was literally grinning before she logged out. His range support slowly walks over, looking mentally drained from babying these actual scrubs, dropping a massive request for him to carry them through the tutorial. Our boy brutally rejects her on the spot, labeling the trio as absolute dead weight, who are destined for the respawn. Screen real soon anyway. The human playing the game is probably just going to melt these useless accounts down for upgrade materials very soon, which triggers this one specific random dude named Toby, who steps straight up to our MC and aggressively grabs his shirt. But our guy reacts by feeding him a devastating right hook that completely rearranges his face, spitting pure facts that while he was out there tanking damage and losing HP, these cowards were essentially AFK, warning them their account ban is rapidly approaching. Fast forward 24 hours, and our main duo gets right. The hardcore XP grind, letting his intense melee warm-ups push his primary weapon stats up to level 2. Meanwhile, those 3 utterly cooked side characters decide to dodge the entire practice phase, like wasting all their offline hours trying to find a glitch out of the map, while the sniper chick hones her aim by literally shooting directly at our MC, who manages to parry every single projectile with his blade, eventually catching a stray shot right to the knee, making her freak out instantly. Though he totally plays it off, saying passive HP regen in this server is insanely fast, letting them witness the actual flesh knitting back together. Tanking all that pure agony actually unlocks a brand new damage resistance perk for our absolute unit, pushing them to keep trading blows for hours, leading his hyper-fixated grinding session to magically fuse his attack and defense trees into an ultimate combined mastery, cranking that specific stat straight to tier 3. Then magically, as the next sunrise hits, the God Gamer finally reconnects to the server, prompting the tiny guide to spawn and start screaming at the entire squad to rush the main gathering room, warning them that if enemy mobs spawn out here, they are absolutely cooked, making Bowgirl confess that she is actually kind of relieved, since sweating it out in training mode all day was entirely draining her soul. On the flip side, those 3 random rookies are back to crying their lungs out, crying about wanting to disconnect and whining about surviving on literally nothing but root vegetables. Catching those trash complaints makes the winged NPC completely snap, blowing her final fuse and going, our girl absolutely loses her mind, yeeting 2 of those randoms into the stratosphere. With a massive haymaker, she screams about how they totally killed her vibe, threatening to literally report their toxic behavior to the admin. She just keeps dropping combos on them while they beg for mercy. Seeing this, the admin just yeets the whole squad up to level 3, which means another round. Is anyone really surprised? But this time the green dudes are serious. Our carry duo instantly locks in for battle. Meanwhile, those 3 deadweight randoms literally just camp in the spawn zone, doing 0 damage. But thanks to his crazy grinding phase, our boy just speedruns slicing the mob. Wave like soft butter, Archer Girl is popping off too, She actually steals the MVP title for this run. Glancing back at the 3 useless NPCs, she realizes they are fully AFK, but our MC is just chilling, saying he genuinely could not care less. Basically, he refuses to split his hard-earned XP with free riders in this game if you refuse to throw hands. You get absolutely 0 drops, taking a hint from the little pixie guide. The admin forces a server rollback to the tutorial zone, hoping the garbage tier players will finally pull their weight. Boom! The whole lobby respawns right back at floor 1. Regular unbuffed mobs spawn in and try to rush them, but Sniper Girl just wipes the entire wave with aimbot-level precision, snatching that MVP crown again. The admin instantly hits the reset button, again. Our boy complains that this tryhard system is never going to let them touch grass. They totally styled on the enemies, so the difficulty, RNG, is messed up. This round, our boy goes demon mode and takes back the top fragger spot. Honestly though, grinding that many consecutive matches drains their stamina bars to 0. She starts venting about her depleted energy, asking if the server admin is going to trap them in this infinite loop forever. Like, bro, seriously. Following a brutally sweaty session, they finally log out to the safe zone, but the vibe is incredibly sour, because hard carrying 3 useless toddlers all day is super cursed. Lucky for our carry duo, the admin finally unlocks the meat grinder room, which basically translates to an instant ban for the bottom fraggers. A minute ago, our boy was literally on the chopping block too, but he somehow pulled a legendary respawn ticket. He tells her the Dungeon Master is straight up spectating their streams, tracking exactly who secures kills and who goes fully AFK. Suddenly, the pixie floats in and tags Sniper Girl along with some boomer named Elson, telling them to step into the blending machine. Figuring out he is completely cooked, the old dude starts throwing a massive tantrum at our MC, crying about being kidnapped into this death game and calling the devs toxic. But nobody cares about his review bombing, and he gets shoved inside anyway. The metal doors slam shut. The admin hits confirm on the merge button. Inside the chamber, the dude is bawling his eyes out and pleading for a revive, while his pixelated body just dissolves into pure RGB lighting. The loading bar fills up, and feeding him to the system makes Sniper Girl level up, gifting her a brand new passive ability, a busted perk called Eagle Eye. She walks out of the blender looking deeply shook, asking where her teammate just despawned to. Our boy drops the heavy lore that this room exists just to recycle trash tier players, literally turning slackers into upgrade materials. He was actually no. He casually drops that. He is up next, pausing to guess which of the 2 remaining noobs will become his personal XP potion. Catching this dark reality check, both randoms start absolutely sweating bullets. Then the little floating guide calls out our MC and some neckbeard player named Toby. The dude looks like he just saw a ghost, completely clueless about the insane mechanics about to hit him. They both get tossed right into the upgrade pod. Inside, the neckbeard totally loses his grip on reality, screaming to know if he is getting teleported back to his mom. Our MC just completely trolls him and feeds into the fake news, figuring the guy should at least log out. Happy, the progress bar hits 100% fast, permanently melting the bearded dude into our guy's stat sheet. Absorbing that guy instantly triggers a level up. Animation unlocking a crazy defensive trait called Composure, with everything else spiking too, strolling past the final surviving scrub. Our MC just smirks and says, the Sniper Girl suddenly connects the dots, realizing low-tier players are literally fed into a wood chipper to buff the carries. The panic sets in as she wonders if she will get scrapped. The second her DPS drops, our boy gives it to her, straight saying the boss scaling is only going to get more ridiculous, meaning they have to min-max their builds endlessly, right? She either gets ridiculously overpowered or she becomes literal fodder. He throws her own dad's wisdom right back at her, reminding her to always glue herself to the winning team. Absorbing that harsh truth, she decides to perma-squad. Up with our MC, fast forward to the next server cycle in the practice lobby. She walks straight up to him, dropping a full formal bow to lock in her spot. As his faithful sidekick, our MC can clearly tell she has that main character energy hidden deep down, a seriously rare aura. He promises that as long as she plays the meta, she will easily dodge a game over the screen right in the middle of their chat. The blonde survivor slides into their group, trying to secure an invite, dropping a massive apology for playing like a total coward and leaving them to solo the boss. Pleading for a quick tutorial on how to stop being so incredibly trash, our main guy is super sus and demands to know why he deserves a slot instantly. The blonde drops to his knees, literally groveling, which totally passes the vibe, so he tosses a basic starter spear right at the dude. Admitting his own skill tree does not cover polearms, but claiming it is literally the most broken weapon type for total scrubs to spam, right after handing out the gear. He drops some basic game theory about attack hitboxes, breaking down how swords and knives are strictly for melee DP. Polearms dominate the mid-space, while bows control the zoning game, pointing out that this new addition actually balances their party build perfectly. Covering all 3 engagement distances flawlessly, pulling his own blade out, he straight up challenges the new guy to a one-on-one duel. Blondie is absolutely losing his mind, asking if catching hands is mandatory, but our boy, honestly, he just straight up blitzes him, dropping the bomb that he actually never leveled up his own polearm skill tree, which means 0 tutorials for you, buddy. McGrinded his blade mastery solo, so Blondie has to do the exact same, taking that in. The dude magically scrapes together enough riz to swing back, eyes squeezed shut, so our boy casually punts him right in the gut, reminding this absolute scrub blind fighting is dumb. Playing like that is a one-way ticket back. That boot to the belly leaves him absolutely cooked, and throwing up his lunch while our MC Ice coldly drops the reality check that a real mob would have already sent him to the respawn screen right before the bow girl jumps in, calling him out for going way too hard on the noob on day 1. However, the GOAT has 0 plans to hard carry dead weight, asking the rookie if he has any relatives back home, and Blondie mentions a little sis, who is definitely holding out hope for his return. So our boy presses cold steel right against Aaron's throat, forcing him to picture the absolute worst-case scenario. What actually happens to her if he gets packed up by some random mob who protects her? Then getting hit with that dark emotional damage actually works, sparking some serious main character energy deep inside the rookie. Catching that fire in his gaze, our boy smirks and admits this vibe is way less mid. Meanwhile, over in the main hub, an alert pops up, flexing that the shot caller just unlocked the armory and dropped a Forge Master into the base, as fresh gear starts spawning in the vault, which basically means the squad can finally ditch the basic loot and start crafting custom metagear. Catching on to this base upgrade, our boy immediately summons the little pixie NPC. She spawns and throwing an absolute tantrum over a low-tier unit bossing her around. Wait! No! Our boy claps back, instantly triggering her rage mode, making her throw tiny hands at him, but she literally deals 0 damage. Completely unbothered, he asks if she is the backseat gamer feeding the admin all those tips, figuring out that she must have full Wi-Fi access. She totally owns up to it, bragging that doom-scrolling the web is basically her side hustle. He totally exposes her by pointing out she ripped all her advice straight from the wiki pages, leaving the pixie completely shook and asking how he caught her cheating. He brushes it off as basic server trivia, dropping a reference to a sticky thread by the absolute legend Loki, which makes her roast him for being a bottom-tier scrub, compared to Loki, who is basically the server admin and a walking cheat code, exposing herself as the biggest simp ever. Our boy casually asks why she is glazing this guy so hard, and she claims it is because he constantly beats the absolute worst RNG. Straight up, he pities her, causing the pixie to glitch out, and aggressively ask him to repeat that disrespect. Looking her dead in the eyes, our boy drops the absolute nuke that he is actually Loki, the top dog she has been hyping up. The little guy deadass blue screens at Han's claim, but he just coldly drops his user ID, instantly shutting her whole system down. Because of extreme anti-cheat protocols, those profile digits are locked behind maximum security, so only the true main would know them, and he even threatens to pull up his linked Gmail just to flex. To crush any leftover sus vibes, she frantically runs a database check in heavy denial, but the servers do not lie. Flipping her attitude faster than a sweaty speedrunner, she starts screaming in pure hype, literally begging our boy to sign her gear, claiming his scribble would grant her admin rights in his Discord server, so he humors her with a signature while questioning what kind of weird cult she runs. She dumps the lore about a massive online guild totally obsessed with his gameplay, which is honestly a massive trip for him, since he had 0 clue he was this famous. Panic suddenly hits her like a truck when she realizes she was just flaming the absolute GOAT without checking his tags first. Han totally plays it cool, reminding her his current build is just a trash tier 1-star unit, but a sudden thought makes her cut him off, asking about the status of Niflheimer now that he got isekai'd, but he has 0 idea, since Niflheimer is literally his overpowered main hub base. serving as the ultimate barracks for all his units, rocking 13 massive stories and enough server space for near 1,000 unique avatars, with all base levels completely spiked out, making the fairy stress over what happens to his 20,000 massive army of followers left completely unmanaged. He basically tells her to just hit the revert button and send him back, if she is that pressed, but she confesses that her admin privileges are straight up not high enough, which he totally predicted considering she is just a mid-tier moderator, lacking any real developer access. Dodging that heavy lore drop, our boy switches targets to the current lobby owner, asking straight up if the one pulling the strings is actually a flesh and blood human, and whether the summoned squad are just lifeless NPCs or actual kidnapped gamers, and the fairy verifies everything, confirming the admin is a real dude, alongside all the drops being living, breathing people too, leading to the crazy realization that the master is totally clueless, just a casual gamer, treating actual humans like gacha pixels. So he drops the big question. Does clearing floor 100 finally warp him back to reality? She admits her knowledge base is capped, and when he demands the username of whoever dragged him into this server, she hits him with a massive access denied and apologizes. Our boy basically tells her to chill out, since he is already speedrunning this massive structure anyway, so the truth will come out eventually. The MC follows up by questioning her admin privileges when the big boss goes AFK, and she admits her hands are completely tied, only acting as a support bot for the owner, doing nothing but bare minimum tech support like unlocking doors, paying the server bills, and keeping the lobby from crashing. Then our guy drops a massive theory, asking if every single user gets this exact same waiting room setup, which the guide totally verifies, saying they are basically copy-pasted. My brain is exploding right now, because think about it, if every gamer gets a personal hub, we are talking about over 1 million literal multiverses, each running parallel with totally unique main characters. Everyone actually? No. The entire community was dead wrong, treating these units like randomly generated NPCs, when in reality they were living, breathing humans. The guilt trip hits him like a truck, realizing his past gaming sessions involved commanding actual souls, meaning every single misclick on his keyboard literally resulted in permanent game over for them. So our boy faces the little sprite, declaring he will absolutely carry her up these endless floors, under the strict condition that she follows his shot calling, before the camera cuts straight to the practice grounds, finding the bow, user grinding her stats. Watching her forms gets him hyped, realizing she is blessed by the Reng gods, leveling up so absurdly fast that calling her a 1-star unit feels like an absolute joke. Her hands never even touched a short blade before this morning. But look at her now, slicing through the air with zero hesitation. On the flip side, the golden-haired dude is absolutely cooked looking, so tragically mid that the Mick genuinely sweats over him, catching a permanent ban soon. The range DPS defends her coaching methods, claiming the workload was totally casual right before he dropped dead on the floor, but that Miggy just waves it off, telling her to ignore the dead weight and just focus entirely on his master plan. When suddenly out of nowhere, the floating guide spawns in, totally flaming the girl for invading the personal space of the protagonist, establishing dominance as the ultimate #1 sidekick, which instantly triggers the bow, user clapping back that she holds the exclusive title of Best Companion. Their toxic debate instantly escalates into a massive screaming match, with the tiny spirit dropping heavy verbal combos, forcing our guy to forcefully hit the mute button on her. The beef keeps cooking the whole way to the inventory vault, where the MC orders the little bot to unlock the main gate. Stepping into the stash reveals a whole mountain of C-tier trash loot, prompting him to demand access to the blacksmith zone, while the ranged attacker looks totally sus about his strategy, and he casually drops the bomb that he is about to liquidate the entire inventory stock. Our boy picked up on a massive exploit during his chat with the guide. Figuring out his account is basically cross-classing as both a playable unit and a server admin, unlocking a huge backdoor in the game code, allowing him to bypass restrictions and waltz right into VIP developer rooms without triggering alarms. Returning to the crafting station, the MC enters and inspects the anvil setup, noticing the software is currently running on complete autopilot, making red alert pop-ups flood his UI, showing absolute garbage pull rates for items, so he instantly overrides the protocol, taking the wheel himself. Locking in his custom settings next, because in this meta, cranking up the danger meters directly translates to wildly overpowered loot drops. The absolute madman picks the maximum possible torture tier extreme hell, leaving the tiny sprite absolutely shook. Knowing a single typo here means devastating account debuffs, sweating bullets while dropping caution signs. But he just tells her to grab popcorn and observe, since forging gear basically means surviving a bunch of micro puzzles. Typical players dodge this mechanic entirely, purely because the skill ceiling is ridiculously unforgiving, especially during this specific challenge, requiring gamers to assemble a blade out of microscopic Lego bricks with a brutal countdown clock, giving them exactly 3 minutes, leaving the guide staring at the scattered junk, completely baffled about how this trash could ever become a weapon. But our boy hits the zone, entering full try-hard mode while snatching up the tiny pixels, with godlike hand speed slotting every single piece with aimbot precision, making her jaw literally drop, muttering that his mechanics belong in a major league tournament. Blinking an eye, and the massive blade is fully constructed, triggering a golden pop-up screen that screams critical crafting victory. Our guy just forged a -C tier arm, making the floating bot pop off with pure hype, blowing her mind how he spun literal garbage into a solid piece of gear, boasting a totally cracked visual design. But hold up, our MC is barely warming up, instantly chaining his combos to forge another blade, alongside a pole arm and a defensive wall, hitting crazy critical rolls on every single craft, totally ignoring the horrible base ingredients. Spirit wonders if he is going to keep farming the anvil, but he rejects the idea, laying out the facts that flooding the market with fresh legendary drops would heavily ping the radar of the actual account owner, getting them super Jump cut over to level 4 of the dungeon, where the bow user is machine gunning projectiles, instantly deleting a green mob with a clean headshot, flexing about how insanely smooth her upgraded weapon handles, worrying some random griefers might loot it, but our boy gives her a total guarantee of 0 theft, simply by turning on the account-bound security setting right before the raid, introduces airborne enemies into the mix, so the Mickey assigns her strictly to anti-air duty, claiming the entire ground squad of ugly green dudes for himself, barking at the golden hair dude to play bodyguard for the sniper, which he nervously accepts. Without warning, the winged freaks dive bomb, the party causing the blondie to lose his absolute mind, spamming attacks with his stick like a complete noob, yelling at the top of his lungs, letting his terror apply a massive 30% nerf to his overall stats, while his meltdown just keeps going, up until the sniper closes the distance and delivers a heavy reality check right across his face, rebooting his brain before dropping the cold, hard fact that a single party wipe means permanent deletion for the whole squad, completely locking him back into the zone, allowing their team synergy to finally activate properly, easily securing the victory screen for this raid. Fast forwarding to the aftermath, where the polearm user looks completely drained, hanging by a literal single pixel of health. Dude is straight up panicking about getting cooked and recycled into upgrade fodder since his stats are literal garbage. But suddenly, a notification drops, showing he just got favorited with that unspoken riz, and our boy Han lets him know he secured that temporary plot armor. Bro absolutely loses his mind, cheering like he just pulled a legendary drop, while our archer waifu chimes in, saying the boss man successfully trained his first minion, and now his second pet is thriving too, which totally leaves MC scratching his head. Like, how did she even reach that conclusion? Since she basically just labeled herself as his loyal sidekick, he just sheathes his gear and walks off, thinking about how his actual day one companion is chilling, way back in the Niflheim zone. Yeah, we are talking about Cyrus, who alongside 4 other absolute units formed his main squad back when he was grinding this game, and he figures maybe down the road, they might actually cross paths again, since after he uninstalled, she definitely became the guild leader carrying the whole lobby. Plus, Ernest is there to handle the admin stuff, considering both of them have sky-high IQ to run the server on autopilot, and right as he is reminiscing, the camera cuts over to the Niflheim base. Up on the penthouse level, we catch these 2 queens hanging out with Ernest sliding over, asking Cyrus if she is dead serious about bouncing, and our girl replies that they are literally on a speedrun clock right now, making her buddy let out a massive sigh, before promising to solo carry all the background detective work while she is gone. Cyrus gives the green light and orders her to track down their master and his exact coordinates, ASAP, and once that is settled, she completely dips, leaving her homegirl to admin the entire lounge solo. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, our boy just hit that juicy level 2 lobby milestone, watching all the base structures get that sweet visual upgrade and expand in real time, making the archer girl totally geek out over the sudden graphics patch. The blonde dude is literally shook, wondering if their overhead player is spamming cheat codes, because honestly, who builds that fast? But our boy shuts that magic nonsense down real quick, explaining the boss man just dropped some heavy real-life cash to pay to win the base. Internally, he is laughing, knowing the player is definitely stream sniping. Their reactions right now, feeling like an absolute Chad because his digital NPCs are loving the new drip. Except this dude is totally clueless that his entire roster is actually made of flesh and blood. Humans, their spawn points, and the entire hub just keep getting thicker and better every time they clear a new stage. Then the fairy NPC spawns in, and he points out that their human overlord is definitely stuck in a 9-to-5 corporate grind. Since his server activity times are ridiculously predictable while she casually flexes a massive mountain of premium currency and loot, hyping up how blessed they are to not have a broke college kid playing them. And MC totally agrees, since this gacha hellhole is definitely not the type to hand out free-to-play rewards, like you strictly gotta swipe mom and her credit card to survive. When suddenly a massive server-wide alert pops up, announcing a 10 pull is dropping right now, meaning 10 fresh victims are about to spawn in, out of nowhere, making the whole squad snap their necks toward the entrance. He hypes up the incoming noob wave, dropping the lore that standard gold pulls only spit out mid-tier 1-star trash mobs, while the premium gem pulls actually drop those broken high-tier units we all want. A whole squad of absolutely clueless players stumbles through the portal, asking if they are getting pranked. Wait, what? While MC just stands there scanning their vibes. Out of nowhere, he just straight up aims his blade right at some random guy, making the dude completely freeze up, sweating bullets. Our boy barks at the whole crowd to shut their mouths, absolutely refusing to hold their hands through a tutorial, and just drops one raw fact. It is literal survival of the fittest out here. And he is only dropping in the lore dump for the ones who actually manage to not die. Right on cue, the fairy glides in screaming at the crowd to see if anyone has real-life crafting stats. Specifically looking for a forge master or a chef, making the archer waifu lean in and whisper to MC like, why is this chick acting so sus? He casually explains she is just doing the HR screening, tossing anyone with actual utility skills into a VIP pile, since the new base upgrades demand serious manual labor to keep running smoothly, while the fairy keeps ruthlessly filtering the noobs into their designated slave labor roles, throwing together a secondary squad of 4 randoms, and a few of these fresh spawns are actually gripping starter blades. Our boy just sighs, explaining that the overlord player uses any skill less trash as literal frontline meat shields, basically just treating them like beta testers for the dungeon. And soon enough, the fairy boots the entire second squad straight into the first portal. They stumble into the zone, and one dude instantly gets folded like an omelet, leaving MC to just brutally critique his speedrun death. The archer girl feels super guilty, saying they should have gave them a heads up. But our boy shoots that down immediately, arguing that if you get clapped in the literal tutorial zone, you are basically dead weight anyway. Another fresh spawn named Teddy gets he gets absolutely wrecked right after, so the fairy just coldly starts drafting up the next suicide squad. The entire lobby is sweating profusely after watching that massacre. When the blonde dude actually steps up to the fairy, is he insane? Demanding to be put in the rotation, and she tries to shut him down, saying he is not built for this, but our boy intervenes, telling her to let the kid cook, since the bro desperately needs to farm some raw combat XP before the real boss pinging the big boss upstairs. Our boy drops a party invite for Aaron, sliding in real quick with a mandatory PSA about carrying the team. 0 risks taken while making absolutely sure he keeps his own 8. Homie nods along like he totally read the terms and conditions. Off to the side, our archer queen is doing warm-ups loudly, complaining that this all-carb potato diet is completely tragic. Wait, are we ever getting protein? She desperately needs a MC instantly points at the literal ceiling of the universe, reminding her the admin is spectating, leaving her absolutely shook. But he calms her down, explaining the dev cam only captures video, meaning their voice chat just gets converted into totally harmless patch notes. Fast forward a bit, and the noob squad completely rolls floor 1 with 0 casualties, prompting our MC to interrogate the blonde dude on his final kill count. Turns out he only bagged a single mob, which honestly is a massive W, since he actually played his class. Right, he is the perfect support, so our boy calls for an immediate base. Dropping into the cafeteria zone, they find out the devs actually dropped a visual update, getting our resident bow user giggling and kicking her feet. Pure hype floods her brain at the thought of finally chewing on actual steak. while our boy just side-eyes, the whole squad thinking their vibe is way too optimistic right now. Spoiler alert. The kitchen. NPC drops a plate of absolute mystery mush that nobody dares to touch, trying to claim his inventory was basically empty. Wait, does anyone actually buy that? Smelling maximum cap. Our boy hops open the guy status window, exposing this total fraud named Dolph. Seeing his cooking skill at literally 0, while everything else is just mid, the scammer starts sweating bullets as MC turns his attention straight to a random girl named Chloe. Otto, assigning her as the brand new guild cook, which the floating pixie double checks with the admin, getting an instant green light. Looking super stressed, she takes the job, while the busted scammer is out here sobbing for a redo, only to get slapped with a hardcore threat from our MC about spreading fake news. Stepping up to the stove, she totally cooks, preparing an absolute feast, still relying heavily on the exact same spuds, but somehow making them look straight out of a premium restaurant. Mid-bite, our guy launches into a massive lore dump about the server mechanics, dropping pure knowledge on the fresh meat. Playing the big sister role, the archer tries, spreading good vibes, admitting her combat stats were literally rock bottom when she first spawned in. MC chimes in to clarify that DPS is not the only viable build, explaining how support classes are basically the backbone of the economy. Who else is gonna buff? Crafting mains honestly live way longer, but skipping the daily grind is basically a death sentence because matchmaking will instantly swap you out. For higher level players on the waitlist, cut to the next morning, where a fresh gotcha pull drops a literal lobby full of squeakers. MC wastes 0 time dragging the kids into the tutorial zone, leaving the bow main and the blonde dude to grind their specific weapon mastery, getting completely folded by the workout. The little dudes are coughing on the floor. Wait, no, they actually look half dead. But our boy firmly believes they outrank the cowards. A few server resets happen, bringing in even more randoms, leading our archer to question why the squad is hard stuck and not pushing floor 5. Our guy keeps it $150, claiming the admin is basically still drafting the perfect raid team. Honestly, that floor is where the skill ceiling shatters, acting as a massive gear check, though he kept his mouth shut purely out of paranoia, silently sweating over whether his own stats are cracked enough to avoid a game over screen, deciding to hit the brakes instead of speedrunning. Big brain move dragging the whole party back down to floor 4 for some desperately needed. Taking the commander role, he aggressively micromanages their positioning, constantly screaming at them to hold the line because their solo DPS is complete garbage. But stacking their buffs together actually makes them semi-viable, driving his obsession with leveling up the entire squad. Anticipating a brutal jump in RNG, he knows he needs extra meat shields, especially since certain raid mechanics literally hard counter solo players, popping off. After the boss goes down, the kids go crazy, making the archer hit them with an ultra, rare, wholesome smile and a solid G. Even our hardcore MC drops a rare nod of approval. But as the grind continues, wait, where did the admin go? Their literal god starts going AFK for days at a time. Massive, though the RNG gods bless them with actual crafter classes, instantly setting up a sweatshop to mass-produce low-tier iron blades, chucking those trash drops to the noobs, making sure the shiny mid-tier loot stays permanently equipped on our main squad. Behind the scenes, 3 randoms literally get recycled for materials, including that absolute fraud from the kitchen, wiping them from the server forever. The countdown finally hits 0 for the floor 5 breach, making our boy double-check the prompt with the UI fairy as she responds with a solid, "Yes, lock in everyone." So he drops a super tense pep talk, basically yelling at the squad to sweat their absolute hardest. Boom! The loading screen finishes and drops the whole raid group straight into a post-apocalyptic concrete wasteland. 0 aggro on the radar, not a single NPC in sight, making our boy realize they probably picked up a totally weird puzzle quest instead of a purge run. Wait, is this a trap? Suddenly, one of the zoomers spots a literal pile of bones and screeches his lungs out, instantly tilting the whole team, who already knew this zone was notoriously cursed. Needing that sweet map vision, he commands our archer to parkour up the nearest sniper nest, and the second she peeks over the edge, total system failure. Her brain absolutely short-circuits, leaving her completely paralyzed by the catching her dial-up connection face. The team starts spam pinging her for info until she finally unfreezes and drops the absolute worst news imaginable. A massive horde of literal green trash mobs is aggressively pushing toward the main hub. The blue pop-up screen drops, giving them their new objective, which is just to out 86 of these ugly little dudes. Our boy realizes the clock is ticking, so he drags her back into the mix, promising, "The squad that clearing the whole map isn't required because this is purely a timed endurance test." The crew tries camping inside a structure, but the doors are completely hard locked. I mean, who designs these buildings, pushing them into a tight side street? The countdown clock officially materializes, hovering right at 30 minutes. Panicking for a solid choke point with seconds bleeding away, they anchor themselves inside a super skinny corridor, nullifying the risk of getting swarmed from 360 degrees. Facing a triple threat lane situation, our boy claims the left flank while Aaron holds down the right side. Leaving Guido and Hansen to defend the rear entry, actually scratch that they plan to rotate aggro, preventing stamina drain while the bow-wielding chick stays ready to peel for anyone taking damage as our MC pitches building a flesh wall. The party starts grinding, but checking the interface, he notices the countdown matches their actual heartbeat pace, meaning they are stuck playing survival mode for a full half hour before the premier green freak rounds the corner, triggering the clock. The monster totally W-keys, their position catching them mid-construction though, stressing over defenses is cooked right now. Since reinforcements flood the zone, making the MC bark orders to stack the dead mob bodies like Tetris blocks. Can you even imagine the smell? Han sticks to a basic parry and strike loop, scoring clean hits, whereas the light-haired dude is heavily nerfed and choking hard, practically begging to confirm if the run is seriously just 10 minutes long, staring at the brutal 26 minutes still glowing. Our hero totally gaslights him, claiming he would never cap. Either way, our boy refuses to catch a game over in this dumpster alley, as the enemy hitboxes overlap. Yelling for Guide to swap lanes with Hansen, who tries acting tough. Hold on, no. The MC instantly vetoes his ego, fully aware the dude is flopping, due to garbage stats, bad breath, control, and clunky mechanics burning way too much mana. Securing singular takedowns on the trash mobs, while on the flip side, Han is casually farming the wave with absolute aimbot-level accuracy. One tap, one drop. Maximum profit hard-coding this single mantra into his brain to keep his energy pool healthy. Yet the monsters blindly push the lane like mindless NPCs. Seriously, do they even value their lives? Forcing our guy to call for a sudden roster rotation. Guide equips his base gear in a flash, rotating Hansen into the safest pocket before hollering at the ranger, ordering her to buff the struggling tank and start recycling her dropped ammo, totally hyping her up because she was practically falling asleep, waiting for her turn to DPS, assigning her the role of sweeping up any stragglers, bypassing the front line, while the polearm user keeps dicing greens. Suddenly tilting from exhaustion and dripping buckets, he asks if the 10-minute speedrun is finally over. Destroying his mental state, the MC drops the bomb that literally 5 minutes just ticked by as the sniper chick maintains cover fire, demanding he crouch. Out of nowhere, a rusty edge clips the guy's limb, triggering a massive bleed effect. Flashing a red system alert that his health bar is actively draining away, our boy screams for the backup tank to fill the gap and ignore the dot damage while Guide absolutely wails in agony, practically vibrating with panic until the MC verbally slaps him. Wait, he totally roasted him, asking if he wants to wipe the whole party, causing instant remorse. Commanding the ranged unit to act as the healer, applying quick wraps, allowing him to manually stand up again. Ignoring the debuff, our boy pops his ultimate and shreds the horde like a human blender, deleting their hit points upon spawn, although the enemy AI suddenly scales up its aggression. The Vanguard player starts losing his mind when his weapon durability reaches literal 0, prompting the MC to request another swap from the injured teammate, who somehow manages to say yes despite tanking crazy amounts of pain, instructing Hansen to retreat and patch up his gear, which our boy fully predicted since his blade surpassed starter loot. Hitting that F-tier status makes it absolute garbage anyway, so he just snatches a buckler using it to bash skulls in, barking at the squad to maintain DPS, no matter if their primary weapons shatter. Juggling the formation constantly, he clenches his jaw, dropping the massive hype that barely 3 minutes are left on the clock. 30 minutes drag on like a laggy server connection for our boy, while Bowgirl and Polearm Bro swap spots, barely 10 seconds later, pulling aggro back to the injured kid. The main character barks at him to rotate in and buff the front line, screaming at the ranger to empty her entire quiver because if this defensive line snaps on that flank, It is a literal team wipe. Dropping green dudes left and right. She pops off, but right before the tag team can actually swap one of those ugly mobs, shanks the damaged dude, right in the gut, dropping him to the floor, hacking up red pixels right as a system alert pops up, spamming that his health bar is practically zero, and he is fully cooked, leaving our sniper chick absolutely paralyzed with shock, shivering like a noob in a boss room. She watches the fatal error message blink like a literal bomb timer, debating if she should yank the blade out, knowing deep down that removing it would just speedrun his funeral, while across the room his buddy is getting absolutely swarmed by the green horde, begging for a sub out for literally 30 seconds to catch his breath. Our main guy is sweating buckets too, burning every cooldown he has just to hold the line, realizing their defensive strategy is totally crumbling, barking at Hansen to take over and completely ignore his dying homie. Wait, no, another system message jumps, scares them, dropping the bomb that Geed has been officially logged out of life, making the main character scream at the bow girl to leave the corpse behind. Are you kidding me? She needs to group up with him to clear. Pivoting to melee. Her blade mastery randomly hits level 3 while she panics and begs for a timer update, but he just roars at her to keep farming experience points and stop worrying about the clock. His combat mastery and agility absolutely spike with everything else, getting a buff too, though he could not care less since catching a game over makes stats useless. Terrible luck strikes again as the other dude takes a massive hit, leaking health while the mobs box him in instantly. Hacking away like madmen, forcing our hero to accept their shield wall, is totally busted, yelling at the survivors to glue themselves to his back. Ditching the narrow street, they sprint for their lives to kite the mobs, until our boy spots a random building in the distance, telling the sniper to scale that brick surface immediately, though she pauses fully convinced he is trying to sacrifice himself for her solo extraction, shutting that down fast by promising he is right on her heels, knowing this open terrain means they can cheese the enemies one by one. Swapping his poke combo for massive sweeping strikes, buying enough time for our girl to finally reach the roof, vaulting up right after her, leaving the polearm dude as the last to ascend, right before a goblin shivs him straight in the calf. Acting purely on instinct, our guy leaps straight back down into the pit, absolutely deleting the mob that hurt his teammate. Screaming that they have to chop the limb, he literally slices the dude's leg clean off, triggering a massive red fountain and ear-piercing shrieks. Ignoring the gore, our boy is locked in on pure survival mode, while the sniper grabs the discarded polearm to poke enemies off the ledge. Fumbling the weapon completely, she just starts shrieking about their doom, forcing the hero to bark at her to just start stomping faces, hyping her up that they only need to stall for 30 seconds, but taking his eyes off the prize, lets one ugly green dude mantle the wall. Swinging his blade to intercept, he totally misses the actual threat, as a second mob gets a critical strike right into his gut, spilling his hit points everywhere, and when he tries to counter the little demon, just slices him again from a blind spot, catching the bow girl in the crossfire, draining her health bar passively, while the entire world seems to freeze frame for our boy, wondering if this is actually how his playthrough ends, like seriously is getting wiped on floor 5. Really, his absolute peak, getting unbelievably tilted by the thought, feeling like the developers completely rigged this raid, since nothing back home was ever this cursed. Mixing that pure rage with absolute hopelessness, flips some crazy internal switch, turning his pupils crimson, while his passive pressure goes completely off the charts. Exploding forward with hacked strength levels, roaring that this boss fight is far from over, and nobody is logging out today. Speedrunning these green mobs like they are literal tutorial enemies, mutating into this absolute beast mode with crazy anime protagonist hair, looking at the monster horde like they are just free experience points, unlocking a literal frenzy class ability out of nowhere, completely deleting his fear meter as he goes fully savage on the front lines, completely ignoring all the damage debuffs wrecking his physical avatar, breaking the literal engine caps of his body, just continuously blending these cursed monsters without a single microsecond of downtime, putting so much damage into a swing that his weapon totally shatters, but the man literally does not care, plunging headfirst into the fray with just a hilt. Exactly as the survival timer hits 0, instantly lagging out the entire monster wave. Right as a mutated goblin was about to land a fatal blow, inches from his face, but the server paused right on time to spare his life, leaving our archer chick completely statue-locked, in pure disbelief, trapped in a sea of completely glitched out enemy models, meaning even the polearm bro who had literally 1 hit point left, manages to dodge the Reaper thanks to the clutch system clock, surviving that absolute bloodbath. Wait, no, they actually demolished it, leaving our trio with the massive dub. And the loot drop is honestly stacked, showering them with shiny coins and heavy iron, while everything else spiked too. Spawning back into the lobby hits different this time, because our boy actually looked completely shook, literally sweating bullets over almost getting wiped out, catching their breath after that raid. Boss level madness, the bow chick just starts busting out laughing, totally mind blown that they somehow dodged the game over screen. Wanting an assist to get off the floor, she reaches out for the MC who pulls her up while she is still double checking if they actually survived that nightmare. Checking the safe zone surroundings, our guy nods to confirm the extract was successful, prompting Shawty to immediately ask him, is every single level going to be this insanely cursed? To which our MC drops the lore dump, clarifying that this specific run was heavily buffed due to the survival mode mechanics, making it the perfect setup to completely demolish squad. Those two randos dragging their team down were totally underleveled, heavily, nerfing their overall power and basically serving them up on a silver platter to the Grim Reaper. Staring at the ground in pure defeat, the bow user pretends to brush it off, though. Secretly, she is drowning in guilt for letting those guys get cooked. Pulling up right as they spawn in the fallen dudes, Best Bro sprints over super hyped, desperately scanning the room for his homies. Dropping the absolute heaviest reality check, our boy bluntly reveals they got deleted, leaving the poor guy completely frozen in denial, though that is just the brutal RNG of this universe. Zero hesitation from the account owner, who instantly drafts the next cue, while our MC just completely faceplants into his mattress, replaying the whole raid in his head, catching feelings over wiped out players. Just is not his vibe anymore, especially being the main vanguard carrying this whole server. Accepting the permadeath feature is just part of the grind now. He low-key starts stressing, wondering if that insane rage buff actually got unlocked in his skill tree. Hyper-analyzing the massive clash between his stoic passive and the frenzy active, since one brings zen focus, while the other grants raw, god-tier damage. Could this broken double-class glitch trigger solely because he is acting as the player, absolutely stripping away his sanity entirely in exchange for that forbidden power? Merging with the playable character role, though, he quickly forces himself to log off mentally, knowing the daily quests tomorrow will be ruthless. Deciding catching some rest is the only priority right now. Fast forward to sunrise, rolling into the practice arena, he spots the bow chick already grinding XP, spamming melee combos, throwing him off completely since she is usually the lazy one, to which she admits being terrified of getting packed up. Scanning her stats, catches a fresh ability pop up from that chaotic raid, totally leaving the Lance user in the dust, who earned 0 upgrades, completely getting gatekept by RNG, despite sweating just as hard. Locking his level up requirement at 5 points, entirely standard for any mid-tier ultra-rare unit, hitting the absolute level cap for his trash tier base form. Our guy sets his sights fully on, rushing the evolution sequence to rank up, casually flexing out of his mind, busting out inverted gravity presses. Shawty slides up and brazenly cops a feel of his core, giving him the massive ick, forcing him to immediately demand she back away. Throwing his armor back over himself at lightning speed, while she whines that his muscles are totally fine, though he claps back that they definitely are exhausted. Who actually acts like that after almost catching the permaban, genuinely keeping him on his toes, considering they literally just dodged the lobby of the brushing off that absolute trauma like it was a casual tutorial level. Dropping the news that Aaron is offline today, which our boy instantly dismisses, fully aware that dude is crying in his spawn point, getting deeply traumatized by watching his squad mates get deleted. Glancing around the server hub, our MC catches a tiny wave of sadness over losing those massive tryhards, internally calculating that Geed and Hansen would be insane meta picks, assuming they actually got enough time to power level, flashing a toxic thought, wishing those absolute units survived the raid instead of being stuck with the current NPCs hanging around them. Killing the awkward vibe, the bow user suggests they stick to farming stats right as another player spawns in, dragging his feet into the zone while begging for forgiveness, making our boy instantly catch the heavy guilt written all over his face. Can you really blame him for feeling like his trash DPS literally dug their graves, confessing his low damage output, basically sentenced their fallen comrades to the icing him out? The MC states they got wiped strictly due to their own skill issue, realizing he has officially logged 30 days in this digital hellscape. translating to around 10 actual days outside, giving him enough data to completely read the player account online schedule. Cracking the server time dilation code, proving they are moving triple the speed of reality. Tracking the admin clocking in exactly 3 daily sessions, noting that inside combat instances, the ping perfectly syncs with Earth physics. Thanking the devs for that specific mechanic. Otherwise, those early game mobs would have absolutely folded them. Out of nowhere, the guide NPC materializes, hyping up our boy as the ultimate meta build, to copy visibly mind-blown. How did he even solo carry the 5th floor with complete griefers on his squad, making Shoddy super suspicious of the flying rat kissing up to him, keeping the admin privileges entirely under wraps as classified intel, while the winged gremlin starts roasting the entire lobby for slacking during her endless shifts. Complaining they were just chilling offline, though our MC claps back, saying summons do exactly what they are coded to do anyway. Right on cue, the Overlord updates their party roster, locking the MC and the Bow Chick in with 3 fresh spawn recruits, giving Shoddy major anxiety since running with complete randos usually guarantees a wipe right before our boy steps up to calm her down. Our boy hypes her up in the prep area, promising this run will not end in absolute disaster like the last one. The daily grind zone finally pops open, and some random dude rolls up, looking totally cooked and shaking in his boots. Dude cries about being dead weight next to our carry, but our boy hits him with the ultimate chill pill, saying they are basically just playing a walking simulator today. The squad loads into the instance strictly focused on a totally pacifist farming run. A server pop-up flexes that this zone literally shape-shifts based on whatever day it is. RNG at its finest. Esty is out here looking mad, confused, totally shook by the absolute zero aggro mob spawning. Our MC drops some knowledge breaking down that this map is pure loot central, where they just scoop up random drops, chuck those items into the extraction point, and boom, instant crafting fodder for OP gear, which totally blows her mind. The Sniper Queen double checks if her DPS is actually useless today, and our boy drops the Uno reverse card, saying she has a VIP quest. The dynamic duo speedruns straight into the wilderness for a grocery haul, instantly spotting Bambi chilling in the open. Is it not crazy how fast the vibe? She completely one-taps the target, sprinting over with absolute hype to flex her insane survival skills. Harvesting that premium protein, our boy tells her to yeet the loot straight into the warp before he dips to solo a side quest. Pulling up to a random stream, the timer flashing 30 minutes hits him. Actually, wait, RNG blesses him with the exact target he needed. We are talking about the Woodland Matriarch, a super rare spawn tied to this specific rotation, holding that sweet tier 1 elemental rock. Exactly the required catalyst to finally push his character screen to a solid. Our guy skips the cutscene instantly, deleting the annoying twin bodyguards trying to body block the boss. The alpha unit towers over him, looking absolutely monstrous, but he just grins like a total sweat ready for the raid. Bro literally drags the boss trophy back to spawn, making the noobs shriek in pure terror, while the bow user is just mind-blown by the sheer size of it. Checking her inventory stats, she drops a humble brag about bagging a pair of bucks and a wild pig, totally securing the raid rations. She is staring at him like he is mad, sus for only carrying the dome piece, so he casually admits his blade straight up, bounced off the antlers, who brings a sword to an antler, but she just effortlessly slices that thick bone, instantly unlocking an exclusive wilderness predator passive, while our boy finally secures his precious elemental shard. That legendary loot meant for god tier crafting, or character boosting, and cutting back to the base. The whole squad is losing their minds over actual real food. Once everyone finishes inhaling their dinner, our carry snatches up the archer for another round of instance grinding. A new server day means the entire map completely resets, loading them straight into the Wicked Feast Highlands. She drops a massive doubt bomb, genuinely wondering if picking weeds is really the meta for maxing out stats. He shuts that down fast, explaining that the true progression relies entirely on elemental crystals, which are heavily dropping on this specific map. Taking in the panoramic skybox from the drop-off, she starts catching feelings for the graphics, but our Ultra Sweat totally ignores the vibes, locking his radar exclusively onto some random shiny herb heavily needed for brewing high-tier health potions. The duo instantly transitions into clapping a massive doggo with MC barking orders to strip the loot before the mob respawns trap them. RNG hooks him up nicely this round, gifting him a shiny blue liquid crystal. Sniper Bestie is honestly thriving in her element, catching total cozy gamer feelings, wishing they could just stay locked in this chill farming loop forever. just vibing and surviving off the grid without some toxic guild leader breathing down their necks, which totally gives our boy crazy emotional damage, since he literally used to be one of those leaders. He starts spiraling paranoid that his own base camp roster hates his guts too, probing her to see if she is totally done with the combat meta, playing super coy. Our MC hints that she could easily main a support role at the base, absolutely immune to getting used as merge fodder, all thanks to her top-tier utility stats, which makes her drop a cheeky smirk, teasingly asking if he is secretly recruiting her for his personal squad. He plays it cool, saying he might drop an invite once they beat the odds, but she hits him back with a massive reality check, asking why he is still try-harding instead of just chilling out. That just gets a rare smile out of him. Cut to a few rotations later, their overlord builds a fresh raid team to tackle Phase 6. The new random filling the slot is Dika, a total bro, to the two guys who literally got deleted in the last run. Our boy scans the quest log, realizing this is a pure stealth operation, aggressively pinging the squad to hit the deck. The trio instantly faceplants into the dirt, prompting him to, actually awkwardly backpedal, saying they just needed to break line of sight, laying out the absolute bare minimum strat, he explains. They just gotta tick off the quest markers to secure the extraction point. The party spots a huge cluster of green mobs blocking the path, with one elite unit rocking a sketchy-looking alarm bugle. That single item spikes our guys' anxiety to max, confirming a massive swarm is camping somewhere close, so he scales a branch for a better render distance. Hawkeye Bestie spots the actual main settlement absolutely crawling with over 100 of those little green freaks. Our carry runs the simulations in his head, proposing a flawless assassin strat, wiping out the front line without letting a single drop of aggro reach the main base. The new noob on the team is basically just playing support right now, hanging in the back to pop off heals or whatever. If this gank goes totally sideways, our bow waifu immediately deletes the right side mob, sending the remaining duo into full panic mode before one eats a spear to the face, leaving the final green dude desperately spamming his little alarm horn. But our boy absolutely speedruns the execute and chops his dome clean off, clearing the stage prompt and securing that juicy MVP title along with 5,000 shiny coins, before the whole squad gets force-warped to the lobby, leaving the newbie completely shook and lost. Dude legit thinks the raid is finished, but the MC drops a reality check and starts speedwalking, sniffing around for some hidden lore drops for the upcoming level, booking it across the map like he drank 10 energy drinks, totally dead set on finding Easter eggs about the upcoming boss fights, because even with all this crazy RNG dungeon generation, our guy knows you can still outplay the mechanics if you pay attention, eventually pulling up on a heavily guarded mob base, catching these ugly dudes inside actively struggling to keep some massive aggro doggos on leashes. He is just casually wall hacking through the wooden barricades to scout the massive enemy spawn, realizing this zone is absolutely massive. But then one of the mobs gets a high perception check and snaps its neck toward his hiding spot, catching nothing but some vanishing teleport pixels, pulling our entire squad back to the safe zone in a blink. Bowgirl is super confused, asking why he abandoned the party like a toxic random. He was actually no. He plays it off as just doing some basic map scouting, internally geeking out, though he remembers these major raids always stash secret quest lines, especially when the massive chain events kick off. Just wandering around triggers this wild game. Mechanic called a stream, making him wonder if the whale controlling them actually spotted the Easter eggs, since the whole run literally relies on the player not being blind as a bat. Getting super tilted right now because relying on some random gamer's field of view is low-key stressful. Like, why does the UI have to be so hidden? Plus, this whole stream mechanic dropping so early is highly sus, proving the game difficulty is spiking way faster than the original timeline. Right on cue, the chef girl comes sprinting over, totally losing her mind, screaming about some unknown players crashing their lobby. Our boy initially brushes it off since gacha pulls happen all the time, but she immediately corrects him by shouting that these newbies are fully strapped, looking sketchy as hell, making the MC instantly realize we are dealing with some absolute premium tier units. Literally a second later, the server UI flashes a massive pop-up, announcing this elite squad named the Pulverizing Wolves just spawned in. The patch notes highlight a crazy synergy buff between the 5 new drops, revealing that rolling specific lore-accurate teams grants them a massive group DPS multiplier, while our boy just side-eyes the floating pixie who happily snitches that their player just swiped his credit card again. 1001, which converts to 25 gems and 50 1,000 gold pieces. So seeing his teammate literally shaking in her boots confirms these pulls are straight up broken tier. Backseat gaming. In his head, he thinks the player should have bought them earlier to easily carry the level 5 boss fight before calming down the panicking waifu and telling the whole squad to just chill and resume their AFK grinding while the camera cuts to the exterior, showing off an absolutely gorgeous dark-haired newcomer. Our sniper waifu immediately dashes over with golden retriever energy to say what's up, while the new girl named Edith looks completely lost, but still hits her with a polite hello before the archer hypes up Han by calling him a total softie, even though his default facial expression screams absolute menace. Our boy opens her stat sheet and realizes she is rocking that 3-star rarity, sporting a rogue build, where her HP and tankiness are basically 0, but everything else spiked, making her a lightning-fast dagger main, who ignores Buzz completely, so he starts grilling her with questions, before telling her to step into the base for a private chat. She hits him with the classic, "Where are we?" dialogue, and he plays it cool by claiming he only read part of the wiki, then flipping the script to check her memory banks, asking if she remembers her spawn animation, which makes her look super depressed as she mumbles that her hard drive is basically wiped, except for knowing she was drafted for combat, getting massive migraines whenever she tries to load up old files, fishing for game mechanic lore. He asks if she understands the fusion system, prompting the girl to slowly break down how absorbing other units is literally just feeding players to each other to stack crazy XP multipliers. Processing this data, Our Boy figures out that higher tier gacha pulls naturally spawn with way more tutorial knowledge. Scanning her armor, he casually asks if she used to be a gun for hire, and she confirms she was repping that pulverizing wolves clan, stating she was just doing daily quests over in Halzia before catching a random teleport straight into this lobby, giving him all the proof he needs that she is not just some random grunt, but actually a massive carry for her guild, while the sniper girl chimes in saying her backstory is straight fire, making the new girl blush and ask if she really means that, before admitting that her whole reality is completely cooked right now until somebody randomly starts yelling for her and the other fresh drops, screaming that the whale player is demanding their presence, prompting our boy to just point outside and let her know the main stage is officially waiting. Some absolute unit of a dude just stomps out of his room complaining about getting interrupted. The girl hops up, saying the big boss summoned the squad, so it is go time. Meanwhile, this beefcake is just straight up devouring a steak. Bro flexes that this is the best grub he has had in ages and actually wants to see who is running this joint right before he aggressively dips and obliterates the door. Suddenly, the chef comes sprinting down the corridor looking totally shook, sobbing about how that massive dude bullied him into handing over a ridiculous pile of protein, literally enough to stuff 5 whole adults. Hearing this absolute robbery makes the archer chick furious as she demands they jump him for a refund, but our boy casually gets on his feet, suggesting the whole crew should just head over to the main plaza. Meanwhile, those fresh spawns are linking up to rebrand their little squad into the pulverizing wolves. A wild user interface pop-up literally drops, confirming their new clan tag and filling up the roster. And honestly, they are running a full stack of 3-star units. We are talking Jaken Wave, Bagnon Edis, and their shot caller Avon. But zooming back to the plaza, some random dude is hardcore whining that those new guys give off crazy sus vibes just because they are packing heat. Our main character literally just points out his own gear, causing the guy to nervously backpedal, though our boy genuinely questions if that squad actually looks evil to them. The peanut gallery instantly nods along, since the fresh meat looks pretty overpowered, prompting the MC to check in with the archer girl, getting her read on the situation, and she admits the chick in their crew passes the vibe. Check, but the rest are pure wildcard status, so he pivots back to the mob, dropping the ultimate bait by offering his bodyguard services, which they desperately accept, until he flashes this devious grin and wonders if they seriously thought his carry was free. The sweating NPC stammers that they only begged him because his stats are clearly juiced, but our boy just glares down at them like total trash, roasting them for dodging every single XP grind and then having the audacity to cry for a carry, leaving the whole crowd completely gagged by his ruthless truth bomb. In his head, he knows not a single one of these clowns could even touch the strength of Dika, since their only strategy is dodging the upgrade blender. Our boy tells them to scramble before he actually catches a body, and that sheer intimidation tactic makes the dude and his followers run for the hills. Flipping the script, he reminds the spear bro that while he was out there getting absolutely cooked in the goblin trenches, those literal couch potatoes were just snacking and catching sleep, basically living their best lives, so they do not get a single drop of pity. Then he spots the newbie looking totally battered and asks if he caught some hands recently. The kid brushes it off as a casual player versus player match, so our boy orders them to just chill and heal up, right as that brand new squad swaggers out of the raid instance, looking completely unbothered, like they just finished a tutorial speed run and their main boss spots our boy, lounging in the open, demanding a name tag from him, but our absolute savage of an MC tells him to keep walking because it is 0% his concern, instantly tilting the whole squad. So the captain drops his ultra-fancy title, Avant de Jacques, forcing our guy to finally cough up his own basic intro. The fancy dude scopes out his gear and tries guessing if he is running a mercenary build too, but the MC flexes the ultimate disrespect by claiming he is literally just a crop grower, causing the captain to pull this nasty face like he just smelled garbage, wondering if this pathetic mob is the entire server population, when suddenly the admin drops 10 more units right into the spawn point. Our boy is briefly malfunctioning at the site, but the math starts making sense. The second the giant upgrade furnace boots up, realizing these fresh pulls are quite literally just fodder to feed the top-tier accounts. While the rookies are standing there totally clueless, the pixie starts herding them into the death trap, leaving the noobs absolutely petrified, forcing the massive tank dude to just march over and aggressively grab a pair of them by the collars, making our MC question if these premium battle pass users seriously believe their rare drops make them literal gods, while the archer chick chilling next to him whispers that this whole setup is incredibly messed up, because these level 1 accounts are getting 0 screen time before getting melted down. The MC is just mentally facepalming because the big boss is hard throwing right now, knowing damn well that even if the 1-star pool is mostly mid-tier trash, you occasionally pull an absolute hidden legendary, and the admin is just blindly burning them without checking their base stats. Meanwhile, that 3-star egomaniac struts out of the forge, glowing with that fresh level-up aura and bragging about his massive stat boost, right as the pixie starts dropping more gamer tags for the meat grinder, triggering an absolute panic as people start crying for their lives. But the merc captain just whips out his blade and commands his lackeys to aggressively attack anyone trying to rage, quit the lobby, and the whole guild readies their weapons right before he clocks the emo girl, just standing away from the keyboard, staring at the wall behind him. So he barks at her to get moving, since she is technically part of their clan, sighing as she finally pulls out her shank and half-heartedly starts hunting down the fresh meat. Out of nowhere, our boy commands the pixie to slide into the admin direct messages with some pro tips, demanding the boss stop, just mashing the combine button, and actually run a diagnostic check first, so she pulls up her holo interface, typing out the warning that they are probably deleting god-tier units for 0 reason, which absolutely triggers the massive tank dude who hates getting interrupted. The massive brute literally steps up, telling our guy to back off, but our boy stays totally ice cold, basically claiming he is not playing interference. He is literally just dropping some high-tier tips for the admin, flashing the absolute most disrespectful smirk. Our MC asks if the dude has an issue with that, which absolutely triggers the massive tank into raging, swinging his heavy weapon, screaming some seriously toxic trash talk. But out of nowhere, a literal projectile buzzes right by his ear. Our ranged queen casually drops that she fully whiffed that shot intentionally. That flex just makes him completely lose his mind, and now his whole squad is aggroed, locking their weapons onto our guy. The head honcho tries to pull the classic, "Do you know who we are?" card, but MC straight up roasts them, calling them absolute bottom tier loot. Cue the UI pop-up, throwing a notification that our boy is officially picking a fight with the new guild. Every single one of those fake mercs is glaring daggers at him, at least until the little sprite tries to play referee. Throwing her hands up, she panics and warns that PvP is strictly turned off. Like, why would you ever risk the server owner dropping the ban hammer on you? Our boy hits her with the facts, pointing out that rule is completely fake, leaving her sweating because she literally cannot find a backup lie. He pivots back to the squad, demanding they stop capping, because their whole mercenary act is totally sus. Absolute cap. Let us be real. They are just a pack of low-level bandits. The boss officially loses his cool, barking that he will not take that level of disrespect. essentially daring our boy to speedrun his own game over. MC just looks back at the pixie spitting straight facts about how these bozos are going to heavily nerf the base stats and completely tank the admin progression rate. These clowns are walking liabilities that will just grief the server, meaning they need to be deleted, leaving the flying guide absolutely speechless and out of counterpoints, popping a devilish grin. Our main man throws a hand up, officially proposing a one-on-one deathmatch. The server instantly broadcasts the match request to the enemy boss, leaving the dude looking totally shook, wondering like, what did we even do to you? But our boy just shrugs, claiming he is basically an uncaged beast that attacks randoms for fun. Dropping the act, he reveals he completely read their playbook, pointing out how they previously gathered the entire village, NPC population, forcing them into the main plaza strictly to scan for high-tier players, and the second they realized the lobby was full of noobs, they felt completely untouchable. So he pitches a high-stakes wager, winner takes all, and literally absorbs the loser. Flashing a super creepy smile, the enemy shot caller loves the sound of that, and the UI chimes in that the lobby is locked in, locking in those crazy character fusion mechanics too. The admin finally gets the prompt on his real-world device, but the guy is literally hesitating, hovering his finger right over the reject option, making our boy pause like is the boss actually chickening out right now, so he commands the sniper to evacuate the zone, fully flexing his unshakable ego. Catching that raw aura, the admin finally stops sweating and hits accept, officially kicking off the showdown. No, holding back. The only way to tap out is basically begging for mercy. Our MC specifically needs his opponent alive for the XP farm, not just a ragdoll, so he hits the pixie with a side-eye, telling her to block any third-party ganks. The bandit boss instantly wastes no time and full sends his opener, totally triggered that our boy has not even unequipped his weapon. MC scans the guy, clocking his raw power stat right around 20, while stacking a level 3 blade mastery. Then out of nowhere, MC pops his rage mode with those iconic glowing crimson eyes. He was actually no. For all that trash talk, the bandit totally miscalculated the RNG because our boy is rocking a way higher, hidden power level. The very millisecond the timer hits 0, our boy spams his dash, perfectly styling on the enemy attack, teleporting straight to his blind spot, locking onto his limb, then grabbing his skull and absolutely dunking him into the pavement, sending the dude eating raw gravel, losing massive HP to the concrete cheese grater while screeching like a complete. Zero hesitation from our main man. He finally whips out his steel, casually twirling it one-handed, just to style on this absolute casual, before plunging that blade straight into the enemy ribs, commanding the guy to stop squirming while the defeated boss is just wailing, essentially cooked. Chat bro is literally vibing with absolute menace as our MC hovers over this cooked scrub, forcing him to verbally take the L. The dude attempts to speak, but he is just honestly totally breaking down into pure screeching, mumbling total gibberish at this point, until one of his squad mates totally panics over this savage beatdown and starts crying for a mega nerf, giving him absolute zero emotion. Han just stares him down, dropping cold hard facts about how his crew acted. Super toxic toward everybody. Literally 5 seconds prior to this, though, the side character claims that context matters, but our boy is absolutely not having any of that cap, calling it a pure one-on-one matchup. Our guy makes it clear the loser needs to publicly hold the L right before their boss spits out another excuse. Straight up covering his face with a bare hand, he officially announces round 2 is a go because Diego is totally ghosting the mic, flexing insane aura. He tells the sidekick that this dude is basically his farmable mob, now leaving the rest of their squad completely paralyzed on the sidelines. They are just sweating bullets and looking spinning around to confront the female party member. Our boy hits her with a massive reality check, asking if these clowns are actually professional fighters. Dodging the topic entirely, she stumbles over her words, so he straight up calls them out for being absolute loot goblins, questioning her horrible taste in teammates. He actually throws her a squad invite, while she stands there totally glitched out between loyalty and literal panic, stuck in an animation loop. Her buddy goes entirely feral, screaming about fake friends, and while they argue, the boss attempts a super sneaky rogue move, trying to quick draw his blade mid-conversation. But right before his hand connects, our boy violently drives his own weapon deep into the dirt, locking that absolute scrub in place once more, before casually glancing at the waifu, dropping the heavy lore that his roster only has a single slot remaining. The salty teammate keeps raging in the background, but she is physically shaking, shutting her eyes tight before finally locking in her final decision. Ditching her old toxic guild, she re-rolls to our main character faction, while her past teammates shoot absolute daggers at her. Laughing off their massive saltiness, our boy roasts them to oblivion, mentioning they are irrelevant NPCs who need to log off immediately. Squeezing the life out of this dude, he wonders out loud if the guy is actually ready to forfeit, knowing full well the insane penalty coming his way. The boss spouts some cliché dialogue about massive regrets before some random mob attempts a gank. But the pixie blocks that weak attack effortlessly. Jumping into the aggro zone, the whole pathetic squad rushes her, but milliseconds later, the entire area echoes with absolute screeching. Just completely destroyed watching their avatars get physically ragdolled across the entire map. Flexing her crazy stats, she drops the ultimate "I told you so" line while their shot caller is literally shaking from pure trauma. Realizing his guild just provoked a literal raid boss with zero escape route, he instantly smashes that forfeit button. Turning off his insane rage mode, our MC takes a breather. His hair drops back down and a massive migraine hits, letting him know that specific buff totally tanked his stamina bar way beyond what he calculated. A wild pop-up confirms the loser is becoming literal upgrade material, which has their whale gamer throwing a massive tantrum out here, aggressively mashing the display, trying to cancel the animation, but our boy just hits him with a devious smirk, pointing out the absolute skill issue of accepting a match you cannot afford to lose, as he steps entirely out of the upgrade pod, flexing two totally maxed out abilities, while the pixie gets massive anxiety, thinking the whale is gonna rage quit forever over this, considering the insane pay-to-win cash he dumped without even testing his fresh pulls properly. Bringing down her stress levels, Han drops pure logic, saying this addict would have uninstalled ages ago if he really wanted out, especially when he fed that totally broken high-tier Knight unit as fodder, right before another glowing text box drops on screen, flashing that shiny level cap notification, meaning rank up time is finally here, even though our guy feels slightly guilty for destroying all that expensive mid-tier loot. But honestly, it is a massive long-term W because those toxic units were totally griefing the lobby. Chilling in the pre-game lobby, he hits double digits with 2 of his stats, hitting the max threshold, and everything else spiked crazy high, basically making it crazy obvious that if the player uses him as upgrade material right now, his entire speedrun is completely dead in the water. Getting super arrogant, our boy literally breaks the fourth wall, staring at the sky, asking the whale if he actually has the guts to sacrifice. His best carry stepping back into the room to absolute hype before he just squishes the sniper waifu right on the face, interrogating her about leaking the intel, while the rest of the squad calls him the MVP for taking out the trash rookies who were ruining the vibes. Total radio silence, completely dodging their massive praise, dropping a heavy sigh. Our MC literally friend-zones the whole lobby, saying he only hard carried the fresh drops that literally just spawned into the server, completely dodging any attachment to the veteran players, which catches them all off guard. Breaking their brains entirely, one dude starts lagging on his words, trying to understand, before our boy grins, dropping the bombshell that their god is seething. Right on cue, the pixie summons a 6-stack to step forward, leaving the bow user totally shook, wondering why they need an extra body beyond the standard 5-man meta, until he drops the absolute nightmare fuel that they are literal cannon fodder. While this dude keeps whining like a toxic team, our boy spins around to face the polearm bro alongside Dika, questioning whether any of these scrubs actually pitched in when they were grinding for XP. The bow chick drops a reality check that some folks will actually. Basically nobody carried the loot drops from her monster kills, but MC calls cap on that bare minimum effort. He straight up calls them walking XP fodder. And when one NPC gets tilted and aggroes, our guy literally drop kicks his face into the next dimension. Suddenly, the little pixie zips over, demanding everyone step outside, leaving the sniper chick guessing who is about to get fed into the upgrade blender. MC bets his money on the fresh 3-star waifu getting the buffs, since she is basically level 1 right now, and his big brain prediction is spot on. Watching all these sobbing mobs get turned into raw enhancement materials for her stats, she instantly dings a level up and unlocks the trap disarm skill tree perk from absorbing their essence, because who would not love a free power spike? Standing at the podium like a raid leader, our boy drops the absolute truth bomb That veteran or noob status means literally nothing if they want to dodge a game over screen. Right after he says, they better pull their weight, some boomer starts crying about having shaky hands and bad ping whenever he tries to equip a melee weapon. Listening to this massive skill issue, MC pivots to the crafter classes, ordering them to pass down their life skill specs to any willing student, telling them flat out that if they refuse to teach, they better start speedrunning survival mechanics like trapping or build, explaining that going full DPS is not the only win condition in this cursed lobby. I mean, who actually wants to frontline anyway, right? As a system pop-up, reveal the range depths waifu flashes a smirk at our protagonist, teasing him for actually being a massive softie who drops free survival tutorials for the lobby. He totally acts like he does not care. But deep down, he knows she is spitting facts, because following his meta strat is their only ticket out of getting wiped. They are inching stupidly close to stage 10, meaning they desperately need to build a backup squad that hits just as hard as their alpha team. Waking up the next day, Chloe slides him some fresh carbs, and when he asks what is cooking, she drops the lore that she partnered up with another NPC, who apparently mained the cooking class, IRL, but their resource inventory is completely dry on flour. So MC tells them to go farm the daily instance for raw. Stepping into the sunlight, he spots the brunette waifu and tells her to tag along, escorting her straight to the sparring zone. Catching the sniper chick already grinding her attack animations, he interrupts her flow and assigns her to spar against the newbie, but hits her with a massive nerf by restricting her loadout. She molds hard over her zero proficiency in melee weapons. Yet he totally ignores her, whining and honestly despite her massive cap. She actually pops off with the dual-wield setup, applying insane pressure while the rookie barely iframes through the deadly combo string, burning through her stamina bar until she completely gasses out, leaving the exhausted newbie questioning if the bow user, along with our boy, secretly come from some overpowered bloodline, which the archer instantly shoots down by claiming she was just a regular forest camper and the MC used to be totally mid too, exposing the truth that their broken stats came entirely from sweaty grinding, prompting MC to chime in that if her previous squad had just spent time farming XP instead of actively griefing the lobby and throwing for content, they could have actually triggered a real boss fight for him. And though her current base stats are kinda trash, her scaling potential totally gaps theirs, considering both of those dudes were stuck at absolute rock bottom, reminding her that staying consistent with the daily grind will let her speedrun the power game instantly, refilling her motivation gauge because who does not love an underdog story? Dusting herself off and clearing the sweat, she promises to lock in and fast forward to the very next sunrise. The practice arena gets flooded with fresh accounts, desperate to avoid the upgrade blender, making our guy silently analyze the roster. Realizing a handful of players are still dodging the queue, knowing full well that the support meta only has so many party slots before they get forced into frontline duty, when suddenly his radar locks onto a random dude chilling far away. Rolling up to check his player tag, the dude introduces himself as Usher, claiming he already knows that skipping the tutorial grind is an instant game over. MC actually respects his pre-fight posture and asks about his IRL background, discovering this guy used to play inventory mule for high-tier guild members, which meant he got absolutely zero combat action, but he was always thirsting to roll a DPS class, a backstory that puts a massive grin on our boy right there, prompting MC to instantly hit him with a duel request to see if he is actually him or just capping jumping to later that night. The god-tier players up top decide to burn more fresh noobs for base stats, and shockingly, the polearm bro totally dodges the sacrifice. RNG. Despite his sweaty practice sessions, wait, was he actually dragging our boy Usher into the fusion chamber instead, which massively buffs his account all the way to level 3. Meanwhile, the rest of the server population kept farming the daily PvE content, even though the specific raid for pyro upgrade mats remains completely locked behind a timer, so MC summons the entire alpha squad for a meeting, quizzing the group on why they just got pinged, leaving the whole chat room totally shook until the youngest party member finally drops the leak, guessing that they are about to draft a brand new raid roster, throwing the sniper waifu for a loop, because team building is supposedly admin-only privilege. But our MC flexes hard and claims he basically hacked the lobby perms. Bro is literally handing out pro strats right now. So our boy whips out a little cup holding 4 little slips of paper, basically drafting everybody into 2 separate squads. The squad is getting divided strictly based on color R and G. And since we got a solid roster of 6 units right now, they got to elect two main shot callers to lead the charge. Our MC absolutely insta-locks himself for captain duty, tossing that second leadership badge. She tries pitching the sniper chick for captain. Wait, no, homie gets instantly rejected when she speaks up, but our boy shuts that down immediately, explaining that dividing the party is literally mandatory right now. Putting all your top-tier DPS in one single basket is basically asking to get wiped, especially if you remember the absolute trauma of Stage 5. The power scaling in that lobby was actually so unbalanced, having noobs mixed with pros literally caused two allies to catch a permanent game over screen. Dodging another catastrophic wipe means multiplying their raid groups, because pushing further into the campaign is totally going to throw some massive raid mechanics at them. We are talking mega boss fights requiring hundreds of individual units, so he holds up the lottery cup, laying down the rule that anybody pulling crimson paper gets auto-drafted into the MC squad, leaving anyone holding Azure to join up with Squad Edith. Honestly though, stressing over the draft, RNG is completely pointless, considering both lineups are currently hard-locked at the exact same power level. Crazy enough, the OG veterans miraculously rolled Crimson together, completely separating from the fresh level 1 scrubs who got dumped into Squad 2. Catching them, looking absolutely shook, the dark-haired captain leans in, like, "Do you guys honestly think my leadership is sus right now?" She totally owns up to being a rookie with 0 dungeon hours logged, but our boy is literally not sugarcoating anything and hits her with a huge reality check, straight up warning her that slacking on XP grinding means getting permanently benched, which immediately triggers her inner tryhard. As she boldly promises to never drag the team down while up in the real world, a fresh UI prompt pops right into the Overseer player screen. The second our god-tier gamer boots up the game, he smashes that accept button instantly, dispatching Alpha Squad to go speedrun the 7th level. Rolling up on green little trash mobs for the 100th time basically gives the crew insane ego thinking. This will be an absolute walk in the park. But our MC actually tells the squad to sit back. Actually scratch that. He forces them to grab popcorn right before stepping up to the front line and popping his Savage and Rage buff. Bro literally goes goblin mode on the actual goblins, just spamming heavy attacks and turning the entire mob wave into chopped liver without breaking a sweat, leaving exactly one little green survivor absolutely trembling in its boots, just staring at our guy like he is the sniper waifu. Gets completely confused by the flex, but he casually brushes it off, saying they need to farm some environmental lore. Our boy absolutely refuses to clear the map without sniffing out some hidden Easter eggs for the upcoming raid, holding that final kill hostage. Peeking at the suddenly rushing water, he connects the dots that the main barricade must have shattered, basically feeding him a massive cheat code for later, teleporting straight back to the main lobby. They are just chilling and shooting the breeze when a wild system pop-up jump scares our protagonist, revealing that the Mega Whale player above is rolling the gacha again. And since these are pure premium currency pulls, you just know the drops are going to be absolutely cracked. Anticipating the new loot, our guy immediately orders his favorite archer to dash to his quarters and grab those handmade lottery tickets, while simultaneously barking at the polearm bro to go summon their emo shot caller just as the mysterious god gamer clicks confirm on his microtransactions, spawning in the ultra-rare units like clockwork, which honestly did absolutely not shock our MC at all, knowing their overlord loves swiping that credit card. Playing this title is basically digital crack, letting you play literal God by voyeuring on your little pixel minions and dictating their entire existence. Grinding further into the tech tree just unblocks infinitely more sandbox mechanics, right? As a pair of fresh drops materialize inside the hub area. The first dude goes by Roderick, looking like an absolute tank class, while the second summon introduces herself as Yelka, rocking straight up fairy tale royalty vibes with both newbies, flexing a solid 3-star rarity, though they are visibly tweaking out from the sudden teleportation. Getting yoinked out of nowhere completely scrambles their brains, making the pampered girl well. She literally face plants onto the floor before she can even walk straight. The bow wielder jogs back, wondering who the klutz is, but our boy coldly says to ignore her because she needs to learn to self-revive. Watching this totally awkward scene unfold, the gothic waifu slides over, whispering that the new chick has insane royal pedigree, meaning her combat stats are probably pure garbage, whereas the beefy tank dude used to be some elite bouncer in a mega metropolis. Naturally wired with insane aggro, the warrior immediately demands to know if they are here to just aggressively crush monsters all day, Our Gigachad barely glances at him, smoothly replying that the actual lore drop will happen right after they finish the drafting minigame, assigning the Azure Slip to the veteran Bruiser and the Crimson Ticket to Cinderella, which obviously triggers an immediate eye test from the veterans, making everyone instantly agree that the battle-hardened Boomer is vastly superior, sprinting over with the RNG Cup. Sniper unknowingly exposes a sliver of the crimson paper, and our boy instantly spots his emo rival grinning like a maniac, leaving him super paranoid that she just read the lobby. So the second the container hits the dirt, they both aggressively dive bomb the blue ticket. But in a literal split second, the clumsy royal casually flexes a high-tier pyrocast, completely nuking their original strategy, forcing them to violently pivot their hands toward the crimson slip, as our MC registers that this pampered princess is actually a walking magical nuke, completely shifting the draft priority since everybody desperately wants the ranged DPS, especially knowing basic tanks and rogues are literally a dime a dozen if you just grind common units. But here is the kicker. Spellcasters are basically pay to win, gacha units exclusively locked behind premium currency, and their drop rates are absolute trash anyway. Watching those two, Bicker makes the bow, chick clock that they totally rigged the draw, so they shuffle the pool again while the wizard newbie looks completely lost, demanding answers. But our MC just deadpans, saying they are literally just drafting her into a squad, while the boomer tells her to activate a single brain cell and read the room. She was actually no. It takes a hot second, but the reality finally hits her, and she is immediately giving major bombastic side-eye about the whole setup. The sniper rolls up with the sticks, demanding zero sketchiness this round. So the squad captains actually play by the rules for once, and our boy clutches the crimson stick, legally drafting the spellcaster straight into his lineup, and a random sound effect totally ruins the vibe. They spot the pixie literally kidnapping some dude into the blender room. Bro is crying for his life, but it is absolutely cooked for him. MC already knows that Scrub failed the easiest utility class check, so he tells the magic user to step into the terrifying sci-fi microwave. Who would want to become glowing green XP dust, right? And when she hops out, he gives her a reality check about hardcore grinding, being the literal only meta to stay alive. Next up is the grandpa getting his turn in the meat grinder, securing that sweet level up buff, and once the upgrades wrap up, the admin pushes them to speedrun the upcoming zones just to flex the new recruits, throwing Squad 2 into the gauntlet first as they disappear through the portal. Over on our side, MC scopes out the wizard chick, wanting a full breakdown of her skill tree, but she gets mad defensive about the interview. He just tells her to drop the attitude and spill her stats, because obviously she is shaking in her boots about fighting on a totally alien map. For a random squad leader, she literally just met. So he drops the hard truth that she is grinding strictly to keep her own HP bar above zero, flashing a downright demonic glare, while demanding her class spec one more time, forcing the completely shook newbie to pop a squat on the bench. She brags about maining pyro damage flexing, that she can easily cast a tier 3 Inferno spell. Bro just crosses his arms, checking if she has blink abilities or healing buffs in her kit, and she smugly claps back, claiming any scrub holding 3 magic tokens can spec into utility, thinking she is the main character right now, but MC just scans her and feels incredibly underwhelmed. Is this girl actually built for the endgame? Honestly, praying her, knowing full well that tanking spells heavily outscale raw damage in the current meta, which is the exact reason he interrogated her in the first place. Since her status menu is completely blank and he is just coping, that she might unlock an ultimate later, even if the RNG looks tragically bad. Keeping his face deadlocked and super intense, he checks if she finally grasps that they are permanently partied up from here on out. And then a split second later, the raven-haired chick and her squad casually stroll out of the portal, looking totally unbothered, making him instantly realize from her vibe alone that her tank teammate is ridiculously overpowered and hard-carried the entire run. He summons his sniper and lancer, telling them to queue up for the lobby, and right as they step into the void, he gambles they are dropping into stage 4, since Zone 5 is vaulted, figuring that fighting aerial mobs is literally the perfect benchmark test to see if this spellcaster is actually goated. Can you blame him for wanting a proper showcase, telling the crew to heavily nerf their own damage so the newbie can pop off, since any of them could easily solo this entire map with their eyes closed? Meaning it should be a total cakewalk, but homegirl starts violently sweating and dropping massive cap, yapping about having it wait. Never mind, she claims she has a weird playstyle, so When he pushes for actual details, she just dodges the question saying his mind will be blown once her cooldowns drop. But right before the spawn doors crack open, the admin pixie hits our boy with a super Seuss stare and prays for his survival. His spider sense instantly goes crazy, mentally roasting the dev team while screaming at his squad to brace for impact, because they just spawned into Zone 8 instead of Level 4, making him clench his jaw and theorize. If the game master is literally shadow banning them for previous toxicity, while the magic user glaces around claiming this map looks totally familiar to her. Out of nowhere, MC yells for everyone to hit the deck. Her brain completely lags, but a split second later, a projectile is zooming right at her skull. Our boy literally tackles her into the dirt, dodging the fatal hit by pixels, his face twisting up in annoyance because why does the game always throw the worst RNG at them? He already knows exactly what toxic mob type is waiting in the shadows as the HUD pops up, validating, dropping a massive quest to wipe out 27 green skins locked at level 9, while an absolute tidal wave of mobs rushes their spawn point. The bowmain aggressively snipes a green dude right off his dog mount while simultaneously, MC commands the Lancer to push forward and parry once the hitboxes connect. But the second he glances back at the caster, Bro has to instantly pop his defensive stance to tank a literal bomb, leaving him completely shook and barely regaining his balance. Just in time, as another little rat lunges at his throat, so he sidesteps and completely one-shots the mob into 2 pieces. A fresh wave of these green gremlins swarms our boy, so he literally screams for his polearm buddy. And thankfully, that dude clutches up instantly by turning the wolf-riding pest into a fresh kebab. Still breathing, that little mob actually pulls out a whole ranged weapon aiming right at his dome. But the MC flexes his defensive gear, catching that projectile like it was nothing. Turning his attention to our magic caster, he basically yells at her to start dropping those high DP. Looking absolutely clueless, she just freezes up like a lagging NPC. No. He violently nudges her memory about that magical class she picked and commands her to nuke the field. But get this, our girl casually claims she needs 60 whole seconds to charge her ultimate. He immediately realizes surviving that massive cooldown window is basically playing they were trapped. Quitting really is not an option though, carving through another annoying mob. He finally catches her dropping into that meditation stance, muttering her incantations. Our guy spins around, shouting commands at Aaron, telling him to play ultimate bodyguard against any stray projectiles flying, hooking her up with safe zones for unlimited bow spamming. Polearm. Bro starts twirling his weapon like a helicopter propeller, keeping her totally secure while an insane mob density pushes toward the spellcast. Sniffing out their aggro mechanics, the MC notices these mobs are completely prioritizing the magic user, so he dives straight into the danger zone, acting as a human meat shield to drag out the timer. Honestly though, trying to tank an entire server worth of mobs, Solo is running dangerously low on seconds. He glances back asking if she could maybe fry their defense items. Using her flame abilities like, seriously bro, she ignored him, staying totally zoned out. Our magic user keeps whispering her arcane words without dropping watching this absolute tsunami of enemies getting closer. The bow-wielding chick desperately screams for her to reposition before she gets instantly deleted. Surprise, surprise. Her casting animation actually locks her completely in place, meaning every single beast forms a massive kill circle, plotting to instantly wipe her out. But our boy steps up, soaking the frontal charge from that vanguard wolf jockey, yet way too many keep slipping past his guard. He starts working overtime, dicing up the green pests, farming that free XP while dodging literal jaws snapping at his. Infinite spawn rates keep the horde coming. Red pixels paint the air as he permanently uninstalls another wild dog. Suddenly a terrifying shriek drops, and he instantly whips his. Some ugly mob is literally mid-swing aiming right for her neck. But skipping ahead, our boy physically snatches her body, dragging her completely out of the hitbox just in time. Lecturing her on the fly, he brutally roasts her for popping a massive cast time skill without setting up literally any defensive buffs first. Booking it toward those nearby woods, the entire party goes full sprint, feeling super sus. Our ranged girl brings up the massive red flag about those trees, tossing that warning into the trash. Our hero promises they will cross that boss bridge when they get there, keeping a firm grip on the wizard babe as they book it. I mean, what is the worst that could happen? Giving her strict game plan details, he commands her to prep that destructive spell. The second they cross the tree line, needing her to basically flatten the entire map with an AoE explosion, nodding her head while looking totally shook. The mob wave keeps riding their heels, suddenly sprinting ahead. The archery queen hypes up the chat, saying she spotted an opening. Deep within the timberland catching that solid intel, our main guy aggressively commands the magical chick to push forward into the brush, throwing a massive tantrum instead of following orders. She starts whining about his toxic leadership, so he literally punts her deeper into the zone, mentioning he physically cannot be toxic to her if she ends up a ghost today. Slamming the brakes out of nowhere, he suddenly pops his hidden ultimate form, shouting at the squad to ditch him and keep running. Literal milliseconds later, sharp teeth explode from his mouth, while some insane crimson energy erupts all around him, diving straight back into that crazy rage state for round 2. Today, ignoring the massive stamina debuff dragging his health bar down. Holding the line like a total raid boss, he faces the incoming tsunami. Because playing stall tactics is his only option, some random grunt snipes a heavy bolt directly at his face. Easy block, bro, intercepting that damage with his trusty shield. Another mounted scrub zooms at him, breaking the speed limit, dropping low to the dirt. He struggles to maintain traction while getting swarmed by literal area of effect damage. Maxing out his endurance and strength, while everything else spiked, he finally trips up, crashing hard into the dirt, surrounded by a suffocating circle of hostile mobs, dealing damage from every possible angle. Bracing his core for the next massive hit, our boy spots a specific enemy, closing the gap, totally locking in for an unpredictable blitz attack, tearing through the horde like an absolute human tornado, hyper-focused on breaking their OP mobility advantage, smashing his defensive gear directly into a mob face while maintaining that insane combo streak. Even trapped inside a suffocating enemy, Bubble, stressing over his solo carry attempt, Aaron randomly drops his name into the voice chat, right as a massive blind spot hit, completely wrecks him from the back. Why is he always getting sneaked up on? A floating UI pop-up ruins the mood, confirming his raging buff. Just timed out some ugly minion towers over his body, getting ready to plunge a spear down. Spinning around with literal aimbot precision, he buries his sharp edge deep into the attacker. Crimson fluid explodes simultaneously out of both the mount and the rider. Beast down, completely yanking his steel weapon free from between those terrifying canine teeth. An absolute ocean of threats rushes his position from all sides. Polearm, Buddy completely panics for his safety, trying to jump straight back into the chaotic fray, telling him firmly to stay planted inside the tree zone. Han drops orders, plotting to completely group up the mob. Aggro, dragging them away while Matrix dodging their hits. Peeking back to see if our spellslinger finally finished her loading screen. The ranged unit confirms she is fully stacked and ready to blow, hearing that our boy immediately shifts into top gear, kiting an absolutely massive train of these ugly green mobs, catching major air. He effortlessly jukes another incoming combo, treating an enemy skull like a literal stepping stone. He dashes ahead using some insane velocity stats, perfectly timing his escape as the magical blast finally triggers. Swirling crimson effects wrap around her body, lifting her hair straight into the sky while the dirt violently shakes and all the plants start vibrating. Maintaining absolute perfect aggro, our guy keeps the monster train rolling until her eyelids snap open, screaming the ignition command. An absolute massive wave of pure combustion explodes directly from her palm, melting everything across the entire combat zone. Crazy inferno waves rush straight past our boy, closely followed by an absolutely deafening blast. Shockwave, right as our boy is totally shook by that massive damage output, as Shoddy casually drops another laser beam, just deleting every single mob standing in her way, clutching a literal tree for dear life. The bow user is absolutely flabbergasted by this walking nuke, and honestly, who could blame her? Meanwhile, our MC catches more green dudes rushing through the fire pit, so he starts yelling for backup, while swinging his weapon like a madman. He is exhausted. His stamina bar is totally blinking red right now, but losing is simply not an option. So he queues up a special move to wipe the floor with these creeps. Pure Unga. Boonga melee tactics are failing, so he tanks a hit on his shield right before slicing a goblin clean in half. A random projectile suddenly snipes a dude right over his shoulder, prompting the archer to hit him with a smug grin, asking if she is finally pulling her weight around here. The spear bro enters the chat right on cue, one-shotting a mounted beast, telling our boy to take a breather while he takes aggro. The MC roasts him for acting like a total tryhard, but then more projectiles start raining down, forcing Jenna to do a literal backflip as a monster tries to slice her face. Dodging like an absolute pro, she jams her short blade right into the cranium of that green trash while a stray wolf ditches the main brawl, locking its target straight onto the magic caster, who is literally just AFK with her eyelids shut, charging up her next big nuke. Is she completely cooked? Actually, no, because a flying arrow explodes the mutt right before impact, making the bow user scream at her to wake up, telling her to kite the enemies. But Magic Girl is completely locked in the zone, with fiery code glowing around her arms and bright sigils bouncing off her cheeks. The bow user is having a panic attack because the cast time is taking too long, but then those glowing eyes finally snap open, causing our MC and Spear Bro to tactical retreat, kiting the mobs far away from the blast radius as Shoddy aggressively squeezes her hand, dropping a literal sun onto the battlefield. The very floor under those monsters turns into a microwave, shattering into pieces before going full supernova. A massive shockwave of spicy air vaporizes every single pixel touching it, making our boy hide behind his defense, low-key sweating because this is bad. Friendly fire is definitely turned on right now. Once the particle effects finally render out, he stares at the absolute wasteland, wondering if they just beat the final wave. Except more mounted green freaks jump scare them through the fog, prompting the magic user to instantly smash her keyboard. Pure red hot, ridiculous tornado, magic made out of literal hellfire, blending the leftover mobs like a fiery smoothie, while Jenna literally hugs a giant trunk so she does not get yeeted off the map. She stands still. The entire server gets painted in orange flames, and Shoddy just lags out, like was her ping spiking to 1,000. Leaving the MC absolutely stunned, realizing her ultimate move straight up deleted chunks of the actual geography, until suddenly, a glowing system pop-up drops in the user interface, confirming they officially secured the massive dub for this dungeon, getting crowned the undisputed carry of the match, gaining fat levels alongside the Spear Bro as the squad exits the raid, totally flabbergasted, while Aaron starts hyping her up for wiping out over 20 of those goblin riders in a single frame, making her hit them with the most arrogant smirk ever, flexing that her red element is simply built different, acting like she is literally the main character of this gaming party, putting one hand over her heart, flexing her official title as that Count River Spirit Witch, right before her nose randomly turns into a waterfall, and she straight up disconnects from life, making our boy rush over, discovering her mana pool is completely deep fried, making him realize that, hold on, sure, she lacks any buffing utility, and her speed and stamina, along with everything else, are honestly trash tier like a common 1-star drop, having managed an entire guild of magic nerds before he has witnessed countless builds. But this specific glass cannon is way too weird. Like, do not get me wrong, players like this definitely spawn sometimes, but the drop rate on this class is insanely low. I mean, who plays a heavy artillery truck with 0 armor plating? Optimized exclusively for massive mob clearing, so the bow user acts like a human backpack, while the MC acknowledges this kind of crazy damage is a complete game changer they need to start exploiting, and with that strategy in mind, the squad finally leaves the instance with positive vibes, knowing deep down his spotlight as the carry is about to expire. Fast forward to the very next morning. Our guy logs in with one priority quest, dropping a brand new wizard facility into the base building menu, booting up the management screen like a true city simulation, sweat, staring at the floating holographic layout, clicking through the prompts, until a massive science wizard lab renders into the actual town, fully unlocking the tech tree, plus a brand new potion brewing station to start crafting crazy consumables, followed up by a giant book vault, basically giving the spellcasters a place to farm brain cells. Then the software hits him with a combo update, merging 3 separate structures next to the gym into one massive megabase, officially dubbing it the Magic Hall, while cut to our mage girl who is currently dying and dripping buckets of sweat on the track, literally crying about why an elite premium player like her has to grind these stupid cardio dailies. Like, is this really necessary? Claiming she was rolling stats for intelligence instead of muscle. But our boy shuts that down, knowing Shoddy just needs basic survival skills to not get one tapped. Like, bruh, pulling off heavy incantations drains your stamina gauge. Our guy blasts right by this whining newbie demanding some actual hustle out on the track. Throwing fireballs is cool, but having 0 cardio means you get clapped in real combat while she flexes that her whole outfit is literally enchanted gear, crafted strictly by relatives to buff her DPS stats. Yet honestly, This physical conditioning regime feels like child's play. Jogging 3 basic loops daily, carrying 0 extra pounds is practically a vacation, compared to his old hellish workouts, so he playfully roasts her, saying she must be craving some basic spuds tonight, kicking into maximum overdrive, leaving her in the dust, while also trolling the literal god player, who is just chilling, AFK right there. In his head, grabbing a spellcaster right before hitting stage 10 is insane. RNG luck. Plus, constructing that wizard tower early was totally huge. Snagging that spicy elemental gem down in the raid means they can finally start cooking up some actual survival juice. Talking about those sweet healing flasks, right? As the system pings saying their overseer just rage quit the server, leaving the bow, chick hyping up the squad, screaming at the magic user to stop slacking and push her limits, even though mixing elixirs usually requires some top-tier support class nerds or insane science geeks, but this specific universe lets you bypass all those grindy crafting specs entirely via QuickTime events. Posted up dead, middle inside their mystic building, our main dude grips some massive dusty tome, only to figure out those ancient runes look like straight gibberish. Checking out that brewing pot sitting nearby, he goes full Master Chef mode. Actually, nah. He instantly discovers the potion mechanic is basically Guitar Hero, being an absolute sweat at keeping tempo. Our boy easily crushes the beatbox challenge, pumping out a basic tier health jug super fast. Taking a quick peek at those glowing neon cylinders he logs, exactly half a dozen red HP boosts into his inventory, alongside a matching pair of crispy blue mana refills. Knowing the Overlord might think he is acting pretty sus right now, but stacking meds beats getting utterly cooked in battle once the sun goes down. Chilling with the homies next to their stew pot, he formally declares the guild finally recruited magical DPs before side-eyeing this burning metal bucket, demanding the party lock in to see his next crazy move while flashing the most devious villain grin imaginable, commanding his peers to keep their eyes peeled as the whole crew practically drops their jaws, seeing his absolute madness, shoving his bare flesh straight into those blazing hot embers like a total psycho. Totally unfazed, he drops knowledge saying, if their new spellcaster drops massive heat, then the squad better adapt to surviving third-degree burns. Bro literally holds his digits deep inside the barbecue pit, casually ticking away the timer, eventually withdrawing an absolutely deep-fried appendage, but brushing off the crispy skin by claiming he feels 0 actual damage, flexing his massive passive regeneration stats while standing safely inside the spawn zone, making the bow user look absolutely shook to her core, questioning why they gotta rush this torturous tutorial, right? This second, like, bro, is this actually sweating over how many hours this brutal torture session lasts until the MC declares the grind only stops when your brain completely blue screens. Low-key calculating that this unhinged conditioning routine cannot pause before the entire party permanently unlocks the anti-burn passive buff, forcing his crew to flash back toward that level 5 disaster, where slacking off almost got them totally wiped. Right as the spear dude is about to plunge into the flames, our guy snatches his arm, whispering to grind these nightmare reps entirely off camera, because enduring other teammates' wailing is straight agony, while the female sniper clenches up her hands violently, shaking and refusing to join this freak show, arguing she naturally hides way in the rear during boss fights. Yet holding that creepy smile, he drags her knuckles toward the oven, promising co-op makes it easier, capping hard, saying the heat feels like nothing, while dropping straight facts that freaking out over every allied flame burst equals instant death. Mid-combat, this squishy caster lacks defensive barriers or warp abilities, meaning any failure from the Vanguard results in an instant game over screen for her. Evading basic mob strikes is practically impossible, so Homegirl absolutely needs to master surviving literal infernos before challenging the Zone 10 boss. Our absolute modlad whips out a dagger saying sorry to his bro since another wild mission awaits before casually slicing his own palm wide open, shooting his homie that signature demonic grin demanding he duplicate the self-damage because leveling up physical trauma immunity is mandatory. Slashing himself was not strictly required, but building agonizing tolerance is crucial, so the MC passes over some strong liquor, hoping to reduce the massive HP drain, acknowledging the savage difficulty spike, yet refusing to party up unless his bro forcefully discovers the damage. Nullification perk causing massive anxiety, making the sniper chick question if she got a self-harm too, where he clarifies her specific build, lets her skip it, although the stat boost remains secretly meta, shaking like a leaf while requesting permission to delay unlocking this psychotic mastery node until sometime, breaking down her actual progression tree by highlighting the rapid weapon swap trait, letting her juggle blades and projectiles without dropping combo meters, granting her flawless aggro management across every single combat zone, rendering their classic standard tactical placements totally obsolete, pivoting towards a brand new 3-point strat, keeping their squishy mage dead center while mandating absolute full attendance for tomorrow's brutal grind session, dragging her into the misery too, since 2 melee tanks are not enough to babysit a glass cannon, which basically turns the whole raid into an escort mission. Honestly, their options are completely cooked right now. A totally broken squad. Build always needs a pair of magic casters, specifically someone rocking those sweet buff spells, but tragically, our boy is stuck with just one lonely sorceress, while that floor 9 boss fight remains totally unbeaten. He figures the master will toss the backup squad in there to farm some juicy XP, then he starts sweating over the upcoming stage clues, breaking down the absolute nightmare fuel, waiting up on level 10. Whether that means a wipeout run or a hardcore escort gig, holding the line or a massive jailbreak scenario, his brain starts simulating the absolute worst-case raid, picturing a massive 10-player raid and dropping the horrifying realization that this upcoming flex is going to make their past runs look like a joke tutorial. So the dude casually chucks a fire starter into the pit and literally dips his bare skin straight back into the roasting heat. Grind push, surviving knowing the horror. They have to boost massive toxic clouds, choke up the whole space, while he hacks his lungs out until that sweet UI pop-up finally announces his brand new unlock, bagging that gorgeous heat immunity perk. Rolling into the next day, our MC pulls Ioka aside, demanding a massive nerf to her spell charge speed. Plus, cutting down her MP drain, even if it totally trashes her damage scaling, which leaves the magic girl absolutely fuming, whining about the massive disrespect to her sorcery. The guy just hits her with the most terrifying glare imaginable, dropping a heavy ultimatum. Does he really have time for this? Instantly, she scrambles off screaming that she will follow his build guide, our boy mentally tracking her triple threat pyro tree, ranging from basic sparks to literal nuclear blasts, where climbing that skill ladder drains a stupid amount of magical juice. Rolling up on the bow chick while packing steel, he totally validates the sheer DPS of those spells, only to point out that actually surviving means burn faster, hit harder. They seriously need to optimize her burn rate, spitting hardcore facts about the level 10 deadline. Approaching crazy fast, meaning their grinding sessions are about to turn into absolute hell. Catching Jenna flashing a totally arrogant grin right before letting a projectile fly. He ditches the usual turtle strategy, except right now, he literally yeets his defense away, dialing the difficulty slider all the way up to maximum, hyping up his insanely rapid growth rate. Our MC stays completely stone-faced, shutting down the casual talk to keep the practice lethal. Ignoring the sweet talk, he casually slices her flying shot, cleanly down the middle, straight up, unlocking that spicy range blocking trait on the spot. Suddenly, the chick blitzes him, armed with a dagger, while he bends backward like the Matrix before she hits a nasty weapon. Swap combo, mid-air, nailing the loadout swap with zero lag, leaving the sword-wielding protagonist staring at her in absolute shock, mentally calculating how this totally mid-tier trash pull is somehow flexing a completely broken growth ceiling. Downloading combat data at a frankly terrifying pace, prompting our guy to drop some actual praise before she claps back with total sass. Throwing his own strict no-praising rule directly into his face. Over in the corner, his fellow bro is grinding away, moving at the horribly slow speed of basic filler trash, barely clinging to relevance thanks to hitting rank 3 on his polearm stat. Locking himself up inside to farm that sweet damage mitigation, passive flipping the camera over to the magic side of things. Our sorcery queen is sweating it out, trying to speedrun her cast times rather than simply maxing out the blast radius. Seeing a bunch of other literal NPCs wasting space nearby, completely useless for combat. Why even spawn them, right? Meaning both squads remain painfully short. Noticing the big boss is acting totally broke regarding premium currency pulls, making our guys super paranoid about having to carry these pathetic units. Into the main raid teams fast forward to the following morning, when Squad 2 stumbles out of the portal, finishing up level 9, looking absolutely cooked out of their minds. Our boy grills them for data, while the brunette chick spills the details, revealing they literally wiped an entire mob camp off the map, prompting him to dig deeper into any weird RNG mechanics she noticed. She mentions the map was coated in heavy sludge from some kind of massive storm cycle, adding that literally nothing else triggered her spider sense. Right as their own cue pops up, forcing him to rally the gang clearing the warm-up stages, feeling like an absolute breeze. Swing block dodge, casually farming those easy low-tier dungeons for quick muscle memory. Stat check time. Our boy just hit the massive milestone of level 10, while the marksman is close behind at level 8. Everything else spiked hard for the rest of the crew, hitting the absolute zone progression limits. Plus, they are rocking massively upgraded gear sets, pulling insane loot from the crafting hub, plus 2 random fresh spawns named Shern and Meekin, suddenly dropped into the roster, rocking wildly mid-stats compared to the veterans. But beggars cannot be choosers here, out of nowhere. The little pixie floats over, completely hyped out of her mind, dropping a quick quiz on whether he already mapped out the upcoming raid mechanics, dodging the praise by claiming his predictive skills are pretty trash, despite previously flexing the literal #1 spot on the global leaderboards, sweating out 24 months of absolute grinding just to barely touch floor 88. Suffering through countless brutal wipes and team deaths along the way. But taking a massive loss in this timeline literally equals permanent game over, as the entire squad officially links up right in. Standing outside the portal, our boy is literally sweating, wondering if the player holding the controller just went AFK or chickened out. Like, bro has been online for a whole half hour, doing absolutely nothing. Bro is probably sweating bullets choosing whether to speedrun stage 10 or camp for better loot. MC honestly feels their current squad is mid at best. Carrying these noobs is a huge drag. Plus, his own skill tree is looking mad weak right now, since he has not maxed out that single star tier yet. Suddenly, the glowing accept prompt flashes, the big boss upstairs finally clicked the mouse, ripping the portal wide open, while the gamer is just munching snacks behind a screen. He was actually no. Our boy is out here risking his actual life, so he straight up tells the rookie to camp in a corner. The second the boss music drops, honestly, who wouldn't be? Because carrying dead weight is definitely not the meta right now. Suddenly the UI pops up on the player screen saying he pulled a free gacha summon, filling up those empty roster slots, plus unlocking some shiny new command features to micromanage the squad. Whenever they drop into a raid that actually lets them use the strategy hub, listening to this info, MC realizes their gamer god is definitely a casual, who has zero clue how those advanced mechanics even operate. So, to avoid a complete wipeout, he uses the little pixie to send a massive hint, begging the dude to slot in those healing items they literally just brewed. Splitting the 6 flasks evenly gives each team 3 emergency heals. Glancing over at the goth-looking waifu, right before stepping into the void, our boy drops a heavy warning that the RNG teleport might scatter their squad, telling her to just sprint toward the middle zone for a rendezvous, while the annoying flying mascot screams at everyone to stop being a burden to the carry. MC just plays it cool and flexes his riz, promising to drag her all the way to the final boss room himself. Loading into the new zone, some random dude is absolutely losing his mind, crying like he just lost his whole life savings in crypto over some upcoming doom. Our boy sneaks up and tries to punt him, but his foot clips right through the guy, making him realize this crying dude is literally just a background sprite. Looking around the rendered environment, the level design hits him with crazy deja vu, like they have definitely spawned in this exact lobby before. His sidekick chimes in, saying the map feels recycled, but the textures are swapped, and suddenly our boy gets a massive brain blast. They are standing in the exact same hub from stage 5, except the devs loaded the pre-disaster save file where everything is perfectly intact. Realizing the plot just got way too thick, he tells the crew that dodging enemy attacks is not even their main headache anymore. The real issue is why the game warped them to this specific timeline. Like, are they getting trolled by the devs to dodge a game over the screen? They have to crush the main quest first. The countdown timer has not started ticking down yet, giving them a tiny grace period to chill. But during this super brief lobby wait, they desperately need to farm some intel, so he commands the squad to scatter for a 5-minute recon run and be back before the clock hits 0, threatening to straight up abandon anyone who lags behind MC. Then grapples his way up to the highest vantage point to play sniper, scanning the whole rendered map from up high right next to a guard who is totally glitching out with fear, repeating over and over that he refuses to get logged out of life. it is super obvious this poor mob has zero mental HP left. Pivoting his camera angle toward the tree line up north, our boy spots an absolute ocean of green monsters flooding toward the walls. Literally an army of, and 13 creeps rolling in their threat gauges are totally blocked, but they are dragging massive siege equipment. Fully prepared to parkour over the fortress defenses like it is nothing, swinging his view over to the water. On the right, he catches another massive mob. Exactly 8,989 green dudes spawning in. This wave only holds trash tier starter gear and zero parkour tools, but our boy quickly calculates that a huge chunk of this massive horde is forming a death squad right outside the gates, leaving our human defenders totally swarmed, meaning the ratios are completely messed up. With everything else spiked into maximum overdrive, taking in this absolute, he knows they are incredibly cooked. The RNG is completely broken against them, and the actual nightmare has not even hit the start button yet. Like, how is this even fair? MC starts brainstorming that if this objective is hold up, if it is just a wave defense minigame exactly like the 5th level was, they might actually manage to cheese their way out of this. Dragging out the clock in a horde mode is totally doable. Honestly, this lobby could be way less toxic than Stage 5 since they used to carry a deadweight feeder. But right now, they have endless background characters to use as meat shields. Plus, a cracked out spellcaster, dropping massive area of effect bombs, though the main objective prompt is bound to reveal its ugly face any second. Sliding down the architecture with that thought in mind, he hits the rendezvous spot, right as the rest of the party respawns there. He opens his mouth to drop the defense strategy, but right before he can spit out the plan, 3 massive red alert banners flash across his vision. Like, are we actually joking right now? Normally, just one ping means the boss is enraged, but a triple threat warning straight up means they just unlocked hell mode, leaving our boy absolutely shook to his core. Boom. A fresh system pop-up hits the screen, basically saying their main quest is to prevent this entire metropolis from getting wiped out. Our boy is instantly shook, realizing this objective is a total curveball compared to whatever basic survival run they were hyping up. Rather than just playing solo, hide and seek, they were actually the squad is forced into a full-blown escort mission. Looking at the roster is rough. Combining both squads gives them 10 players max, while the local NPC guard pool is sitting at roughly 350 dudes. Doing the quick math, that leaves about 360 units holding the line against literally thousands of green grunts, completely cooked up. Our MC claps his hands to rally the lobby, declaring a quick intel sharing phase right before he starts passing out the team roles. Stepping up first is the bow-wielding chick, dropping the frustrating detail that her attempts to chat up a town local got completely ghosted. Apparently, these background characters are permanently muted to player voices despite having full physical collision. Right after that, the polearm dude takes the floor. He drops the radar info stating the civilian mobs are hoarding in the middle plaza, while the goblin aggro is strictly locked to the top and right side borders. Down south and out west are totally walled off with 0 exit spawns, meaning the team is basically trapped in a giant box. The raven-haired teammate immediately looks to our boy for a strat, asking for the master plan. So he just loops back to the main objective, secure the zone. Someone questions how they actually pull that off, prompting him to break it down to dummy terms. They gotta hard block the mob waves from crossing the perimeter, and basically wipe their health bars, which translates to throwing hands. Immediately, though, she claps back saying that sounds like absolute cap. Stepping into the chat, the bruiser suggests an alternative cheese strat. Maybe they should? No, wait. Ditching the walls to play stealth assassin on the green horde from the perimeter. Picking them off solo style, but our MC hard vetoes that garbage idea, making it clear that a W requires a total squad wipe of the enemy forces. Guessing the enemy win condition, he figures the green tide just needs to demolish the double monument sitting right by the main spire. Sounds like a classic MOBA push, doesn't it? He locks eyes with this massive double deity sculpture just chilling right in the heart of the map. Suddenly, the stone starts radiating this crazy aura, a visual cue our boy recognizes from older levels, basically confirming its massive plot, armor value. Clearing the mob waves means literally nothing if that glowing landmark gets shattered to pixels, resulting in an instant game over. Catching on to the brutal mechanics, the boomer of the group starts mauling, complaining about the insane DPS check against a massive horde, while simultaneously babysitting a shiny rock, prompting him to ask about the penalty for throwing the match, to which Han drops the ice-cold truth. Failing means getting their accounts permanently deleted in real life. making Roderick sweat as he questions if running away changes the death penalty. MC shatters that copium immediately, pointing out that map boundaries do not matter. The second the quest fails, they get auto-wiped by the system. Our boy fully understands they are drowning in terrible RNG. Yet his gamer brain knows the dev logic, no matter how broken a level feels. There is always a secret cheese tactic baked into the code. So he warns the lobby that the actual boss mechanic here isn't the raw head count, but rather the siege towers being pushed by the top lane mobs, since those wooden bad boys grant free vertical movement over their defenses. Blowing up those specific vehicles is the ultimate stalling strat, so he commands Edith and her squad to hold the top barrier alongside roughly 300 NPC guards, ordering them to smash those climbing rigs using whatever cracked methods they have, making her visibly stress out over getting bossed around, which he easily picks up on, asking if she wants to challenge the shot calling, so she points out her sub-faction is literally just 5 bodies. I mean, can you blame her? Meaning throwing a handful of extra players onto a 300-man army barely buffs the overall stat pool, to which our boy nods along, while secretly doing the math that her crew packs the raw DPS of 50 standard units, breaking down the logic that the mob wave basically lacks any alternative heavy artillery to spam at them. Those climbing wooden frames are the sole map hazard, so blocking the top lane and wrecking those vehicles massively buffs the settlement armor. Yet the chick circles back to her real issue, arguing that just applying a slow debuff to the horde does not secure the W. Buying extra ticks on the clock means nothing when the unit ratio is this deeply cooked, making a team wipe practically inevitable. Our MC is totally on the same wavelength, knowing full well that mashing both rosters together still leaves them severely outscaled. The Green Swarm is basically guaranteed to crack the perimeter just by sheer volume, triggering a quick flashback for him. Recalling the floor 5 variant of these monsters who just kept W keying forward despite getting heavily farmed for XP. Zero retreat scripting in their AI, heavily implying this wave will be just as brain-dead aggressive, turning this instance into a seemingly unbeatable run. Trying to out DPS this massive army is an automatic L, but are the devs really that cruel? His metagaming intuition is screaming that they definitely an Easter egg or a massive clue somewhere. His brain finally connects a massive lore drop from floor 7, featuring an eastern waterway and a busted reservoir, which he previously brushed off as just standard environmental damage from heavy currents, yet piecing together the breadcrumbs between stages 5 and 10. He spots the red string theory linking straight back to that exact water structure, which is chilling way off the minimap, leading him to intensely question what actually shattered that barrier, his mental gears turning at max speed before getting interrupted by the bow user. Wait, our boy just had a brain blast about those hoofbeats near the water from before. No cap. Those were probably the local city guards pulling up. Catching that T, the MC instantly connects the dots, thinking these dudes were the actual backup squad meant to save the day. The raven-haired waifu finally slides into the chat, so he spins around and drops a heavy quest on her to stall, like her life depends on it. If the frontline defenses get clapped, she needs to dip straight to the inner barriers. Zero hesitation allowed, just purely sweating it out. He straight up tells her to throw the random NPCs and guards under the bus as decoys. If it gets too spicy, her sole mission is locking down the fort until the squad respawns back home. Shorty and her crew get absolutely dialed in and swear to go full try-hard mode, while our main party finally dips out of the zone. While trekking with Jenna, she starts side-eyeing his strategy, asking if this setup is way too basic and demanding the actual big brain strat. Han basically calls her mid, and says the shadow-haired chick actually has a functioning brain, telling her to just shut up and prep her loadout. The crew starts rushing the eastern exit leading out of the safe zone, making Aaron absolutely lose his mind. Like seriously, who picks the most toxic route possible? Bro is shook because thousands of green gremlins are camping outside. But our boy hits him with the reality check that camping indoors is basically a guaranteed, so they have to just full send it into the danger, remembering that back on the 7th level, that massive water wall was already totally cooked. Plus, when the bow-wielding chick spotted the cavalry, they were stuck across the stream piecing all this wild lore together. The plot completely unravels, showing the town got wiped solely because the backup was hard stuck. That busted water barrier basically gave them terrible RNG and blocked the path. So, the new win condition is rushing out the eastern doors, bulldozing through the goblin mob and touching the reservoir before it completely shatters. They absolutely have to prevent that floodgate from snapping, Shorty starts gasping as the brutal reality hits her, but he straight up interrupts her with the most devious grin, dropping the hardest one-liner that they are about to speedrun, completely erasing these mobs. The camera pans to the main entrance where a literal sea of players is flooding inward, leaving our squad absolutely fighting for their lives, just walking through the massive traffic jam. The magic caster starts whining about getting aggressively bumped by the mob, but our absolute gigachad shuts her down, saying this lagfest is basically a tutorial level compared to the absolute nightmare. Waiting ahead right before him, Jenna and Aaron just full sprint toward the exterior barricade. He barks at the sniper waifu to scale the brickwork and scout the enemy aggro out there simultaneously. The polearm bro gets slammed with the task of cranking the massive doors open right now, catching Aoka in his sights and demanding she instantly starts charging her mana pool. His strat is for her to drop the tier 2 pyromancy nuke. The absolute millisecond those hinges swing wide, the sorceress confirms she is locked in our MC, then slowly pans to the fifth wheel of the squad, literally the random noob they just picked up off the street. But since this random literally has zero useful skills, our boy entirely ghosts him. I mean, why even invite him, right? While the golden-haired tank starts violently tugging the massive cables to crack the seal. The iron doors agonizingly inch upward, making an ungodly racket that immediately aggroes the local guards, who start rushing his exact coordinates. Despite him popping stealth magic, which totally freaks his own team out, the armored NPCs just start loudly gossiping and tweaking, completely brainwashed into thinking the heavy steel is just magically sliding up. Meanwhile, the acrobat chick reaches the high ground and peeks over the edge, spotting a literal ocean of green trash mobs camping right at the threshold, screaming at the MC that if they break this barrier, the whole goblin army is going to instantly zerg rush the lobby. Bro just tells her to chill out and demands she slide back down to the ground. ASAP, breaking down that Yelka's Inferno blast is going to literally melt a highway through the crowd, right as he starts throwing hands with the guards, trying to interrupt Aaron's pulling animation. These security dudes are legally blind to his presence, but they spot the levitating ropes and jump into grief the whole operation. Endless waves of guards keep spawning and totally bewildered screaming their lungs out about some demonic ghost or literal god-tier hex. The ranger absolutely styles on them by sweeping their legs, making the whole squad ragdoll on loop, as the caster finally maxes out her ultimate ability cast bar, with raw heat radiating everywhere. The front entrance is still painfully lagging open, when out of nowhere a high-velocity projectile tries to snipe her. Our boy has absolute god-tier reaction time, and just snatches the shot, barehanded immediately, knowing the green gremlins outside are getting bold. With only a tiny crack open, the vile creatures are literally smushing their ugly mugs against the gap. So my guy literally Uno, reverse cards, the projectile right back, completely deleting the sneaky mob, trying to glitch into the safe zone, while the bow user keeps styling on the local security force. The blind NPCs are still getting clapped without seeing a thing screaming about phantom damage, while a few actually start crying like sobbing that the devs literally abandoned their server when random weather effects kick in and start pouring, leaving our boy sweating that the water might hard counter Yoka's pyromancy. The blonde tank is basically solo, carrying the heavy lifting, brutally ripping the cables until the behemoth entrance finally gives way. The crack is finally thick enough for the horde to start filtering through, instantly locking all their aggro straight onto the glass cannon. Caster right up front. Before they can even get in melee range, she pops her ultimate ignition skill, sending a tsunami of pure plasma blasting straight ahead, absolutely cooking every single mob in the AoE, and triggering a nuclear detonation at the threshold, instantly vaporizing the entire front line of the goblin wave. The yells for the squad to push the advantage right now, tossing the magic user a blue stamina flask and ordering her to chug it whenever her bar gets low. Casting her spicy pyro skills, the magic girl flexes that she already knows the deal, claiming she could spam this exact move, literally hundreds of extra times without running out if the situation calls for it. Right then, the fifth wheel of the squad starts shaking in his boots, looking totally cooked, and boom, a system window pops up out of nowhere, flashing a massive 30% debuff, crashing his stats just because he lost his nerve. So our boy basically kicks him from the lobby, telling him to tag along with the secondary group, where those guys can carry him through the tutorial and give him some entry-level side quests, saying if he somehow dodges a game over there he might actually be worth something. The terrified dude practically breaks his neck, nodding and dips at warp speed, leaving the MC to finally step beyond the barrier. The guards desperately scramble to shut the door behind him, but our absolute Chad just keeps walking straight into a literal barbecue pit swarming with green mobs. Now that the safe zone is locked off, wait, are they trapped? Yeah? Going back is absolutely impossible. They just have to speedrun straight through this madness. Our boy physically body blocks for the caster, setting up a defensive triangle with Aaron and Jenna, keeping the squishy mage alive while pushing the lane, commanding her to keep spamming her tier 1 pyro spells, even though this heavy rainfall is heavily nerfing the area of effect. She still has to blanket the entire map, dealing as much AoE damage. The storm keeps getting more aggressive, prompting the MC to scream at his squad to rush the objective before these little monsters realize the weather buff lets them just walk right through the flames. Our magic carry needs another 20 seconds to finish her casting animation, but the mob density is spiking way too fast, and suddenly one of the green gremlins lunges right at our boy. But the MC was born ready, turning the creature into sliced sashimi with one casual swing of his blade, while mentally tracking the cooldown timer. Watching the battlefield like a hawk, he spots archer mobs spamming projectiles at their helpless caster, so he instantly whips out his shield to tank the incoming damage. Keeping her health points completely full, the whole party goes into full survival mode, defending their only DPS carry while the timer slowly bleeds out. Jenna starts animation canceling between her ranged and melee weapons, executing any ugly monster that steps into her aggro radius as the casting clock gets lower and lower. 5 seconds left, leaving them sweating with just a tiny... She goes absolutely goblin mode, herself just unloading shots to clear the wave while the blonde dude burns through all his stamina, swinging blindly until a sneaky mob tries to backstab him. That clueless guy totally lacks any map awareness, but our boys, eagle eyes, catch the flank right away, yeeting his own weapon with aimbot precision straight into the attacker's skull. Then he physically sprints across the mud to grab his loot back, right as that brutal 20-second loading bar finally hits 100%. The entire horde is practically breathing down Ilka's neck, so the mech barks a command for the team to reposition and tuck themselves safely behind her back. She snaps her eyes open and unleashes her signature Ignite combo, sending a massive tidal wave of pure heat forward with 0 loss in raw stats, turning dozens of those ugly mobs into instant charcoal. And the second the smoke clears, our hero spots an opening, ordering the party to hard push the lane. Dodging literal campfires on the ground, our boy thinks to himself how insane their RNG was to recruit this magic user. Like, seriously, who gets a carry like her on day 1? Since they would have been wiped out ages ago without her carry potential. But the environment suddenly turns super hostile as the torrential rain washes away their defensive firewall, giving the monsters a free path to rush them again, forcing him to scream for another spell cast, while the melee squad goes crazy, farming the incoming wave. Countdown number 22 kicks off in his head, plunging the crew into a desperate survival minigame, where every single heartbeat feels like dodging a final boss. Endless combat mode. The whole squad is locked in completely, tracking aggro and holding their tight formation, and right as the countdown is about to zero out, some random mob tries a jump attack on the mech from the rear, but his spider senses tingle right on time, letting him pull a nasty 360, no scope to 1, tap the creep. The team flawlessly rotates their setup again right before the caster chick deletes every single obstacle standing in her crosshairs, keeping their momentum going by hiding behind the blazing inferno with Aaron, playing the tank role up front, and Jenna tailing him closely, burning every ounce of their energy while our main character breaks down the strategy of spamming this exact loop until they hit the river checkpoint. And honestly, would you look at the size of that enemy army, totally led by a massive raid boss, who is just chilling on a huge boulder projecting crazy villain aura. And honestly, this commander variant looks completely built, different compared to the trash mobs, pulling out a sick blade and pointing it at the sky while roaring, basically acting like a toxic shot caller, giving orders to his low-rank teammates. Our favorite spellcaster drops another Ignite nuke, wiping a massive chunk of the swarm off the map, as our boy charges the front lines until out of nowhere, a crazy mob literally dives straight through the flames for a jump scare attack. And the animation speed is so wild he barely evades it, but those countless hours of grinding save his life at the last frame, letting him thrust his blade straight through the monster's ribcage. Suddenly, the MC realizes the enemy programming has totally shifted, because they completely ignore the fire hazard, now just throwing away their lives to Zerg rush the party, Two more of these reckless freaks close the distance, but he just slices them up in one clean AOE sweep, finally locking eyes with the boss, monster standing up high. The giant leader is barking weird audio cues, which sounds super sus like some alien incantation or tactical calls, and the truth instantly clicks for Han. Wait, did he really, this absolute genius of a boss, actually figured out the exact cooldown window on Yulka's ultimate attack, using those tiny seconds of downtime to micromanage his minion waves like a grandmaster player? Bro has actual brain cells now, which officially turns this whole raid into a massive nightmare. Our MC keeps throwing hands while checking on the squad. Honestly, they are not totally cooked just yet. Catching their breath is getting super rough though, since that blazing ring is literally choking them out. Sure, they got those passive defensive buffs. Taking residual thermal damage is no joke. Man, like, how is anyone surviving this crazy heat? So our literally mid-thought, a handful of those green rats try dropping on his head, but he just taps into that main character energy. Combo was clean, turning them into instant sashimi with one buttery smooth motion. Gathering the whole party up, he gives them that intense pre-game pep talk, making it crystal clear that throwing right now means a total wipe. Getting precisely 0 extra lives on this run, leaving his homie looking mad confused until the game plan gets dropped. Pointing right at that ugly boss mob chilling on the boulder, laying out exactly how they only get one clean shot at ending his whole career. Barking orders like a sweaty Discord mod. The boss sends his trash mobs rushing in just as our magic caster girl starts charging up her heavy attack. Popping a massive blazing barrier, she completely griefs the frontline push, although a couple of those tryhards actually manage to glitch past the flames. Leaping straight through the inferno, one mob goes for a cheap shot on our guy, but he casually counters with a raw knee to the face that completely shatters its dental plan. Snatching the stunned enemy by the dome, he drags it right over to Yelka, right as a massive volley of enemy projectiles starts raining down on her position, turning that exact same mob into a literal meat shield to soak all the damage checking if her ultimate ability is fully loaded and getting the green light, unleashing absolute hellfire that instantly deletes a massive chunk of the mob density, forcing that panicking boss monster to frantically spam new commands, throwing his leftover trash units into a totally brainless rush. Which means, yeah, our MC quickly realizes that a single area of effect wipe simply is not cutting it, mentally screaming at these NPCs that the actual boss fight just started right as another absolutely deafening blast rocks the entire zone, trapping everybody inside this gigantic blazing circle, leaving even that cocky green leader looking visibly shook at the sheer amount of damage output. Taking advantage of the empty space, Jenna and Aaron launch their speedrun strat, popping our boy's defensive gear to fully cover the sniper class, locking onto her target with a wild skyward angle, watching that projectile drop back down with literal aimbot accuracy. Caught him lacking straight to the dome, instantly logging him out with a single critical hit which basically scrambles the remaining enemy's AI, right? As our spellcaster chick runs out of stamina and starts falling over, completely draining her magic pool for that massive play. But our guy hits her with the ultimate riz by swooping in and catching her before she hits the dirt, staring down the surviving mob wave. He quickly does the math that her ultimate missed a few stragglers, realizing that if they clip through that burning wall, the squad is totally still at risk of getting ganked. Because why would they not be? Except those little freaks actually only care about rushing the main settlement defense, treating his team like some annoying speed bump on the map, waiting to see if these brainless mobs break aggro since their main shot caller just got packed up. Dropping all interest in our squad in a matter of seconds to full sprint toward the gates, totally ditching the protagonist group in the dust. Breath out loud, letting off a massive exhale that holds so much relief, fully processing the fact that these green weirdos picked the huge fortress, choosing to totally bypass a pointless team fight, allowing the whole squad to finally hit the woodland zone and put some heavy distance between themselves and that enemy wave. Shaking off all pursuit completely with our MC fully aware they would absolutely be grave dirt right now if they had not successfully sniped that top-tier target. Knowing that sweaty boss would have instantly commanded his minions to focus them down, calling for a desperately needed timeout for the whole squad, warning them not to waste those precious healing consumables, considering a completely separate turf war is currently popping off near the upper barricades. Noticing the primary defenses are still tanking hits fine, so the immediate threat level is low, taking a stroll down to the local water crossing. Here we go. spotting yet another incoming wave of those short green menace, getting a pop-up warning about 19 level 9 enemies pulling up fast, making our boy instantly cancel their break time to hype everyone up for round 2. Out of nowhere, this gigantic piece of timber violently shudders, dropping the curtain on an absolutely nightmare fuel spawn, making the yellow-haired dude freeze up entirely while frantically gesturing at our MC. Like, who actually invites that kind of bad luck? Because they just stumbled right into a colossally huge level 23 giant brute. Snapping into raid leader mode, our guy immediately delegates tasks, putting the magic user on crowd control duty against the small fry with Blondie on strict bodyguard rotation, taking all the tank aggro for himself against the massive beast who instantly launches a terrifyingly heavy swing the split second they enter its hitbox, completely shattering the literal earth with sheer impact, making our MC totally aware that eating even one hit means a one-way ticket to the respawn screen, right as the monster winds up for hit number 2, slipping out of range just in time, though he knows rushing this broken level gap will definitely get him cooked, as Yelka simultaneously pops another insane blazing barricade, totally walling off the trash mobs from griefing the main event, leaving just our boy and the sniper chick to dual boss this oversized freak while it lunges for a grapple, baiting the grab to deliver a nasty counter slash that finally draws first blood right, while Jenna spams a volley of projectiles straight into its blind spot from behind, making the massive brute roar in apparent pain, which tricks her into thinking they actually found an exploit until this tanky absolute unit casually tightens its entire ridiculous physique. Shedding those projectiles like they were just annoying mosquito. Aiming at that massive hitbox feels super free, but basic attacks are literally doing 0 chip damage, unless our sniper scores a critical headshot, turning this trash fire into a full-blown disaster. A brand new elite mob spawns right into the zone, and our MC is instantly tilted because his squad mates are already sweating buckets. Betting the entire farm, he full sends it straight into the first beast, just as that absolute unit swings its heavy loot drop. Our guy actually remembers his block button exists and tanks the smash perfectly, parrying away the bulk of that crazy kinetic damage. Swallowing down those nasty stagger frames, he violently closes the gap and drives his blade straight into the lower half of the monster, nailing that juicy crit spot, making the giant completely lose its mind, thrashing like a toddler while our MC farms that chaotic aggro, parkouring up the shoulder of the beast to sink his steel right into its throat before sensing something super sus. Can you believe his base penetration stats were total garbage? Catching air again, he literally bashes the hilt down, using his buckler like a mallet. Health bar deleted, dropping dead. The Titan goes totally rigid, crashing hard into the dirt which clears out the first roadblock. Locking his sights right onto the second threat, he notices the mob is hard focusing their caster, so he pings Jenna to pull aggro with some ranged poke. She tags the spine of the mob, but this absolute tank ignores the tick damage completely, while Aaron attempts a block but gets casually swatted like a random bug, screaming his lungs out, telling her to dodge. Well, actually, our boy is left totally shook when the giant just breezes right past her without throwing a single glance. Piecing this incredibly weird AI behavior together, his brain flashes back to that water barrier from level 7, hitting him with a massive epiphany. Those low-level grunts totally lack the heavy destruction tools to break it, so he instantly starts barking frantic commands at his squad, dropping the huge lore drop that the true objective of this monster is actually the bridge, not their squishy caster, which immediately prompts the sniper to scale this walking mountain. She starts spamming light melee attacks right into its nape, just as our MC sprints back into the combat zone, entirely ready to cancel this beast, delivering a filthy heavy cleave that carves a massive canyon into its flesh, making the shrieking brute stagger around helplessly, belly flopping hard into the rushing water while violently gasping for air, leaving our guy standing on the shoreline, sweating buckets over how they almost wiped. Their whole quest felt secure until a massive fist suddenly explodes through the water surface, proving this boss has a secret second phase, absolutely nuking the stone barrier with max physical damage, causing the entire blockade to instantly vaporize into dust across the riverbank. The homie cheers about fully clearing out the trash mobs, while our MC just stays painfully muted, knowing this run is already completely cooked. The allied backup squad that was supposed to spawn from the opposite woods is now totally locked out of this map zone. What else are they supposed to do against Infinite R, NG stacking all their stats together, will not do squat against the literal infinite wave of greenskins swarming their position. The the main character actually starts mentally spiraling, trying to find an exploit out of this nightmare, until a hand firmly claps his shoulder. Boom, reality check. Snapping his brain right back into the white-knuckling his weapon, he officially calls for a tactical fallback. Actually, wait, he just needs to cook up a plan B that literally does not exist in his head yet. Right before they can fully dip their spellcaster halts, the retreat popping a massive glowing aura to channel some serious gravity magic, targeting a massive nearby boulder, leaving him totally flabbergasted as she literally yeets that giant rock straight into the shattered crossing, plugging the geometry hole flawlessly. But rather than tossing her some W's, he literally screams about her gatekeeping this crazy OP skill, raging that this entire raid was nearly bricked, while she just shrugs it off, dropping the absolute coldest casual flex about her timing. Breathing in some heavy copium, he admits zero. Death runs are all that matter right now, but those chill vibes expire basically instantly. An even thicker horde of green mobs starts rushing the squad as one greedy grunt dives directly for his skull, holding a pointy stick. Weaving right under the hitbox, he slices that enemy clean apart while internally reviewing just how insanely dragged out this specific questline has become. With absolutely zero sign of their allied backup spawning, his brain quickly spirals into full-blown paranoia. How could you not question if the devs even coded allied cavalry for this stage? So he orders their caster to chug her remaining mana pots for a tier 2 nuke. But right before her casting animation starts, a random feral mob lunges for her throat, while our guy is stuck completely out of range with 0 dash charges left, forced to just scream her gamertag out loud as Yolka totally freezes up, staring straight down the barrel of an instant game over screen. Literally on the very final frame, an absolute unit of a mount blasts into the combat zone carrying a heavily armored knight, deleting the attacker by slicing its character model perfectly before hitting the brakes, which instantly causes every single mob to swap their aggro. Our exhausted MC locks onto him too. Noticing this absolute Chad is rocking god-tier cosmetic drip, including a crazy feline helmet. Rocking that premium skin tells everybody in the lobby immediately that this absolute beast is the guildmaster of their backup army. The horde completely abandons the main squad to swarm this shiny new target, who simply throws a hand up to summon his legendary metallic beast unit, shaking the literal ground. Massive amounts of backup pour straight out of the tree line, revealing an entire server full of equally busted high-level players. Locked in and saddled up, our MC gets a system pop-up, confirming the Iron Lion cavalry just dropped into the lobby. He barks at the squad to reposition near the spellcaster, instead of acting like total NPCs, and they immediately fall in line while the horsemen start, absolutely shredding the goblin mob. Honestly, skill issues aside, even though their numbers are limited, their power levels make the local guards look absolutely mid. Total map control of the mounted unit keeps bulldozing ahead, totally wiping the green menace and opening up a secure lane, which makes the bow-wielding waifu realize these absolute chads are making a beeline for the capital after completely speedrunning their zone, right as another prompt flashes, updating their survival stats while everything else spiked, prompting Shorty to pitch the idea of just chilling and letting the NPCs carry. But our boy is way too smart for that, knowing they need to push the capital too. Catching sight of 2 deceased mounts next to their wiped-out owners, tossing out the million-dollar question who actually specced into the equestrian skill. The archer flexes her riding stats, so our MC decides to casually acquire a new buff, Breaking Down. How overlords face insane nerfs regarding direct combat, but can easily spam buffs from the backline, dropping a quick DM to his superior for an instant mount riding manual. Dropping exactly 500 premium gems, because even though combat ultimates are locked in this zone, these entry-level mechanics are literally pay to win, and insanely broken for traversal, literally maxing out his proficiency in seconds, before hopping in the saddle right next to Yoka. Realizing this massive speed boost totally flips the RNG in their favor, hyping himself up to finally go on the offensive against these mobs. Galloping toward the stronghold, his brain starts cooking up theories about that eastern goblin wave, specifically the scrub tier ones chilling by the water, connecting the dots that those trash mobs are literally zero threat as long as they touch grass outside the walls, meaning the actual raid boss energy is radiating from the horde. Pushing the northern perimeter mainly because those tryhards brought massive siege wagons packed with vertical scaling gear to bypass the defenses. The mounted gigachods clearly read the patch notes too, rushing straight for that northern choke point, making our MC debate just piggybacking on their aggro. Easy mode, unlocked, assuming this entire questline would become a total cakewalk if they just surfed the cavalry wave. But his gamer sense starts tingling, realizing the dev team would never hand out a free win. With 0 difficulty spikes, wait, no, they absolutely wouldn't. And right on cue, our boy casually drops a bombshell on the squad, announcing they are completely ditching this combat zone to go rogue somewhere else. Eren immediately catches an attack of the morals, since their literal quest objective was holding the northern entrance. But our MC hits them with a reality, asking them straight up, do you guys honestly think the spawn rate stops here? Ordering the party to pop their sprint abilities and shadow him toward the eastern woods. And as they reposition the weather, RNG finally favors them with clear skies, handing them a massive tactical buff, and the second the tree line renders in, our boy sees his galaxy brain predictions playing out flawlessly, revealing a whole squad of mounted green men camping in the brush, looking totally locked and loaded, fully capable of steamrolling the eastern defenses if they felt like it. Meaning if he can just drop some massive crowd control using Iolka and her spellbook, they could totally ruin this flank maneuver. But wait, hold up, behind the pint-sized trash mobs, gigantic boots step out from the shadows, causing instant panic. Huge hitboxes incoming, totally sus, because they are literal ogres, identical to the mini-bosses he previously sweated over. Except instead of a dynamic duo, there is an entire platoon of exactly 23 waiting in the wings. Remembering how much HP he sacrificed just surviving 2 of them, the math ain't mathing with this multiplied spawn rate, coming to the horrifying conclusion, game over, man. If these absolute tanks crash the primary server lobby, I mean, wouldn't even the elite horsemen get totally wiped out by that, prompting our boy to check his mage's mana bar, to which she admits she has a tiny bit of MP remaining, though the damage output will be seriously nerfed. But he tells her to forget about base damage, ordering her to just maximize her AoE range, splashing that elemental cast across the biggest surface area, her stat planning a massive drive-by through the northern canopy while she literally turns the whole biome into an ashtray. Meanwhile, back at the northern barricade, the vibes are absolutely atrocious, with the Green Horde treating the siege ladders like a jungle gym, forcing Edith and her squad to mash their attack buttons just to hold the line, when one of the local guards nearly gets yeeted off the edge by an ankle biter, only for Best Girl to clutch up with a last frame rescue as the swarm keeps multiplying, and she just keeps farming XP. Multitasking her combos, she spots movement on the horizon, realizing the Lion Cavalry has finally loaded into the instance. The absolute second they cross the threshold, the riders delete the mob like a max-level smurf in a bronze lobby, hitting with straight oak. High ground secured, our girl spectates this beautiful slaughter, never dropping her own combo. Seriously, did this random straggler actually think it could sneak up on her? Because her reflexes are way too cracked, deleting the mob before its animation even starts. Cutting back to the wooded area where our spellcasting queen has totally capped out her cast time, triggering the ultimate with one vocal command, causing a massive wave of pyro energy to instantly spawn, wiping the entire forest floor with a firewall, putting everything in a massive death box, while those sneaky goblins and orcs get utterly cooked, shrieking their lungs out with literally 0 exit routes on the map. Literally everything around them is completely engulfed in scorching flames. The mage girl is basically running on empty right now, but our boy reassures her that she absolutely hard carried this wave. He tells her to chill on casting spells. He was actually no. He completely stops her, because the whole woods are getting roasted anyway, which honestly is total, considering those ugly little mobs literally claimed this zone as their main spawn point. Nuking the terrain is basically a massive DW, so the squad starts retreating while roughly 500 infantry dudes were holding down the northern barricade. Except the backup took way too long, and nearly 400 troops got totally cooked before losing another 50% of the new guys. To those absolute unit ogres, though. Once the mounted knights pulled up, the trash mobs got totally wiped as the infantry picked off the stragglers. Those dudes riding lions were completely cracked out of their minds, catching bodies left and right, racking up easy kill-death ratios of 10 or 20 green dudes apiece. They basically speed-ran the entire front line, leaving the dirt totally painted red with dropped loot and bodies from both factions everywhere. Server officially cleared. Up on the ramparts, the surviving guard and the beast riders start popping off and hyping up their massive W. That brunette chick notices the alpha squad making their way out of the absolute literal barbecue zone, giving the protagonist a wholesome little smirk from afar, while the MC checks his interface, realizing nobody got sent to the lobby. Confirming his entire party survived the raid as Jenna flexes about the insane strength buff they got, while their other base stats massively spiked, especially compared to their super mid power level. Then she asks why the lobby screen has not loaded yet, which honestly is the exact moment our boy completely freezes up. Dude starts sweating bullets, recalculating the whole boss fight, from slashing green mobs to slicing the captain to surviving the backup wave, dropping napalm on the trees and clearing all the stealth targets, meaning the quest log should be fully checked off. Seriously, like why is the stage clear screen glitching out right before a sketchy crimson pop-up suddenly blasts his vision, saying system updating? Literally, the entire server gets lag spiked, except for him. He tries to wait. Dude just freaks out, spinning his camera right as a second alert drops, just displaying some generic repairing data, text leaving him utterly shook until the ultimate warning screen flashes up. Dude got booted, telling our guy that the admin network crashed, and he basically just got kicked from the session, staring at his teammates trapped in frozen animations. Dude is totally lost before the system randomly hits him with a text telling him to check his six. Dude nearly has a heart attack spinning around to catch a glimpse of that exact same level, 999 entity. The absolute unit that glared at his soul right before his initial isekai drop, and the MC immediately knows who it is. Originally, just catching a peek of that covered face gave him nightmare fuel, and that trauma is fully back, making him swear profusely while remembering his old peak days, when he literally speedran the 88th stage, carrying a massive roster of 6-star meta units, back when he sat securely at global rank 5. Since this specific gacha simulator heavily relies on pure random number generation and swiping your credit card, gamers can macro their squad all day, but the combat artificial intelligence is totally auto. Though swiping is definitely not the only win condition here. Total sweaty tryhards can honestly outplay the terrible drop rates, returning to current reality. Dude locks eyes with the shadow boss, sitting at a ridiculous stat line that only an impossible 7-star god tier character could even dream of reaching. Right when our guy is preparing to trash talk, he spots a totally sus entity chilling directly behind the main beast. Literally, some pitch black shadow dude flexing a gamer tag, reading Dark Disciple at merely level 15. The weird disciple guy stares directly through his screen, maintaining insane eye contact before promising to camp his spawn later. Hand completely froze, leaving him fully stun-locked, trying to process like what kind of cryptic cutscene did he just witness as the duo, straight up Alt F4 out of the lobby, with zero context. Right before the server, ping drops back down, letting the glitched textures finally render properly alongside a fresh patch note, basically begging for forgiveness regarding the lag spike. Out of nowhere, the bow-wielding waifu breaks out of her idle pose, asking the MC why he looks so absolutely cooked. Cutting off her dialogue entirely, he starts screaming at the party to speedrun back to the base, leaving the entire squad shook. Dude absolutely forces them to sprint. Since he clearly understands this, boss phase is not over, letting that disciple guy live completely, rent-free in his head during the ride. An boss level threat like that has zero business griefing, noob stages, and the pure aura alone is enough, nightmare fuel, making it the most valid excuse ever to pull a massive tactical retreat. Totally unprompted, a seemingly wiped out knight starts flexing his fingers, grabbing the attention of another confused surviving guard. Watching the downed infantry dude visually glitching out, getting infected by some literal zombie malware, before mutating into an absolute horror show of a mob. That random NPC next to our boy absolutely loses his mind, completely shook, but his reaction time is literal. Trash. Actually, right on cue, every single defeated goblin scattered across the dirt starts glitching out, mutating into something way worse. Blondie over here is absolutely shook, losing his mind and screaming because he has no clue why these trashed mobs are getting a second phase. Our boy barks at him to keep his eyes forward and haul ass back down their route. Literally every dropped enemy has just respawned as a totally new nightmare. Mid-sprint, the UI flashes a sick little update, dropping the bomb that there are currently 2,436 zombies crashing the server. The MC instantly pieces it together, knowing this absolute BS mechanic belongs exclusively to the Dark Disciple. Basically, if the right RNG hits, that boss can just resurrect the entire graveyard and flip them into an undead army. These absolute units refuse to catch a break until you literally shatter their craniums, meaning it is strictly headshots only from here on out. Meanwhile, holding down the fort, our girl spots the squad rushing back and starts screaming at the NPCs to unseal the massive doors. The heavy wooden barriers swing wide as the crew gallops in, but our boy abruptly hits the brakes at the threshold and completely yanks the spellcaster right off her mount. He tosses her straight to Jenna, giving strict orders to keep the magic user breathing while locking down the main holy monument. Pairing her up with the raven-haired waifu, he casually drops that he is heading back into the meat grinder and commands them to seal the entrance tight until his respawn. The squad is literally sobbing, begging him not to throw his life away while demanding to know his crazy solo survival strat. What is he even planning? Hitting Aaron with a hardcore reality check. The Emic just asks if he prefers breathing or becoming zombie chow, which instantly shuts the dude up, stuttering out that he definitely wants to extract in one piece. Aaron backs off, while the girl drops the ultimate dramatic question about our guy surviving this mess. Flashing a confident smirk, he swears on his main account that he will return, turning his back, just as the massive iron defenses lock into place, officially isolating him in the danger zone. The second the aggro shifts to him, the entire horde goes completely feral, swarming his location in a wave of sheer grossness that makes him want to throw up. But honestly, he knows this is totally farmable, banking on a super basic strategy of picking off isolated targets as he dives headfirst into the bloodbath, slicing through every single rotting freak that steps into his hitbox. Our boy is fully aware he would be totally cooked if the server just ganked him all at once. Stringing them along in manageable pull sizes is his only saving grace, until a randomly massive bicep just erupts into view out of nowhere. An absolute tank of an ogre steps up, starting to absolutely obliterate the main entrance, with its oversized hands making the MC groan at the terrible RNG, raging that the devs actually let the mini-bosses respawn, too. I mean, how is that even fair? He calculates the door durability hitting 0 real fast, but before he can even launch a counterattack, a pack of corrupted dog mobs spawns directly in his blind spot, sprinting after his mount and almost snapping its ankles right up until the literal last millisecond. A pair of clean projectiles just delete the mutts from existence, watching them fold instantly because Jenna was camping the high ground and clutched up the assist. Glancing over his shoulder, he lets out a huge sigh of relief, knowing he has a top-tier sniper providing overwatch from the safe zone. The base guards are practically sweating bullets, listening to the hammering, and in record time the exterior barricades just explode into splinters. Cue the absolute panic as the heavy hit and an infinite wave of brain dead NPCs flood the streets. Total anarchy drops instantly, as everyone desperately tries to avoid catching a game over, while our guy kicks himself, realizing the frontline defenses melted way faster than his mental timer predicted. His only play to cancel this total party wipe is to speedrun his way to the Dark Disciple and end its whole career immediately. Reading the opponent perfectly, he wagers the villain faded into the flaming woods, absolutely positive. The dude is just camping a spawn point waiting for round 2. Regardless of the trap, our MC is simply built different and refuses to let this toxic player get away with the server wipe. Analyzing the mob. AI, the MC figures, they only have 2 basic scripts running, meaning they will blindly aggro into any juicy player character in range, or make a mad dash to grief the sacred idol. Honestly, who programmed these guys? Sure, they got heavily nerfed in the skill department, post-revival, but their frenzy stats are completely off the charts right now. Plus, dealing with a literal infinite spawn rate is just pure frustration. And while he casually farms the horde, his mind shifts over to the emo aesthetic sidekick, realizing she actually carried way harder than he ever anticipated. She has not dropped the ball once this entire questline, flawlessly escorting the low-level NPCs and stragglers straight into the secondary safe zone. He is really banking on her ability to hold the defense point around the relic, just buying him enough frames to actually finish this boss rush. The perimeter is basically a lost cause already, but factoring in that juicy floor 5 experience they farmed, his party definitely has the stats to set up an impenetrable choke point right at the core and keep that monument completely untouchable. Back in the main hub, things are insanely scuffed. Ping spikes everywhere mean a bunch of slowpokes missed the safety trigger and got locked out of the raid zone, absolutely crying out for a carry as the steel doors slide shut in their faces. The Zerg rush swallows them up instantly for an automatic game over. Meanwhile, Back in the blazing biome, the MC forces himself to tunnel vision, mentally muting the entire base defense chat, because none of that matters. The only win condition left is doing a world record speedrun to assassinate the Dark Disciple. Casually strolling through the Inferno, his passive fire immunity randomly dings level 2, granting him the perfect buff to just W key straight through the hazards. Those crispy little goblin rats have magically respawned 2 leaping out of the flames for a jump scare, but he instantly parries their entire existence with a quick blade combo. Chugging down a quick heal to top off his HP bar, he finally hits the literal edge of the rendered map, planting his feet and trash-talking the boss to finally step out of stealth. The environment stays totally normal for a second, before System Alert starts spamming the screen, getting instantly spooked. A dude from Edith's squad gets hit with the fear debuff, dropping 50% totally nerfed, losing half their combat power. Right after a fresh pop-up reveals our boy's 5th squad mate is totally shook too, watching 30% of his damage vanish into thin air. Another system ping drops to announce that first guy actually got flatlined, followed immediately by a super grim alert revealing Edith is taking massive tick damage from severe hemorrhage, watching her HP bar melt away, while our MC just absorbs these brutal updates without making a peep. Picking up on some extremely sus vibes nearby, he was, wait no, a shadowy projectile suddenly blasts right out of the Inferno, aimed straight for his dome. Sweaty gamer reflexes pulling out some insane blocks, but that corrupt energy just clips straight through the defense and totally wrecks his shoulder joint. Totally, easily defeated. Normally, this shadow cultist boss is pretty weak when it comes. However, spawning in this early game zone makes his build ridiculously overpowered, dodging incoming skill shots like an absolute madman. Our boy realizes blocking is a massive throw, completely abandoning his heavy defense against this broken AP scaling. He cranks his mobility to maximum speed. Why even try tanking when parrying whatever projectiles he can with his blade? Though RNG is definitely not on his side, since a couple stray hits keep connecting brutally, mangling his remaining good arm. Absolute clutch save, knowing he would be totally cooked. Without those damage reduction perks, a fresh status window randomly drops, slapping him with a nasty bleed effect as his vitality gauge takes a steady nosedive. Absolute pure smog. Inhaling all that toxic smoke from the roasted woods completely destroys his stamina. Recovery, making his brain stressing out that he might actually log off permanently before finishing this raid boss. But right in the middle of this massive panic attack, super creepy audio out of nowhere, some weird cue begs for a quick chat, prompting him to pivot toward the noise, demanding to know what this shadow freak is yapping about, trying to drop some edgy dialogue about how unique the MC is. The villain gets rudely interrupted when our guy literally yeets his main weapon straight at the monologue, cutting straight through the firewall to score a direct hit on the target, prompting the boss to counterattack with 0 cooldown. Pure absolute rage popping his ultimate berserk ability, right before taking damage, zooming directly into the danger zone while the enemy casts their spell. Clean off total deletion, resulting in his entire limb getting erased. Ignoring the insane critical damage, he pushes the analog stick forward, biting down so hard while his face streams with absolute pure torment. Zero hesitation, pushing forward, refusing to hit the pause button, wrapping his remaining fingers around his backup blade, finally closing the gap on this absolute menace. Tanking a whole barrage of corrupted projectiles that literally turn him into Swiss cheese. Yet our absolute unit just keeps pushing the front line. Total savage mode, completely taking off the cultist's head, spamming his light attack button like a rabid dog, all while the shadow boss, totally cooked, completely useless, puts up the most pathetic struggle. This absolute demon refuses to drop aggro until the mob finally hits 0 HP and gets wiped from the server. Eventually his buff timer runs out, leaving his avatar completely perforated as pure crimson spills from his jaw. Pure brutal damage. Totally ignoring how thoroughly destroyed, getting super tilted over the missing victory screen, genuinely stressing if they threw the whole run as his vision slowly fades to black, leaning against some charred bark while contemplating a permanent game over who grinds this hard just to get wiped. 0 HP, completely flatlined, a totally separate player, back in the safe. Catching this update makes him drop some heavy profanity, grasping how incredibly scuffed this entire session has become, previously forced to abandon the hub area because of this shadow freak now, after wagering his entire account to secure the kill. It looks like he's getting permanently banned anyway. Absolute total chaos. The chaotic brawl just keeps going, leaving Jenna completely out of stamina, while Aaron's physical form is practically bricked from spamming his polearm attacks endlessly. Yolka is running entirely on empty MP, about to pass out completely, with both squads, number 5, slots permanently offline in a pool of red. Meanwhile, Dika is out here still mashing buttons. Massive party wipe. Just when it looks like a total game over, that divine monument back at base randomly activates, shifting from a subtle shimmer into a blinding azure wave that stretches all the way to our guy, making his character model break down into tiny digital fragments, shattering apart because the system ultimately validated their massive boss, Clear instantly granting a huge chunk of XP to every single raid participant. Massive victory royale replacing the entire combat zone with digital static to prove the dungeon is officially beaten, handing our main dude the most valuable player achievement. Right after that massive W, a fresh system alert slides into the UI, informing the guild leader what else could happen now. 2-star upgrade. Confirming players can jump their tier from 1 star straight up to 2 stars using the special grindable materials, plus unlocking a brand new expedition mode on the map. Swapping their main hub title over to Townia, losing exactly 1 random scrub per squad, but preserving all the main characters with real plot armor. Catching some sleep before cautiously checking his pulse at dawn to confirm he's not a ghost. Catching Aaron zoning out hard at the cafeteria tables a bit later. Rolling up on him to question why his vibe is so incredibly tense right now. Homie confesses he's having an existential crisis about their endless grinding loop, especially since zombie mobs raided the base during his absence. But our guy just hits him with that comforting pep talk about certain non-player characters. Casualties are just part of the game, right? Blondie literally just shrugs off the wipeout and hits the hay, flashing this weird little smirk, like a good night of sleep fixes trauma. Our boy just stares at his back, catching exactly how cooked the dude actually is under that fake chilling by himself for a second to process. Doing a whole mental replay of that absolute disaster class of a raid cut to the dining hall though, and the squad is honestly vibing way too hard. The bow user is absolutely losing her mind over the massive loot drop of food, trying to figure out why the feast is so premium right now. And our chef Chloe spills the tea that MC personally requested a legendary tier buffet, using whatever scraps they had lying around. The sniper chick just devours it all, getting her sanity points back to full, while our guy scans the squad and realizes their stress debuffs have completely vanished. Boom. The player account finally comes online and instantly spots the shiny rank up notification, dropping a brand new upgrade facility right into the base, spawning this sick new architecture right on top of the crafting room, and the exact RNG drops needed to evolve him just pop onto the screen, dragging 3 default gems together to craft the ultimate evolution rock. The admin hits, except watching the crystal forge itself, with this crazy magical flex. Before the little guide, NPC zooms over to hand the shiny rock directly to our boy, hyping him up about leveling out of the trash tier to hit 2 stars, blowing smoke about how he could totally max out at 7 stars. Eventually, MC is totally capping on that, though having flashbacks to his own main unit Cyrus, who got hard stuck before max level, no matter how much grinding he did, making him realize the dev team definitely hid some secret unlock requirements that are completely over his head right now. He walks right up to that new upgrade pod sitting above the crafting floor, knowing the mechanics mean tossing the items in will just autoplay the evolution sequence. Since the player camera literally cannot peek inside the upgrade box, our boy just walks up and slots the glowing rock right into its socket. The crystal starts popping off, projecting these wild holographic glitches everywhere, as a massive magic circle basically eats the entire room, blasting a ridiculous laser beam straight from the floor that completely blinds him. But when he finally squints through the glare, the whole vibe is dead silent. Suddenly, there is dialogue, dropping the camera on some lady chilling in a seat with a toddler, leaving our boy totally shook as he instantly goes to equip his weapon, demanding her gamer tag. Actually, no. He runs face first into an invisible wall that totally blocks his path. And who even spawns a random kid like that? Because the code was supposed to pull from his own backstory, except his lore never included relatives. So he squints really hard at the tiny NPC, and the puzzle pieces click together. That baby is literally the real Han, the dude who was actually meant to be isekai'd. The system just got confused by their identical user IDs and kidnapped our guy by mistake. Skipping the rest of the cutscene, our boy dips from the room, entirely respawning in some completely blank hub area, right next to the lobby portal. With all his cleared zones chilling in the background, the door slides open and the little mascot flies out, basically motioning for him to load into the next zone. Clocking that, her character model actually looks kind of shrunk down. He checks if she is leading the way, only to look up and see a massive boss portal, flexing a huge warning tag that screams nightmare mode. MC instantly recognizes this zone is pure nightmare fuel, but right before he can cancel the queue, the raid auto starts spamming red hazard alerts across his entire HUD as the game forcefully drags his character inside, slapping him with a massive 30% stat nerf just from the terror. Debuff alone while everything else spiked. The gravity mechanic goes absolutely nuts, making him literally drop his blade so he can use both arms to crawl against the floor, biting down hard to tank the heavy damage. Popping his absolute rage skill, he actually centers his mental state and manages to outscale the gravity hack. The debuff finally expires, leaving him gasping for stamina, regeneration, and right then he spots that exact same level, 999 boss from the tutorial. The final boss drops a typical villain, one-liner making our boy instantly equip his gear, as he figures out this absolute unit forced his summon. There is literally zero chance to win this when the power gap is that disgusting, but the big bad is practically begging him to just try throwing one single punch. He straight up denies the request, though telling the creature to cancel the instance if there is no point earning a slow clap from the beast for keeping his cool, dropping the lore that rushing in would have equaled instant permadeath, while MC suddenly catches a massive lag spike of a headache, trying to heal up while questioning if every single player gets this cooked during rank ups, but the boss steps up just to call him an anomaly, framing this whole hellhole as an exclusive VIP lounge tailored directly for the #1 global player right before the monster starts a crazy transformation sequence, morphing into a female character that leaves our boy completely paralyzed, mainly because her skin literally matches their little guide, NPC, so when she tries to start her villain monologue, he straight up skips her dialogue to call her an absolute snake, causing the chick to whine about his toxic behavior, spilling that his little flying assistant is just a mass-produced clone of her original self, flicking a calling card at his face with some scrambled text for a gamer tag, which he instantly turns into absolute dust with one grip, confronting her about this massive troll move, as the chick just smirks like she owns the server and brags about her multiple aliases, like she is swapping loadouts, but our guy gives zero flips about her lore and aggressively asks if she was the admin who trapped him in this simulation, catching her off guard as she begs him not to rage, quit on her, confessing his login was totally unscripted on her end, claiming the whole spawn phase was pure RNG and completely glitched out. But our boy gives absolutely zero cares, straight up, demanding an instant fast track, backing it up with a threat to her HP bar, but Shorty claps back, reminding him he is just a literal bottom-tier scrub, whose ego is way too over-leveled for his base stats. MC just smirks, swearing on his life that after a quick grinding session, the whole power dynamic is going to flip, putting him entirely in the admin seat, which instantly makes the chick drop a casual threat about wiping his account, right then and there. No cap. She straight up channels a dark mana projectile using her foot, launching a void, javelin straight at his dome with insane velocity. The attack speed is way too OP for his current agility, so it tanks straight into his chest, hitbox shredding through his starting gear before magic. Our boy locks eyes with pure death stare, energy prompting her to hype up his mental fortitude, casually flexing that the hit could have easily been an instant critical strike to his core. A quick snap of her fingers deletes the projectile from the server, making MC drop his aggro stance just a fraction, to ask what kind of twisted side quest she is trying to force on him, realizing she already skipped way too many perfect openings to permanently PK his bro, literally figures out that skipping the execution phase to forcibly drag his IP address into this lobby proves she desperately needs his carry potential. Standing up, Shorty claims her only objective is a simple dialogue cutscene, suddenly shifting her entire vibe to completely mirror that annoying little guide, NPC, casually dropping his stats as the global rank 5 player, the absolute myth known as Loki in the community, while openly admitting she is a massive simp for his account, claiming she has been binge-watching his VODs and speedruns for countless hours, entirely shook by his massive brain plays, apparently back at her server base checking the Niflheim R leaderboards as part of the daily routine, making a top-tier whale like him physically impossible to ignore. The vibe suddenly gets heavy, as she drops the whole red pill routine about the hidden lore of this dimension, hitting him with a deep lore inquiry, asking if our boy actually gives a single thought about the actual narrative. MC goes entirely AFK in his head, completely speechless, while Shorty confirms the brutal reality that the entire player base just skips every single. Gamers literally only log in to grind for the meta, and she is openly admitting to being guilty of the same exact mindset, calling the foundational plot of the pick-me-up with absolute zero effort put into the actual world. Mechanics the casuals do not even realize the high elo lords exist, simply because that lore has zero impact on the grind. Hitting another admin snap, the whole background rendering gets swapped out instantly, forcing a pop quiz on whether he knows this specific map. Bro would rather uninstall than play her guessing game, but she aggressively pushes giving him the grand tour of the Tanya server region pointing directly at the Nelsa zone, literally the exact same instance he previously raided during his earlier tower clears. Except right now, the entire zone is looking completely cooked, just total. She starts swiping through multiple hollows, flexing a whole lineup of dead servers, like Kaya Edela, Median Silkia, and Phaonia, all catching the absolute worst wipe, throwing out the massive spoiler that every single dead zone belongs to the Tanya map, which hilariously matches his own guild hub, right before she drops the ultimate psychological bait, seriously asking if his precious Niflheim base will somehow dodge the exact same deletion wave, heavily implying that almost every single server block, inevitably dropping the most insane server wipe history, basically leaking that a completely broken amount of dimensions got permanently formatted while the casualty count and everything else spiked. All because some dev script confirming that the canonical campaign always locks into the absolute worst ending route, meaning every single player dragged into this code. All the sweaty tryhards inevitably get party wiped, which is exactly why the system is basically screaming for a totally cracked out of bounds glitch abuser to step in. Someone exactly like our boy, bringing massive main character energy to completely break the predetermined campaign, as she formally drops her main quest objective for him to admitting the run looks incredibly doomed, but asserting that high elo gods operating from a totally different reality tier have the admin perms to physically hack the narrative, hitting him with the wildest lore drop that the entire pick-me-up client was literally engineered from day. MC finally connects the puzzle pieces, letting a completely unhinged smirk slide onto his face, openly mocking her, because he honestly thought the overarching plot would actually be good, not this basic info dump. Shorty extends an alliance invite begging for a co-op session, but before the animation even finishes, he violently yeets a hole throwing knife directly into her facial hitbox, fully convinced that her entire lore dump was just high-tier gaslighting, leading to her actual character model visibly glitching out and dropping massive frame. Red damage textures literally spilling from her forehead, but she just keeps up that psychotic smiling animation, telling him to process the dialogue tree before locking in a binary yes or no choice. Completely ghosting her actual questions, our boy starts verbally flaming her whole existence, throwing toxic rage about how her forced tutorial kidnapping dragged him through. Absolutely disgusted that she has the audacity to send a party invite, after all that griefing hitting the deny button instantly, and challenging her to initiate a boss fight where he promises to deal at least some chip damage before his HP drops to 0. Shorty casually unequips the knife from her skull, hitting him with a minor complaint about the damage values, while MC physically restrains himself from going all out because his brain knows the level scaling is. His absolute rookie status and level 10 cap mean he would instantly get folded by her passive stats alone. So he needs a massive grinding arc straight up, muting her mic, and aggressively requesting an immediate catching major feelings, the mysterious crying about burning almost all her mana reserves just to pull his gacha banner, actively admitting that out of the entire global leaderboards, he is her ultimate late-game investment. The handful of absolute sweats ranked above him are literally washed-up frauds in her eyes, since his mechanical skills completely gap them all. Physically dropping a UI notification in his face that says, an achievement pop-up titled, Master Fully Trusts the Heroic Bond, forcefully reminding our boy that this specific trophy unlocks the second you clear the initial new player tutorial, officially crowning him as the singular gigachad out of an endless sea of gamers who actually took that loading screen tip with absolute hardcore dedication. Bro, the whole vibe flips to this sickly mustard color, giving off major tutorial zone energy. But psych, we just got teleported straight to the 80th floor. This is the exact death trap our boy tossed his squad into half a year back. Literally, just a handful of sweaty tryhards globally ever beat this stage. And obviously our MC is one of those gaming gods conquering his 80th floor. Totally humbled him and ended up being an absolute nightmare compared. MC gets mad, PTSD thinking about how that raid almost scrambled his brain cells. Actually, no, he straight up demands why this chick is making him rewatch his trauma. She tells him to park it and enjoy the stream, but our guy hits her with a hard pass and stays on his feet, though she is not taking no for an answer, hyping up that they are about to react to some absolute cinema. So, he sighs and finally takes a seat while Shorty just keeps yapping away. She straight up grills him, wondering if getting the full VR experience hits different instead of just backseating behind a monitor. Since let us be real, most casuals logging in today are still completely clueless about the meta for navigating these biomes because this gacha hellscape is notorious for throwing completely random difficulty spikes at you every single map. Plus, like who even wants to replay the exact same mission? When the ERNG is so toxic, it could be a total cakewalk or just straight up rigged against you. But since our boy already got the completion achievement, he literally wrote the walkthrough for this boss fight, making him super sus, like, bro, why are we even watching my old gameplay? Some little pixel pixie drops off a beverage, while the mysterious chick gives this knowing smirk, telling our MC to just chill, mute his mic, and let the game. He starts having flashbacks to his original playthrough, remembering how beating the 79th level gave him a massive ego trip, leading him to instantly rush into the 80th zone, where 50% of his roster just got completely wiped. Honestly, if he had to rate that biome, he would call it straight up Ohio, an absolute wasteland where breathing is basically a status effect that kills you. The entire map is just overflowing with utterly busted elite mobs, spawning 2,755 chaos fragments sitting at level 113 plus, another 3,164 despair fragments rocking level 108, while all those other greedy minion stats basically spiked through the roof. Getting swarmed by an endless sea of those ads turns the 80th stage into an absolute meat grinder. And the craziest lore drop is that in this specific title, each individual user gets totally personalized, RNG scaling, meaning your pulls are strictly hard-coded to your save file, leaving our boy absolutely shook by the revelation. She hits him with a reality check, asking if he thought his abysmal luck at never pulling a top-tier unit was just random, because, spoiler alert, it was completely rigged from the start. The fact he never managed to roll a legendary 7-star character was not him getting cooked by the gacha system, but rather because his specific Niflheim server account literally ran out of units in the prize pool to even pull from, as the mob waves get thicker, spawning 322 chaos crystals maxed out at level 3, along with 15 level 3 despair shards, while everything else just wildly spiked on the aggro meter. Skipping the greed shards entirely, she keeps exposing the dev team, explaining that stage modifiers are tied to player IDs, and the studio actually flagged his home base as an S-tier threat, handing him the most cursed debuffs possible across the board. Yet this absolute mad lad somehow grinded his way up to the 88th map. Anyway, which is frankly built different. Out of nowhere, a crazy god ray blinds the screen. An MC watches his ultimate dream team render in real time, his 5 best carry units dropping into the arena, side by side, totally locked in, and ready to fold these beasts. The second the mob wave tries to push, the entire enemy front line gets caught in massive lag, as a wild system prompt pops up, dropping the intel that a major tactical structure buff, just activated through some secret passive skill, followed by more text boxes proving there is a sweaty commander analyzing the grid and calling the shots, causing him to lean closer, watching the UI reveal literally every big brain play and micromanagement trick he originally used to carry his squad to the endgame. Like, how is that for this specific raid making the girl openly respect his wild macro game, praising how he gigabrained the lobby by capturing the resource points, way before he even pulled aggro on the main boss. She tells him to pay close attention to how much riz he holds over his own units as the entire party huddles around the mini-map, locking in on the flawless game plan projected for them. The squad realizes the strat is mathematically unlosable, and their shot caller hypes them up, saying dropping the ball is strictly not an option, just as the raid timer ticks down, giving us the ultimate hype reel for each of these 6-star beasts, throwing a spotlight on Urneth with those king-tier eyes, and obviously the flaming absolute unit Sirius, who literally carries the highest DPS out of the bunch, and the second the barrier drops, the squad full sends it straight into the enemy backline, showing absolutely zero hesitation, making the chick crack up as she confesses that the sheer level of blind faith these pixels have in him is actually insane. Considering they are literally the most overpowered accounts on the entire global ladder, only getting outscaled by those mythic 7-star whales, our boy just shrugs, dropping a rhetorical question like, "Why does Flex power?" She claps back. That raw mechanics are completely mid when playing a summoner class because the real endgame is farming their absolute trust and devotion. Since normally the higher the stages go, the faster these AI units start treating their guild leaders like trash. But our boy is cut from a completely different cloth compared to those casual. He successfully unlocked that ultra-rare max bond rating with his crew, catching straight respect from every single character in the hub world, like he is the absolute final boss of good. And she drops the final lore bomb, saying that even as they speak, his Niflheim roster is going crazy, trying to track down his IP address inside the Matrix. This chick straight up questions our boy about what other player has. NPCs simping for their boss, like his squad does, saying his gameplay is totally off the wall. His mechanics are so cracked that even she is completely shook, pointing out how he basically speedran without ever abusing the meat grinder room. Regular gamers spam that fusion machine to keep their units in line, just feeding the weak ones to juice up the meta characters. Anyone stepping out of line gets absolutely cooked. Our boy was, wait, never mind. He had literally zero luck with the gacha RNG. Bro never even sniffed a 5-star drop, capping out at a 4-star unit called Ceres as his ultimate carry. The entire server roasted his trash tier roster and told him to touch grass, yet the dude brushed it off because getting nerfed by reality was his daily routine. Society always treated him like a background NPC, forcing him to just grind through the hate while a flashback hits of him as a lonely kid, freezing his toes off while staring at some random child bonding with their dad. A co-op mode he never got to unlock. My guy drops the fact that he actually clicked the fusion button a few times, making her realize he is built different compared to the casuals. Most tryhards cycle through that mechanic weekly, treating their party members like disposable trash the second they fall out of the meta. Our boy actually valued his squad like real homies, recognizing the hidden stats behind every single unit, tossing them dubs for clearing dungeons and giving them tiny timeouts instead of permanent bans when they choked. Catching Major Sue's vibes, she checks if our MC secretly knew his digital teammates were actually living, breathing people. Doing a flawless pacifist run makes zero sense unless his galaxy brain already cracked the code. I mean, who else even? Admitting the character AI was way too realistic, noticing how each party member threw totally different emotes to the exact same ping. Bro still brushed them off as mere pixels though, wondering if this yapping session is over while she drops a sad react, crying about not linking up in the real world, prompting a smirk from our boy who instantly claps, claiming it would have been absolute peak content if she pulled up to his actual server for a face-to-face chat, because he would have straight up unalived her right there, telling her the drama in Niflheim and those random settlements is not his main quest. Earth is his true spawn point, so he declines the massive carry job, swerving away to bounce from this weird NPC, catching a warning that his loyal roster would be devastated to hear him dodge the draft, though he gives zero flips, spotting the obvious trap since a real admin wanting a tower clear would not have forcibly teleported a guy who 0D'd his way to the 88th stage. Breathing right down the neck of the #1 sweat on the 90th tier, our guy completely rejects her weird alliance invite, telling her to log off instantly before his anger meter hits absolute max. She begs him to push to her designated zone, acting like she can tank his toxic vibe until then, while he simply mutes her audio, switching topics to that shadowy boss enemy directly interrogating her about spawning the absolute menace he fought, way back on the 10th level, which she suspiciously owns up to, promising to stop griefing his run past stage 15. Whatever profile his commander rolled has a ridiculous questline ahead, matching the absolute hell difficulty of his Niflheimar save file. Rocking a straight S-tier rating, she warns that his crazy skills might actually make his handler rage. Quit offering a hard carry contract to prevent that disconnect, dangling the ultimate loot box of a one-way ticket home upon hitting max altitude, plus an insane 50% revenue split, taking cash straight from the dev studio to make him the richest esport pro ever, extending an official guild invite. Our MC just wants to block her user ID permanently, mentally noting that her fast travel promises are super mid, and all the gold in the world cannot mask Curse's energy, leaving her desperately trying to decode his massive aggro before getting interrupted. Bro abruptly equips a backup blade and lands a critical hit right to her dome, sinking the metal all the way in. Swearing off her pay to win shortcuts, he locks into solo, clear the raid, and dig up the lore by himself, grabbing the victory royale through sheer skill alone, making that stab wound his final dialogue option. Glitchy graphics burst from her massive damage taken as she hypes up his grit, pardoning the sudden friendly fire just this once. Winding up to drop the actual lore drop of this nightmare server, casting a spell that summons a massive portal. Throwing the camera over to Townia, revealing a hub city packed with basic NPCs just vibing together without any PvP. Suddenly, a bunch of heavily buffed raid bosses spawn in and nuke the entire map, catching a massive loss. As she states, "Pick me up is rigged," since trying to beat a save file that is already completely corrupted is a nightmare. Yet the account owner remains their final buff. Cinematic shots roll, playing out Jenna chilling in the woods, Aaron hanging with his sibling, and random characters doing side quests. The crazy NPC insists their only shot at a good ending demands followers who never drop their party leader, putting all their remaining HP in the server survival squarely on his shoulders, dropping the ultimate guilt trip, pushing the final boss fight squarely into his inventory, wondering if he can grind the ascent. But my guy just stares blankly, realizing this script is pure yap. This chick is basically begging our boy to keep grinding, the levels dropping the wild lore that a massive squad is chilling at the penthouse just waiting for his arrival. MC is actually no, he completely snaps. He literally tells her to touch grass, muting her annoying audio track into absolute silence. Boom, system goes crazy. A pop-up flexes that he just leveled up to a 2-star unit, leaving him frozen in place, wondering if this insane simulation finally wrapped up. Stepping out of the upgrade zone, he bumps straight into our blonde sidekick, who starts whining about the massive wait time. Our guy casually drops that he was busy getting buffed, hinting the newbie will face that RNG soon, while internally diving deep into the guy's tragic backstory. Flashing back to the kid and his little sis, Nina MC totally gets the heavy emotional damage, driving this dude to speed run his way back to reality. Back at his base, the main character locks in, swearing the ultimate quest remains identical. He is going to conquer this massive dungeon and clip back into his original dimension. Except that psycho NPC entirely cooked his vibe, flipping his chill aura into pure sweaty boss fight mode. He promises to deal massive payback for all her toxic griefing. Fast forward to the morning, and the player running the account gets pinged. The devs dropped a massive wall of text, claiming the server crashed mid-session, affecting all the noob accounts in the beginner zones, complete with a super fake corporate apology thread. MC knows the real tea though, it was definitely that crazy chick and the shadow boss. While the account owner bags a fat loot drop of 500 gems, 50,000 gold coins, and bonus stash. Plus, a totally busted 3-day free farming pass. While the little pixel helper gets hyped over his stat boost, she quickly catches on that he is looking incredibly depressed. He straight up leaks that he encountered her prime variant, leaving her totally shook. So he breaks down that her real-life counterpart is literally the co-founder of Mobius, the exact studio, running this simulation, making the poor fairy sweat bullets over what got leaked. But our overpowered protagonist pats her head, saying he will not drop any negative reviews on her. The contract is still active, just like he swore he plans to carry her to the endgame, expecting her to drop those support buffs exactly when things get sweaty. The floating sidekick instantly nods along, sliding him a shiny premium voucher, hyping it up as a mega reward from the player up above, giving him the ultimate green light to swipe for whatever cosmetics or since in-game presents are basically a massive flex of your unit tier. He spots the balance is capped at 10,000 gold pieces, proving the account owner thinks he is finally an S-tier carry, but MC literally pulls a reverse Uno card and rejects the drop. The little helper gets a declined transaction alert and absolutely loses her mind, screaming that he could easily cop some premium digital meals, new drip or base upgrades, but he coldly shuts her down, claiming 10,000 gold is pure pocket change and buys absolutely nothing of real value. He just spins around and dips, totally ghosting the free loot, while the desperate fairy chases him down to shove a random knightly mount figure into his hands. A completely useless cosmetic. The player just wasted currency on our guy, literally yeets it into the trash, complaining that if this noob master wants to play Santa, the loot needs to drop for the entire party. Playing favorites is just gonna ruin team morale. And meanwhile, that ceramic horse breaks into 1,000,000 pixels. He gives zero cares trash tier loot, because that useless item offered 0 stat buffs, eventually crashing on his bed. He starts roasting his player for having 0 clue about his main build. Honestly, who even equips their best tank with random decorative garbage? Flashing back to his own glorious days when he memorized every single pixel of his squad's meta. He finds himself picturing the live reaction of the guy behind the screen, probably raging completely baffled or tilted out of his mind. Cut to a bit later, and the whole squad gets pinged to queue up for the next raid. Our boy just wants to speedrun this trash, convinced the account owner is totally throwing the match, because surviving stage 10 obviously means the party desperately needs a cooldown phase. The magic caster looks incredibly salty, demanding to know the next waypoint. He stays quiet, inner monologue screaming, assuming they are just going to farm stage 8 or 9 for XP, seeing as their current HP bars would get instantly deleted on level 11. But guess what? The portal flashes open and leaves him absolutely gagged. The madman at the keyboard, literally locked in stage 11, it hits him instantly. This brain-dead player thinks the campaign is on baby difficulty, totally falling for the classic trap of low, elo cockiness. A huge red alert flashes that the danger zone unseals in exactly 10 ticks. Han is furiously mauling barking orders to the squad to buff up dead. Sure, the guy playing them is actually griefing his own run by forcing a high-level spawn, skipping the mandatory XP grind in the safe zones. Like an apps, they are locked into this suicide mission with 0 opt-out. Having a literal bronze tier shot caller makes our main guy seriously question if getting to the final boss room is even mathematically possible. Level 11 loads in, as a spooky graveyard dropping 14 level 11 bone rattlers straight on their heads. The crew forms a tight defensive ring to peel for their squishy caster. MC mentally mutes the raging about his terrible commander to sweat out this skirmish. Taking the front line, he absolutely flattens a calcium boy with heavy tank gear, proving exactly why this cursed gacha is pure RNG. Pulling an S-tier squad in the tutorial basically guarantees you can autoplay the entire mid-game. Bad units drop you, are cooked meaning you are pretty much dead from day one. While his teammates are desperately kiting the undead mob behind him, he gets lost in thought about how his player gambled everything to craft a 4-star unit and completely burned all his 3-star backups in the process. The dude honestly had decent luck and was sweating his mechanics early on, until stage 5 hit and absolutely nuked his entire brain cell count. This dude got way too massive of an ego, pushing his squad up the tower with 0 prep time. My guy genuinely believes that the only reason they keep surviving is his insane gaming chair, but honestly, bro, is absolutely delusional. Eventually, the squad wipes the floor with the current level, with our boy bagging the MVP title, having absolutely farmed the highest skeleton body count. Getting beamed back to the lobby, his stat screen pops up, showing he hit level 11 and scooped some fresh abilities along with everything else spiking. Shortly after, our MC pulls up the Pixie Companion, letting her know he needs some major lore drops. But she immediately gives him a heads up that certain data mining is totally banned. Our boy already memorized the entire wiki from her true state, but he just asks for tiny breadcrumbs, which she painfully caves into giving. Digging into her actual identity based on her past avatar, our MC asks for a name, making the little sprite freeze up. Before dropping the bomb that she holds infinite gamer tags for every server, claiming her current handle is Tell, which gives him mega sus vibes, meaning her Niflheim. Our alt account went by something totally different. Tell me why an NPC needs burner profiles, right? Typically once a player beats the 10th zone, the system slaps a custom title on their hub, dropping them in the Tanya server right now, even though his OG beta save was Niflheimar, sparking a memory for our boy that the rank 4 sweat hailed from Reagan Sid, while the number 3 Chad repped Ezekiel. Putting a pin in that lore, he pivots the interrogation towards Mobius, making sure she knows he means the actual universe, not some megacorp. The guide looks absolutely shook, but then spills the tea that Mobius is basically a massive cluster holding infinite parallel servers, hitting our boy with a massive brainwave, suddenly making sense of why every playthrough has crazy RNG for quests and spawns, since each user gets a one-of-a-kind map. Piecing the entire puzzle together, our guy totally clocks the true identity of the mystery girl, then casually hits the fairy, asking if their player is a real-life human. She gives a fat yes, noting that only regular flesh and blood people can pull the strings. In this simulation, prompting him to dig deeper and ask if Tell secretly applied some weird debuff to the account owner, causing the pixie to literally tweak out and vow to run a system diagnostic. Dipping out of his sight, Instantly pure silence drops, leaving our boy just chilling, choosing to bench these massive brain thoughts for a bit, giving himself a breather until a few moments pass. And the tiny guide pops back in swearing on her life, that the guy holding the controller is just a basic dude, our MC feeling kinda iffy. But he takes her word, since she claims she checked the logs herself, cutting straight to the sparring ring, where Dika is throwing hands with our boy, dodging his combos with literally zero effort until a massive third-party strike comes from his blind spot, revealing the boomer of the squad, rushing him down with a stick swinging right for his jaw, making the Mick weave and parry like prime Tyson, though the Gramps relentlessly spams his attack button, all while our boy's brain is stuck on the player controlling them, stressing how this dude's toxic confidence is going to totally wipe their entire party. Out of nowhere, the younger teammate joins the gang squad, making our guy pop his block instantly before he could even register the aggro. Plus, the shadow-haired babe spawns at his back, hitting him with the ultimate jump scare, leaving him scraping by with a nasty cut on his cheek, bleeding just a bit. Our boy finally admits getting teamed up on, in a 3 versus 1, is pretty sweaty, turning his focus back to the shot caller, figuring out the guys. Weird brain rot condition is only in phase 1, or keeping the dream alive that they can patch this glitch right as his own crew jumps into the arena to balance out the lobby. Who doesn't love an even scoreboard, right? A massive brain strat to fix the player's toxic gaming habits is to literally delete his highest value asset from the roster, meaning our MC would basically have to self-destruct his own save file. Wrapping up their grind session, the account owner boots the game back up and pings them to the portal, leaving the bow-wielding chick totally shook by the random ping, commanding them to speedrun the 12th zone with the yellow-haired dude just blindly agreeing to the hype. Bro, they literally just steamrolled the 11th stage less than 24 hours ago, watching the dungeon entrance boot up. Our boy halts the momentum, pulling the tiny helper aside for a quick chat, needing to double-check exactly what queue this dude just clicked into. Sweating buckets, she admits it's a queue for Zone 12. But get this, the avatars actually have a chat feature to straight-up veto bad commands. Locking in on that mechanic, our MC completely deadpans that he is going AFK for this 12th-stage raid, leaving the pixel guide utterly flabbergasted, instantly blasting a system error to the player about the rejected mission, causing the fairy to absolutely lose her mind over his griefing. Jenna asks if he is literally trolling right now, completely oblivious to the cancel button, leading our boy to drop the knowledge that dodging lobbies is totally a feature. Though dropping out of a queue comes with some seriously heavy penalty strikes, the little guide cries that risking an admin ban is straight up suicidal. Why? Follow a garbage call, right? Pointing out that rushing an underleveled party into the 12th bracket is just as deadly, making her grudgingly agree while still begging him to not throw the match. Our boy cools her down, totally aware that the sweaty player might rage, report them. Yet, he stands his ground, holding the line. The magic casting chick wonders out loud if the squad is totally cooked without his crazy damage stats, to which he replies, they can choose their own adventure, and he will not block their path. Literally 2 seconds later, Aaron steps up, refusing to ditch his bro, triggering another alert ping straight to the big boss. Jenna gets totally tilted next, rejecting the prompt entirely, firing off warning, ping number 3. Yoka rounds out this rebellion by hitting decline, shooting off a 4th alert confirming squad. Alpha is officially going rogue. The system casually reminds the admin about their banhammer privileges. Our boy processes this with zero sweat, while his pixie companion is absolutely losing her mind. She keeps swearing on her life. She never pushed that alert through, but the MC just waves it off, telling her they are completely cool. Our bow-wielding bestie questions their next move. He pauses. Actually, no. He straight up decides, grabbing some popcorn and spectating is the best play. Eager to witness the admin throwing a tantrum since Squad 1 totally flipped the script. The Overlord starts barking commands at Team Beta instead. Our tiny floating helper tags their usernames, causing them to spawn in immediately, right before that chick spots our boy, and his whole crew chilling right there, asking why they are AFK in the lobby. He casually drops that they rejected the queue, leaving her completely shook. Her brain literally short-circuits trying to process this glitch in the Matrix, so he breaks down the whole lore for her, and after downloading this info, she calls his strat absolute suicide, which he totally nods along with, prompting her to question if he genuinely believes the server host is just going to swallow that massive disrespect. Our MC flips the Uno reverse card, asking if she would literally hit the game over screen just because the big boss said so. He drops the cold hard truth that every single player is only grinding to stay breathing. Nobody here is simping for the admin, making her completely mute as she drifts back to her squad, letting our boy marinate on the fact that 0 units on this roster are actual company men. They just want to dodge the Reaper jump cutting too. A few minutes later, Edith slides up, telling our guy they are queuing up hunting for that sweet XP without rolling the gacha on, getting melted down like he almost did. The whole squad heads back into the lobby screen to load into the next zone, while right on cue. The bow main corners him to ask about the endgame. He straight up shrugs, admitting the devs hold all the cards right now, basically controlling their whole playthrough, but if he gets tossed into the blender, he orders them to start playing by the rules to avoid wiping. Absorbing this heavy dialogue, his crew instantly promises that he has permanent plot armor, forcing a genuine grin onto his face, soaking in the realization that his party has seriously leveled up mentally. Out of nowhere, a server ping pops up, showing 2 players from Team Beta just took massive damage, making our boy suddenly realize Stage 12 is packing way more heat than he originally calculated. Fast forward a bit, and that squad stumbles through the portal, looking entirely cooked, and when our guy checks their stats, the girl locks eyes with him, begging for the tutorial on how to reject the admin, causing him to smirk and drop the easiest strat. Boom! Another system error flashes for the host, exposing Edith boycotting the raid, meaning Squad Beta is completely locked out of matchmaking. Our floating companion hits maximum stress levels, watching the toxicity spike as both rosters pull a massive strike on the gameplay loop, meaning the account owner is soft, locked out of all future zones, yet our MC casually declares they are just gonna keep grinding their daily quests anyway, treating this downtime like a pit stop to restock their healing consumables and farm some easy XP, leaving the pixie terrified, asking if he is seriously risking the host rage quitting the game entirely. Our boy brushes it off, dropping facts that, if the admin folds this easily, are they even capable of clearing the final boss? Definitely not, their run is doomed. He is fully ready to tank the crafting blender, calling it way less cringe than wiping to random mobs, noting that the only drawback to banning his account would be tanking the entire server morale into the ground, though it might scare the noobs into falling in line. But our boy honestly thinks the host has a literal room temperature, keeping their survival odds completely tied to RNG. Rolling into tomorrow, he squads up with his bros per usual, queuing for the daily ruins to farm some elemental upgrade mats, scoring a tier 1 flame rock as a reward, right before they get back to the absolute sweatfest of training. Pushing his sword and board talent straight to rank 6, raising his stats while everything else spiked, meaning he desperately needs higher tier bosses, just to squeeze out more XP while commanding his caster bestie to spam her Jedi mind trick spells, letting days melt away with the admin totally offline. Right when the pixie assumes the host touched grass forever, the guy finally connects to the server, making the raven-haired chick pray. He caught a vibe. Check. Except our MC knows the real world is toxic betting. This whale is just gonna dump premium currency to gacha roll, a fresh roster, to build an entirely new meta squad, and proving our boy is a literal prophet. The guy burns his cash on 3 fresh 3-star drops. Edith pulls our MC aside, asking if they should dictate the roster picks, anticipating a merger with their current squads. He waves off the entire idea, stating those newbies are absolutely banned from joining their clique. While out in the courtyard, the fresh spawns are already beefing hard. So, this boomer named Tasir is literally barking at the crimson-haired chick Mazel, but mid-brawl, they suddenly peep. Our boy strolling up to their zone like an absolute boss. Enter Stein, the 3rd unit in this whole mess. Dude sprints right up, checking if the MC spawned in earlier, then flexes his trainee knight status and begs our guy to pause the PvP match. The fiery chick totally cuts him off, labeling him a useless nepo baby riding on daddy crypto wallet, which obviously triggers his rage mode, and he instantly jumps into the crossfire. Edith is just spectating. This circus completely shook. Meanwhile, our MC knows that squad synergy is literally the most broken mechanic in the game, because chaining combos in a team setup is how you avoid getting wiped. I mean, right before these scrubs send each other to the gulag, the admin fairy finally spawns in, screaming for a timeout, slapping them on the wrist with just a verbal ban threat. But little Miss Spicy Redhead is throwing a massive tantrum. She actually No, she straight up she gestures at our MC, claiming she would swap to his squad in a heartbeat. But the pixie hits her with a huge reality check, saying players do not pick their lobbies. The server overlord drafts the roster so instantly, all three of these clowns get forcefully partied up, despite having zero synergy, and get commanded to rush the dungeon portal immediately. Witnessing this absolute train wreck, our boy just casually dips, knowing full well these fresh pulls are destined to get speedruns straight to the graveyard. Barely a minute passes before the kill feed gets flooded with friendly fire, pop-ups with the boomer getting packed up first, followed super fast by the fiery chick, and then the knight catches a huge L right after, meaning the entire squad got absolutely cooked. Out of nowhere, the admin pixie crashes into his room, completely sobbing and glitching out of her mind. A fresh system prompt flashes on screen, revealing the big boss is hitting Alt F4 and straight up abandoning the server. She is basically having a panic attack that the creator is going AFK permanently, because if that dude touches grass for 6 whole months, the entire save file gets nuked into the void, making the pixie spiral even harder as she drops the lore dump, that the main hub crashes without an admin, and she will get entirely wiped from the code. But our boy casually tells her to chill out, hitting her with the logic that a weak-minded player would have rage quit ages ago, which acts like a massive debuff to her anxiety, making her finally cope and lock in on his theory. He is honestly curious why she is tweaking so hard, wondering if dodging the tower raid really equals a permaban for her, since when do NPCs get deleted? Absolutely stunned. He finds out she actually gets deleted if the floor boss does not drop, making him go completely radio silent. Processing the crazy fact that if he stays AFK for 6 months on his end, his own massive Niflheimer build is going to get snapped out of existence too. Looking like the timer is almost up fast forward to the next morning, where a pop-up drops, showing the overlord swiping his credit card on some microtransactions. The whale drops real cash on 5,000 premium crystals, plus 3 supply crates, blowing a crazy 90,001 points on the transaction, while our Mick just watches the receipt feed roll in. Mid-grinding XP with the squad, and after the screen basically gets spammed with alerts, the spawn point starts glowing super bright, exactly like the previous banner roll, dropping 3 brand new 3-star units into the lobby. And honestly, they look completely mid-Han is just spectating, with a smirk hitting his bro with a fake ask if he wants to carry these fresh noobs. The dude instantly fumbles and rejects the carry job. Then this random pull with the most busted haircut steps to our MC demanding his gamer tag, talking massive trash about sending him back to the lobby if he blocks the path, but our boy just roasts him for yapping way too much, cutting off the dialogue tree. The dude instantly swings his blade, but our MC already downloaded his entire moveset, standing completely AFK until the hitbox is inches away. He suddenly perfectly dodges and combos the dude right in the jaw, causing huge damage ticks, while the edgy raven-haired girl lands a critical gut punch on a different random, leaving him stun-locked and crying from just a single strike. So our guy figures out the admin is trying to build a fresh meta roster, because why else using this newly dropped trio alongside maybe a few 1-star fodder units to fill the slots. And a second later, the Overlord formally queues up those 3 units and a pair of 1-star scrubs into Squad 3. Han basically drops Nukin sarcastically saying, "GG, nice to meet you," throwing out a fake sorry for spawn, trapping him into a sweaty spar session as the player unlocks the pregame lobby interface once more, getting the settings ready to push this new raid group onto the upcoming dungeon tier. Catching up a bit later, the squad respawns taking some decent chip damage, making our boy admit their stats are way less trash than that previous cursed group, the one that literally griefed themselves to death. So the Pixie rewards the hard carry with a fat drop of 10,000 gold tokens. Skipping ahead, a few server cycles we catch our boy, sweating it out in the practice arena, alongside the caster chick. The fresh installs are aggressively farming XP, making her super paranoid about getting benched from the main lineup, while their group leader aggressively side-eyes our Makuru. But our guy just locks eyes back, dropping his Riz, forcing the dude to get instantly shook, and break line of sight before retreating to his clique, as the MC basically tells his teammate to just ignore the background. A few more cycles roll by, and Squad 3 actually starts catching up to the server meta. They actually survived a couple of levels without wiping, bro. The guild leader is totally cooking right now, cutting over to the barracks. Nokin is chilling with his dirty boots kicked up, literally yapping about how the boss dumped the rest of the guild, acting like that's the whole reason they are benched. This dude genuinely thinks a tiny bit of grinding will make them the main squad. He is actually scheming to poach the magic user chick for his own roster. His master plan includes kicking the trash tier low ranks to the curb. But guess who is completely eavesdropping on this whole toxic strategy? Our boy. The MC just casually drops in, handing out a sarcastic compliment. Nokin practically jumps out of his skin like a startled cat, stuttering about why the MC is lurking around. And our boy just hits him with the deadpan excuse that he was simply grabbing a quick sip of hydration. He basically tells these clowns to keep plotting their little evil takeover, shaking like a leaf. The dude awkwardly backpedals, swearing up and down that the chat is over, and immediately logs off to go hit the hay. Our boy just observes the circus, realizing this squad has literally zero synergy. They treat their rookie-level guys worse than absolute garbage. Do they even see them as humans? Not at all, but hey, the shot caller is satisfied with the results. So the MC keeps his mouth shut. Fast forward a bit. Squad number 3 actually speedruns their way right past stage 14. Their stats are completely mid, nobody even cracking rank 10. But the commander is still deploying them to the 15th level. The Meek already calculated the bad ending here. If Squad 3 beats this boss, his own crew is going to get forcefully absorbed into their toxic setup, which translates to a guaranteed game over for his homies. Suddenly, the magic user sprints up from the rear, fully panicking that they need to make a massive play because Squad 3 is breathing right down their necks. He hits her with the calm logic, saying his personal grind is already optimized, but should she decide to officially roll with his crew, he is totally chill with it. She instantly rejects the invite, acting super defensive, so our boy just advises her to camp out and wait for the perfect RNG moment. Then he flips the script, questioning if she finally maxed out her mind control skill. Shorty puffs out her chest with zero hesitation, flexing her new psychic powers by effortlessly floating random junk in the air, dropping the debris back into the dirt. It was definitely just rookie tier magic. But the MC is honestly shook by how fast she leveled up her stats. He keeps jogging forward, silently analyzing the fact that while her progression is insane, the guild boss is stuck in his same old toxic loops. Why is the dude so hard-headed, literally refusing to evolve his strats? Like, bro, they just unlocked a ton of fresh base upgrades from the last victory. Yet the leader has crafted absolutely zero of those new blueprints. The lobby is completely overflowing with random fighters, and it is lagging out the whole system. Our boy strongly believes the base camp needs an immediate tier 3 patch, but the guy in charge is completely AFK in the brain, entirely obsessing over Squad 3. Instead, we pan over to their supposed practice session, which honestly looks more like them griefing the absolute souls out of the rank 1 newbies. The commander is literally spoon-feeding them all the premium loot, and these tryhards fully realize they are the server favorites right now. The mask is completely off. They are flaming the low tiers constantly and claiming all the best AFK spots like they own the whole map. MC knows. Deep down, if these bullies actually secure the stage 15, clear the overall vibe is going to turn radioactive. Well, 0 hour has finally dropped. The little winged NPC commands the whole roster to link up at the central plaza. The boss literally crafted rare elixirs just for them. They are dripping with confidence and fully geared up, while our boy just chills on a park seat with his squad, observing this entire clown show from way in the back. The group is literally burning all their high-value drops to craft those buffs, but Meek could not care less. A quick second goes by. The massive gates to the staging area slide open. Stepping through means Squad 3 is instantly warped to the 15th zone as they march up. Nokin does a toxic little shoulder look to flame the MC, promising that once he snags this win, he is going to make our boy totally miserable. The protagonist just mentally chuckles, thinking, sure bro, if you somehow dodge the game over screen, you are welcome to test me. The Lancer dude walks upright, then stressing about what kind of disaster hits if Squad 3 actually pulls off this huge boss raid. Are we really about to be enslaved again? If those guys get the victory royale, it means everybody is going back to taking the commanders. Brutal or RNG is wild, man. Sometimes the most random low-rank groups catch a lucky break, and sometimes the absolute sweatiest meta builds get one-shotted. Mesk drops the heavy truth: if Squad 3 secures the bag on this level, the boss will see everyone else as trash, loot leaving them with literally zero power to ever say no again. But honestly, it all boils down to plain old luck. A heartbeat later, the scene shifts, showing the tryhards warping directly into stage 15. They spawn into this gorgeous, totally serene-looking town that feels like a massive trap. But out of nowhere, their top guy completely loses his cool, desperately spinning around to check his minimap. Cutting back to the main lobby. The whole server is on standby. A solid 5 minutes drop off the clock, with 0 pop-ups on the UI, leading our boy to guess they might actually be cruising through. Out of nowhere, a massive red system alert flashes. Mission failed, and bro, the entire chat knows exactly what that spells out. Failing a run means the entire raid group just got permanently wiped. Squad 3 got utterly deleted in a single frame. The mangas actually shook because they lasted barely 5 minutes, realizing this had to be some insane hidden challenge. Out of nowhere, the whole map starts vibrating like a broken controller. Jenna is literally stumbling around having 0 clue about this massive server lag. Basically, our god player just rage quits the little pixie sprints over, bawling her eyes out, screaming that the dude literally yeeted his whole device across the room. Bro wait, actually no, he is fully threatening to uninstall our boy. Casually gets on his feet, telling the bow user it is time to bounce. Can you even imagine throwing that hard? The sniper chick gets super confused, asking why they are dipping when Team 3 is still inside the instance. He straight up drops the harsh truth that those guys are completely cooked, bro. Knows they totally wiped without even grabbing a single puzzle clue. Literal feeding for 0 XP. Following that massive throw, the account owner stays offline for actual ages. Fast forward to a super dark practice arena. Our absolute Chad is out here grinding solo. Suddenly, the tiny helper spawns in wearing pajamas, looking completely out of it. She asks for the game plan, totally stressing over their dead server. He just tells her to hit the hay while he keeps min-maxing his stats. Gotta keep that daily rotation locked down. Waking up. Grabbing some grub, hitting the dummies, eating again. Swinging swords some more, and doing late-night reps. She whines that it has been 10 whole days of this, and literally nobody else is breaking a sweat. The rest of the bottom-tier trash mobs are slacking hard. Since the big boss went AFK, nobody is terrified of becoming upgrade material anymore. 0 players online. Literally 0 players hitting the practice range. Out of the blue, a system ping goes off. The God Gamer is back online. Our MC is genuinely shook. He returned this fast. A blinding flash suddenly drops from the heavens, blinding everyone, like a flashbang. A text box drops down, announcing, "An image capture just got dumped into the local folder, bro." Squints at the glare, wondering what kind of sus strat his controller is cooking up. Instant log out right after snapping that pic. The dude immediately hits the exit button. The little sprite gets insanely tilted. Is this dude really just ghosting them? She starts ranting about how he popped in for 2 seconds and dipped without dropping a She starts doom-scrolling her own thoughts about him deleting the app. But our boy checks her instantly, saying the player definitely made a move. Snapping that screen was actually the whole play. She is totally clueless on the meta behind that, while he just gives a massive smirk, telling her to use her own brain for once. But she admits her brain is basically empty, so he pivots and asks about her favorite downtime activity. The pixie drops that she loves, doom-scrolling the web, which gives him the ultimate gigabrain idea, demanding she boot up a browser for him right now. Cut to his private quarters where he roasts her for taking so long. The magical girl gets defensive, saying setting up a network to the real world is insanely tough. Breaking the fourth wall causes massive server lag and carries a huge debuff if he is just lurking on forums. He gets a 60-minute window, but the second he drops a reply or starts beefing in the comments, that timer crashes down to mere minutes. Even with those terrible patch notes, he is ready to lock in, making the tiny assistant sweat buckets. She takes a deep breath, hypes herself up, deciding she owes our main guy Loki at least this much support. Going full try-hard mode, she promises to burn her mana pool, opening a direct gateway to the human Wi-Fi. The second she casts at a glowing monitor and typing deck spawn right in midair, she is practically yelling at him to speedrun this. Since her magic is draining way too fast to keep the connection stable, the chat agrees but has to point out, why is she posing like a weird anime character to cast it? She snaps back that the ridiculous stance is required for max concentration. Barking at him to get clicking, our boy goes full hacker mode, surfing straight to the main publisher domain. The front page is flooded with fresh content clips. He has not seen this layout in forever, so he starts hunting, looking for the specific thread where noobs cry for carries, digging through menus until he hits the strategy forums. He clicks in absolute pure cinema and gets that evil Some random scrub uploaded a pic of their roster begging for advice. And oh my god, that scrub is literally his owner. Swiping to the next attachment, he sees his own stat sheet having a minor existential crisis that he definitely looks like a generic gacha pull with 0 riz scrolling down. The reply section is absolutely flaming his guy. How does a trash account even survive up to level 14? The chat is roasting his weak build and spamming laughing emojis, claiming bro got hard carried and needs to demote. He absorbs all the toxic feedback while his internet router fairy is basically dying beside him. Realizing her health is tanking, he goes into overdrive, logging into his verified profile and dropping a massive document straight to his owner. That folder is packed with broken strats, meta breakdowns, and optimal pathing, dropping it directly into the public thread. The entire forum spots his dev badge, instantly hitting him with immediate regret about not using a burner alt. Massive stamina drain, 0 time to delete it. Now suddenly, the pixie screeches like a banshee, her stamina bar completely zeroed out. She faceplants into the mattress whispering, if she was a good support, he praises her. MVP play confirming the upload is fully complete. From this point on, it is entirely up to RNG whether their god gamer actually reads the cheat sheet when she questions his little data drop. Our boy casually mentions he just airdropped his entire gaming history and some side files. Like, can you even imagine the grind the dude spent 2 years drafting this masterpiece? The fairy absolutely loses her mind over it, screaming that it is the ultimate holy grail of guides. Our MC looks totally lost until she drops the lore that the community thinks the starter walkthrough is completely gutted, and some dude named Loki is hoarding the real deal. Bounded like a mythical codex, she starts tweaking thinking. He just casually handed the admin that legendary Bible. Our boy just tells her to chill out for a second. He hits her with the truth bomb, that she is only half right because what he uploaded was not some dev-made walkthrough, but a pure brain dump of his own sweaty metastrats. The whole thing reads like a giant paper on how to carry noobs. The tiny glowing sidekick is literally in tears, shook that the mythical patch notes are actually real. Our guy keeps it a buck though, admitting his files do not cover every single pixel of the map, but they do hold every single tactic he ever cooked up, dumping every ounce of his XP into those pages. Loki doubts the guy controlling them will actually read it, considering he basically just emailed him 4 whole encyclopedias of text. But what if the player actually sits down and grinds through the reading material? His brain will literally expand to max level, and that is when the real fun finally kicks off. Fast forward to the next morning, a system pop-up drops, confirming the big boss is finally booting up his account again. Our MC is just chilling on a bench doing knife tricks with his blade, like a true edge lord waiting for a match to start, when suddenly the floating pixie zooms in out of nowhere, yelling that the player actually dropped cash on a cavalry monument just for him. She is acting super sus about handing it over, though fully expecting our guy to just smash it for raw stats. He snatches the loot anyway and proceeds to flex how he actually manipulated the meta, admitting he secretly tweaked the final paragraph of his essay before hitting send. Literally hard, coding a tip that told the admin to drop this exact cavalry monument to any unit he favored more than twice. Our boy smirks like an absolute villain holding his new trophy, realizing the player actually read the terms and conditions because there is no way he is getting stuck being commanded by a total scrub. Like, seriously bro, if anyone thinks they are going to push high elo with him, they better match his freak, or he is straight up going away from keyboard. To be fair, he still thinks the guy behind the screen might be a little slow on the uptake, but at least the admin is finally sweating a bit. So our MC struts back to his squad, and they hit the most fire lobby animations you have ever seen. The server pushes a system message, letting everyone know the player has full access to Squad 1. Once more, while the pixie starts overthinking, asking what goes down if the admin stays absolutely mid, but he guarantees the guy is fully locked in now, before pivoting to ask when he gets his own special access back. She instantly clicks that he is talking about surfing the web, dropping the knowledge that he needs to farm interference stats, which only stack up when the player is glued to their mobile device. Basically, the more the player grinds the application and sweeps through dungeons, the faster those special currencies and premium rocks pile up. Those interference stats literally work like cold hard cash, soaking up the info. Our boy gets his gear checked and walks out to meet the team. He hypes up the lobby saying their vacation is officially canceled, and it is time to speedrun some content as the user interface flashes once more to show their squad is ready to deploy, testing the vibe. He was actually, no. He asks if the gang is pumped for a bloodbath, and the bow user just shrugs, throwing out some massive tsundere energy, saying she is whatever about it. The magic caster tries to act completely peaceful at first, claiming she hates violence until our MC just gives her the death stare, forcing her to admit she is actually thirsty for monster kills. His tank steps up, pointing out that even with a reformed admin, their party is missing a slot and desperately needs a +1. But our guy confidently says the matchmaking queue is about to pop. Right on cue. The floating guide tags the emo chick in the chat, yelling out that the big boss just commanded her to sub in for their main roster. Rolling up to our protagonist, she asks if he is actually planning to going goblin mode today, and he basically tells her that is a stupid question. She throws out some doubt, wondering if going rogue like this is going to get them nerfed by the player, but the MC brushes it off entirely, promising her that the master plan is going to make sense very shortly, causing her to nod, just as the server pushes an update, stating her whole squad is officially snatched up by the admin now, so she officially locks into their group, and in a flash, the whole gang gets teleported straight into the pre-game lobby, where the new girl reminds him she is only a temporary rental. Our boy already knows the deal, telling her nobody wants her locked in forever. She just has to carry her weight until they speedrun past level 15. But since they are still hard stuck in the lower brackets, standing around the matchmaking hub, he stares at the glowing text in the sky, confirming they are about to drop directly into zone number 8. The giant doors swing wide, blasting them with absolute flashbang graphics. And when the screen clears, the squad is standing right in the middle of the new arena. Our MC treats this whole instance as a massive stat check, totally ready to flex just how overpowered their offline grinding actually made them, instantly going head-to-head with some seriously leveled up green goons riding mount. These ugly mobs try to rush them right out of the gate, but his magic user does not hesitate for a second, activating her gravity hacks and making the creatures completely freak out, ripping chunks of the map straight into the sky before dropping a massive area of effect attack right on their heads, instantly ruining their aggro push, tossing the enemy backline into total disarray, while the sniper chick exploits the crowd control perfectly, spamming a literal hurricane of projectiles, deleting almost half a dozen mobs with every single click right before the caster follows up, by popping her pyro abilities, making an insane firewall erupt across the terrain, completely boxing in whatever trash mobs manage to survive the initial. Our MC is absolutely shook seeing her channel that magic in like 10 seconds flat, way down from her usual 40. Our boy full sends it straight into the mob crowd, slicing them up like butter with some sweaty movement tech, while the raven-haired chick just stands there spectating the whole carry job. She is low-key, mauling in her head about being totally useless, but right in the middle of her pity party, a pop-up drops saying the zone is completely wiped out, and boom, 2 squad members just scoop some free XP. Looking at how insanely cracked Jenna played our guy, is thinking to himself, she is finally off the fraud watch, and can actually cover his blind spot. Sure, the edgy girl is still acting super awkward around the team, chemistry, but he bets she will catch the vibe. Eventually, the whole squad teleports back to base camp where our resident spellcaster starts whining non-stop, crying about 0 mana and having absolutely no gas left in the tank. Out of nowhere, our MC just spawns in, literally yoinks her by the shirt and starts hauling her off, telling her the grind literally never stops. She is kicking and screaming about how the arcane arts cooked her brain, but he swears he is not making her solo. Carry the homework. The duo pulls up to this brand new wing completely decked out with glowing flasks, looking like a mad scientist lab or some arcane library. The admin built out recently, she demands to know why she is being held hostage here. Brains over brawn, he drops the harsh truth that her mind needs a serious buff, because hitting the gym just is not cutting it anymore. And hitting the books is mandatory for the meta. She is completely clueless about what kind of nerd stuff she is supposed to be doing. But they figure out that doing homework literally buffs the entire server, unlocking base upgrades and boosting reaction times while everything else spiked, letting them push way deeper into the endgame zones. The system flashes a prompt suggesting her for the scholar role, and the big boss instantly clicks accept. Literally 1 frame later, that little pixie jump scares her out of thin air, making her screech out loud before Yoka hits her with a reality check. The floating sprite basically tells her to cope and seethe, gesturing toward a desk, drowning in assignments, and barking out orders, forcing her to speedrun the equations plastered all over the sheets. Our caster grabs a page and gets totally shook, realizing it is straight out of her old wizarding syllabus. Back at her academy days, our boy tries to skim a textbook himself, but just like a freshman looking at raw code, his brain completely blue screens. On the flip side, she locks in on the puzzle, finally cracking the code and tossing it into the cauldron to score a single knowledge token. The stat screen reveals she needs 10 whole hours just to clear one prompt, making Arma cringe at how brutally nerfed her pacing is. But honestly, what else do you expect from a literal noob at the academic grind? The Overlord forces her daily agenda to lock in for 3 solid hours of pure brain damage. Catching wind of this, the chick goes absolutely feral, screaming that this shift is going to end her whole career, crying that the mental toll is way too insane, spamming the admin with a million annoying pop-up alerts. She is shedding real tears, saying a single problem takes her out, complaining that they are basically treating her like an NPC sweatshop worker. She was cooking low-key. Our guy realizes she is speaking pure facts. Her daily routine is completely cooked right now, leaving 0 time to AFK and touch grass. So he figures he better diffuse the aggro, telling the pixie to beg the Overlord for some premium winter drip. The admin drops 3,000 coins on this absolutely top-tier luxury jacket, and the second she equips it, her mood entirely flips, figuring out they are straight-up manipulating her, calling them out for this dirty pay-to-win tactic. Our boy wait, no, he just trolls her, saying he will repo the item, which makes her fiercely guard the loot. She caves and agrees to keep grinding the textbooks, and with that handled, the big boss goes back to tweaking the server settings, dispatching the roster to farm the weekly resets, beefing up the armory so they can finally craft some heavy-hitting gear, pulling enough fresh rolls from the gacha to build out a 3rd squad. Flashing forward, Ioka pulls up next to our guy, flexing that. Even though she mains the pyromancer build, her skill tree is actually insanely stacked with other perks. She hypes up his raw mechanics and drops the big question. Would he ever want to dual spec into wizardry? Our boy is genuinely shook, wondering if the devs even coded. The chick points out that hard carrying his education solo would be a massive headache. But with this massive library of lore, they might just glitch the system. Hearing this pitch, he does some quick mental math, realizing he is still rocking a 2-star rarity with 0 class identity. Hitting 3 stars unlocks the job selection screen, and the way his current XP is looking, the bruiser path is basically guaranteed. But what if he manages to trigger some super obscure Easter egg requirement, unlocking a secret prestige tier to wield both spells and blades? But honestly, he suspects that hybrid build is absolute mid-tier garbage. So, he hits her with a hard pass. She takes the loss gracefully, telling him her DMs are open if he ever decides to respec. He figures she is just bored out of her mind and trying to squat up for some company. Instantly, her face turns bright red like a tomato, totally gaslighting him and saying he has 0 riz. Once she stops fuming, she pries into his origin story, and he casually drops that he used to farm crops. She literally calls cap on that entire backstory. He just chuckles and tells her to get back to the academic grind set while she finishes her shift. Our boy zones out thinking about her tragic backstory. She used to be top-tier royalty before the war, totally nerfed her entire bloodline. Right in the middle of his daydreaming, things get super sus. This random glowing orb literally spawns right out of nowhere and starts pooling together in the room. The MC knows exactly what this shiny stuff is and hypes her up, saying the update is finally dropping. Seconds later, a giant pop-up screen manifests out of thin air. The system announces that thanks to grinding that fresh tech tree, every single unit just unlocked Tier 1. Awareness suddenly, that massive glowing orb shatters into tiny little shiny pixels. One of those shiny bits zeroes right in on our magic caster. Turns out this chick had been secretly farming lore and stacked up a clean 30 ability points behind the scenes. Hitting that exact milestone triggered a massive dialogue tree for the boss man. He had 3 totally different paths, but big-brained it by selecting the squad awareness buff. Literally, this entire crazy light show is just the fallout from him clicking that specific perk tree. Homegirl is absolutely shook, wondering what kind of buggy patch just got installed, complaining that her internal hardware feels totally Our boy coaches her to just say the magic gamer words out loud. The second she mumbles the phrase, a massive holographic menu casually drops right into her field of view. Can you even imagine seeing your real-life stats for the first time? Seeing her own character sheet absolutely paralyzes her, with letting her know that her entire build and hidden specs are finally out in the open. This floating menu literally tracks all her current passives and active abilities. Our boy totally suspects that the 3rd squad got completely wiped out back in the dungeon, strictly because those poor NPCs were playing blind without a minimap, or HUD. They literally speedran their own funerals because they lacked the interface. But the meta, thanks to grinding that awareness perk, the entire server can finally peek at their own character sheets. He points out how she can instantly monitor her max health and base strength, plus literally everything else, like brain power and movement speed, just totally spiked on screen. Zooming in on the floating text, she practically whispers that her mid-tier fire spells and gravity hacks are literally hard-coded into the menu. The MC confirms those are her literal loadout perks and tells her to get moving. They still gotta do a massive lore dump for the rest of the guild, getting all the other combat units up to speed on this crazy. The second they step foot outside, somebody starts absolutely shrieking their lungs out. It is literally Aaron running for his life, screaming about some paranormal activity tailing him. Dude sprints straight at the MC praying for a revive. He was actually, no. Wait, our boy grabs him and tries explaining. It is literally just game mechanics, not a phantom, but that only makes the dude tweak out hard. Suddenly, a tiny piece of that shiny meme XP orb clips right through his chest. And this dude starts acting way too incredibly zesty over the weird physical feeling just as our resident sniper girl casually rolls up to the scene. Staring directly at her newly unlocked holographic HUD, she instantly connects the dots, realizing this glowing layout is exactly what the miss was always staring at like a weirdo. Our boy gets super sus and asks if she had early access to the patch notes, but she shuts that down immediately, saying she literally just caught him muttering the command prompts under his breath, so she copy-pasted the phrase to see what would happen. Fast forward to nightfall, and the whole squad circles up for a massive strategy meeting. Jenna admits the whole leveling system finally clicks in her brain, realizing that grinding these specific stats is the actual cheat code to becoming way more overpowered. Why is the MC walking around with a strategy guide when the rest of the server is clueless? She grills him on his meta knowledge, but he totally downplays it, saying he just stumbled onto a random glitch. That super vague answer completely triggers AOK, who starts roasting him for lying straight to their faces. But the archer immediately jumps into the chat to defend our boy, pointing out that he literally spawned into this lobby way before the rest of the noobs did. The MC hits them with a cocky little grin, basically confirming her logic. Our magic caster is absolutely not buying that flimsy excuse though, and suddenly a full-blown shouting match completely erupts between the two chicks over nothing. The MC just observes the chaos and makes a silent promise. If this crazy squad somehow avoids getting wiped, he might actually drop his entire lore backstory on them. Flashing a sad little grin, he knows deep down that logging off forever is inevitable. Cut to the next morning, and the new UI update is literally the only thing trending in the camp. Shout out to our sniper for leaking the command codes. So basically everyone can pull up their menus though. A couple zero-digit QNPCS are still struggling to load, mostly just because the server-side tech tree has not fully synced yet. Meanwhile, over at the PvP arena, Jenna is locked in a sweaty one-on-one duel with the MC. She literally spams 3 or 4 projectiles right at his face, but this dude effortlessly parries the entire combo with his blade, leaving her insanely salty. Throwing massive shade, she demands to know if having a literal auto-block mechanic is part of his loadout, giving the most absolutely unhelpful cryptic nod. He tosses her an ammo refill, casually dropping a massive hint about the combat system, suggesting the devs definitely programmed an armor-piercing perk to perfectly counter his insane defense, causing her brain to completely buffer trying to process the meta. Exploiting her lag spike, he completely maxes out his agility and teleports right behind her for a critical strike. But her spider sense violently kicks in, making her physically duck right under the fatal hitbox. The sheer force of that swing makes it look like he actually wants to send her back to the lobby permanently. But he claps back, saying if she refuses to sweat in practice, her base stats are literally never going to scale up for the endgame. Plus, the safe zone mechanics mean they can totally go all out without permanently deleting their saves. The dude just relentlessly spams his basic attacks while she desperately hits those invincibility frames to survive, blowing through every single cooldown she currently has equipped. Executing an absolutely crazy aerial vault, she knocks a projectile while defying gravity, prompting our boy to totally commit to this high-stakes boss fight simulation, swearing to keep the PvP match going until somebody is literally sitting at 1 HP. A bunch of randoms spectating from the sidelines start absolutely glazing the MC over his insane mechanics. How is it even possible that this cracked unit used to just be a literal farming NPC, completely ignoring the crowd? The duo just keeps trading blows at mind-bending frame rates. Catching him slipping, she completely yeets a hidden blade straight at his dome, but he totally nullifies the damage as she starts loudly mauling. He wants her to actually scratch that. Our boy checks if she wants to tap out since Blondie is literally queuing up next. But nah, she completely rejects taking the massive loss and jumps right back into the arena. The meek catches her zoning out for a split second and absolutely rushes her to end this match. Suddenly, a throwing knife zooms straight for his optic nerve. Bro was literally one frame away from getting cooked, but he parries that thing at the absolute final moment. While that happens, she completely targets him, like an absolute predator, sniping a shaft straight at his blind spot, unlocking an entirely fresh passive ability, named Weakness Detection. The main character scrapes by without taking damage, and questions how she pulled off that move. She casually drops that she was just brainstorming. How do you even counter that boom? Her brain literally manifested the ability mid-combat. Our boy is absolutely shook by her insane RNG, telling her to let it rip. Once more, she readies her weapon and gives him a heads up that this round is going to be wildly punishing. He weaves out of the way fast, but struggling downloading her attack patterns. He figures out her insane combo where she baits his movement with a single projectile, then rapidly unleashes a barrage right where his guard is down. Wait, actually, no, she is weaving in feints, making her mechanics literally impossible to read. When out of nowhere, a system pop-up drops, revealing her fundamental bow mastery. Just hit tier 6, the Emiki is totally flabbergasted, watching her casually unleash a massive 5 projectile spread instead of a triple threat. Homie starts dripping buckets, realizing he might actually get folded by her right now. Cut to the sidelines, where the background NPCs are literally paralyzed by the massive hype. Are these guys even human anymore? Aaron, our boy, spectates the absolute bloodbath and drops a heavy comment about their ungodly raw stats, just totally built different. He gets massive FOMO, clutching his polearm, tilting off the face of the earth at his own gameplay, stressing over why his XP bar is basically soft-locked, while the archery queen keeps spamming her newly unlocked broken tech. As the MC sweats trying to tank the damage, noticing he cannot close the gap at all due to her insane fire rate, purposely ignoring his defensive gear unless he is about to get completely wiped, all because this sweaty lobby is designed for his own skill evolution. Ditching the easy way out entirely, our guy realizes he has to dial in 100% and track the exact flight paths. Literally a microsecond before taking fatal headshot damage, his brain goes into overdrive, gifting him an overpowered trait known as Insight. His agility stats go through the roof, turning him into a parry god who basically sees her entire moveset before it even lands. In literally zero time, he speedruns across the arena and completely blindsides her, instantly cutting to her face, planting the dirt, with our main dude posing over her, holding cold steel right at her throat. Thanks to this hardcore grinding session, he managed to bag some massive ability upgrades, cutting back to Jenna, grilling Aaron on his current build. He admits his loadout is incredibly mid-featuring, just fundamental polearm handling, alongside pain and fire immunity. Flipping the question back to her, she casually flexes her baseline bow, mastery weakness tracking, and basically everything else spiked. Can you blame him for giving up? Dude completely salts out and literally begs her to stop talking. Our boy drops some wisdom that having a bloated hotbar does not equal automatic wins. What actually matters is your power scaling compared to your rank. Certain abilities are literal debuffs in disguise, pointing straight at his own rage and chill passives as prime examples of troll mechanics. She is a boss fight. Wait, no. Our sniper queen is literally an endgame threat just because her whole kit is so massive. Meanwhile, in another section of the base, the guild leader is sweating over the forge trying to synthesize a tier-up crystal. We literally see every single tedious animation as he slots the materials perfectly, pushing the upgrade button for the craft, but the RNG gods are totally against him, with a mere 13% fail rate, causing the item to shatter into absolute pixels. The MC scrolls through the system chat logs while Jenna stares at him, questioning if she gets to unlock her next awakening phase. Aiming to hit that coveted 2-star rarity, just like the GOAT, the old man re-rolls the gacha system and finally hits the jackpot, pulling the absolute necessary rank up gem. Jumping over to the fusion lab where the upgrade pod sits, she slowly approaches the futuristic device. Who would not be terrified of that pod? He promises she is completely chill, reminding us our main dude is already sitting pretty at level 12, with our archer girl finally grinding her way to rank 10, unlocking the prestige quest, while everything else spiked for the rest of the squad. She clips into the machine and aces the upgrade without any glitches stepping out, looking entirely cooked and mentioning a super cursed nightmare. Our boy plays the support role, telling her it was just a fake-generated hallucination, which literally cures her anxiety on the spot, as she drops a massive smile. He probes further, seeing if the code glitched out somehow, but she swears the only vibe left is pure hype. Catching that response, he confirms her server transition was totally standard, meaning she basically downloaded fragments of her own deleted backstory.